Second part is here, like now for more parts. Chapter 120. Compared to the 9th level of authority, the 7th level of authority is very terrifying. 1. You can get 12 more reincarnation opportunities every month. 2. You can choose a better territory. 3. You can deprive other reincarnated people of their identities 4 times a year. If you don't do it, it won't be carried over to the next year. 4. You can get a chance to deprive the 9th level authority once every 10 years. If it is useless, it will not be inherited to the next 10-year cycle. The scary thing about this is that it can deprive those with authority. Sure enough, the situation that I worried about happened. When you have a certain level of authority, you can really do whatever you want. You know, authority is undoubtedly a great opportunity for those reincarnated people who have finally obtained authority. But if those high-level authorities want to suppress you, they will directly deprive you of your total hegemony. A person at level 7 can deprive a person at level 9 of his authority. Then those with higher levels of authority will definitely be able to deprive those with level 7 authority of their authority. Zhang Mu looked solemn. It seems that the decision made at the beginning was correct. I must stay behind the scenes and let the tools in public handle some trivial matters. Slowly accumulate strength and continuously improve your authority level. Without thinking any further, Zhang Mu chose to exit the settlement space. The next second, his figure appeared in the 10,000 mountains. Now that he has level 7 authority, he can choose to expand his territory a little more, but there is no need as he does not value those few reincarnation points. Soon Xia Suejiao heard the noise and came to greet them. After eating comfortably, Zhang Mu began to rest. There are only 2 days left in this month. That will be the time when the chance of reincarnation will be refreshed. He will get another free reincarnation opportunity, plus the 12 free opportunities given by the authority. The same goes for Xia Suejiao, who has become a reincarnated person. She will also get a free reincarnation opportunity in 2 days. Therefore, as long as you invest in a reincarnated vassal, you will not lose money. Because in the future, the vassal will have a free reincarnation opportunity every month and work for you for free. You don't need to pay anything. But investment is just a blind guess. Most people fail to become reincarnated because of bad luck. You can't judge his talent. Even if you give him another chance, what if he's still unlucky? You'll have wasted an opportunity for reincarnation. You should know that one reincarnation opportunity is worth 100,000 reincarnation points. Therefore, most reincarnated people hesitate to invest in vassals. Rather than throwing it away, it is better to reincarnate and improve their strength. 2 days passed in a flash. The reincarnation chances of all reincarnated people are reset. On that day, the reincarnation towers in various places were packed with people. One by one they lined up and began to reincarnate. They are eager to improve their strength and earn more reincarnation points. Those who are eligible for reincarnation do not need to queue up. They can directly pay a little reincarnation point to the spirit of heaven and choose to reincarnate on the spot. As for Zhang Mu, he did not choose to reincarnate. I've only rested for 2 days, and I haven't recovered yet. Let's wait a little longer. Zhang Mu smiled bitterly and shook his head. Reincarnating into a world of a higher level, it would take hundreds of years to complete the game, and the spirit would age too quickly. He is not like those ordinary reincarnated people who just want a little reward. He was going there with the goal of passing the level. Master, can I be reincarnated today? Xia Suejiao also immediately found Zhang Mu and asked for permission. If Zhang Mu had something to tell her, she could delay it. Anyway, she could use the reincarnation opportunity within this month. Zhang Mu naturally had nothing to do. Go ahead, I wish you a smooth reincarnation. Xia Suejiao nodded and chose to reincarnate on the spot. It's not that she wanted to waste her reincarnation points, but Zhang Mu had told her before that she should not leave the territory unless it was something extremely important. The purpose of doing this is naturally to avoid exposing one's own information as much as possible. As long as there is too much contact with people, there will always be traces left. Anyone interested can always find Zhang Mu's whereabouts by following these clues. So for the sake of safety, it is worth spending a little more reincarnation points. A few days passed quickly. Xia Suejiao also reincarnated and returned a few days ago. According to her report, she was reincarnated into a low-level martial arts world, and because of a purple epic talent luck, she was reincarnated into a martial arts clan. This clan is still the strongest clan in that world. She has a good foundation and her grandfather is the patriarch of the clan. I have been provided with various resources since I was a child. When faced with disaster, it can be easily resolved through the power of the family. Overall, it received a good rating. Reached S+. Zhang Mu encouraged her with a few words, then asked her to rest for a few days and then use the reincarnation points she obtained to exchange for a reincarnation opportunity to reincarnate. Tools can be divided into good and bad. If you don't grow up, how can I use you smoothly? He wanted Xia Suejiao to clear a world as soon as possible and obtain the 9th level authority so that he could go undercover in the meeting of those with 9th level authority. On this day, Zhang Mu rested and prepared to start his reincarnation. As a result, I suddenly received a message from the Spirit of Heaven. There is an authority meeting being held. You meet the participation requirements. Do you want to participate? Zhang Mu was stunned. Another meeting of authorized personnel? Is it so frequent? This meeting of authority holders is a meeting of level 7 authority holders, which is different from the previous meeting of level 9 authority holders. In addition, the time of the authority holder meeting is not fixed. There is no restriction on the meeting. The Spirit of Heaven gave the explanation. Zhang Mu thought about it for a while, struggling internally. Naturally he wanted to attend. He had gained a lot of information at the last level 9 authority meeting, let alone this level 7 authority meeting. No matter. As long as I hide my identity well, they won't find me. I can just use another alias. My authority is rising fast anyway. If they want to cause trouble for me, I'll have already been promoted to a higher level. Zhang Mu no longer hesitated and chose to participate. This meeting is not a regular one but a surprise one, so there is no need to wait for a few days. We are now starting to transport the reincarnated to a specific area. The Spirit of Heaven gave a reminder. The next moment, the space changed. In a blink of an eye, Zhang Mu appeared in a chaotic space again. Just like the previous level 9 authority meeting, everyone was a mass of black mist, and it was impossible to tell whether they were male or female, or their body shape. Zhang Mu chose an empty seat and sat down, waiting quietly. One after another, groups of black mist appeared and chose an empty seat to sit down. Before long, all the empty seats were filled. All those who agree to participate in the meeting have arrived. You may begin your discussion now. The Spirit of Heaven disappeared after saying this. Zhang Mu also drew a conclusion from this sentence, that is, the meeting seats are arranged according to the number of authorized participants. No wonder every meeting is always full. Secondly, some level 7 authorities did not choose to participate. Zhang Mu had two guesses. First, those level 7 authorities were not interested in this meeting, so they did not come. Second, those level 7 authorities were still delayed in the reincarnation world. Chapter 121. No matter what the speculation is, it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Mu remained quiet. He was only here to collect information and didn't even know what was being discussed. Not long after, someone spoke up. A special force has recently appeared in the reincarnation world. Have you encountered it? A special force. The others were stunned, not knowing what was going on. The man continued, yes, they are a group of guys who specialize in disrupting the world. Why do I say it is a force? Because I have encountered them several times. These people have different auras, so I guess there is a huge force behind them. Now that you mention it, I seem to have encountered this before, but only a few times. I thought it was just a coincidence, but I didn't expect it to happen again. Everyone was talking about it, and most of the people present had encountered it before. It seems that everyone has met before. Those who have not met now may meet in the future. What do you think is the purpose of this force? Who is behind it? They don't seem like reincarnated people. After all, the main world's goal is to conquer the world, and those guys are just destroying the world. Fundamentally speaking, they are completely on the opposite side of us. Listening to the discussion, Zhang Mu frowned. The more he listened to this description, the more it sounded like a reincarnation. He asked the system in his heart whether his guess was correct. Ding! The host's guess is correct, it is most likely a reincarnation. Zhang Mu understood. These guys were indeed difficult to deal with. They actually invaded so many worlds. It seems that I have to pay more attention to these guys in the next reincarnation. The discussion was still going on, with many people recounting the bad things done by those reincarnations. The worlds that some people could have cleared were suddenly messed up by them. Anyone would be infuriated by this. That's enough talk about those guys, now let's get down to business. A dark shadow spoke slowly. According to reliable sources, there will be big moves soon. What big move? Many people are independent practitioners, so they have no source of information. If there is any big move from above, they have to make good preparations. Hey, I finally found out this, you guys won't just listen to it for nothing, right? Have you forgotten the rules between us reincarnated people? When these words were spoken, all the shadows were stunned. My goodness, they thought this meeting was to discuss something important, but you turned out to be selling information. However, everyone's interest has indeed been aroused. What if this news can help them get a lot of benefits? Hesitate again and again. Someone broke the silence, tell me a number. That's great. I won't keep you guys hanging. I'll give you 500,000 reincarnation points each. 500,000? Are you FG crazy? Playing tricks on us? Everyone was cursing, thinking that this guy must be crazy about money. Ahem, I'm not kidding you. The news is definitely worth the price. If you don't believe it, we can sign a contract first. If it's not worth it, you don't have to pay. How about that? The man assured. After a little thought, everyone agreed. With the contract in place, they were not afraid that this guy would go back on his word. After all, it was a sure win. Seeing this, Zhang Mu followed everyone else and signed a contract with them. It's just 500,000 reincarnation points. I'm rich, and so are the others. After all, we are all level 7 authority holders, so it would be unreasonable for us to not have a net worth of several million. There were exactly 20 people present, and all of them signed the contract with him. Now you can tell me. Everyone urged. Ahem, listen carefully. Recently, we received news from above that a new world that has never been invaded has been discovered. That's it? This isn't worth 500,000 reincarnation points. Everyone frowned. Don't worry, let me explain it to you in detail. Of course this world is different, otherwise I wouldn't be telling you here. The man paused for a moment and continued, we all know that the main world has been constantly searching for and invading other worlds. The searched worlds will be divided into different levels by the main world, and the low-level worlds will be left to low-level reincarnations to explore. The medium-sized worlds are explored by those of us with the authority. Once we have confirmed that we have almost all the information about the world, we will give the authorized person a deadline to conquer it. If they fail to conquer it within the deadline, the world will be open to other reincarnated people to conquer together. This is also the reason why those low-level reincarnators cannot be reincarnated into the middle or upper worlds. All resources are monopolized by us, the authorized persons. The emergence of a new world will naturally be accompanied by a scramble by all authorized persons. Have any of you here ever been reincarnated into a particularly high-level world? The man asked intriguingly. Everyone was silent. Although they were people with level 7 authority, they had indeed never encountered reincarnation in any medium or higher world. Most of them conquered the lower level worlds to obtain level 9 authority, and then gradually improved their authority step by step. Zhang Mu looked at the situation in front of him and thought carefully. It seemed that the worlds he had encountered before were all low-level worlds, and only the third world was of a relatively medium level. And it is likely that I can only be reincarnated after I become the authorized person. So everything makes sense. Resource monopoly? That's why this information is so precious. The first group of people with authority to enter usually have a greater chance of succeeding. The minimum level of authority required to conquer a medium-sized world is level 7. You must know how important this is. It must have taken a long time for everyone here to climb to this position. You must have reincarnated in countless worlds to have level 7 authority. Everyone was speechless. It was exactly as he said. Zhang Mu. Then why did the people above reveal this information instead of just going and conquer it themselves first? They were very confused and none of their explanations made sense. Because, that world is in the process of being promoted. Once it is successfully promoted, it will become a higher world. In this critical moment, any disturbance will attract the attention of the heaven of that world. Once we reincarnated people enter, we will definitely be noticed and will most likely die. So the people above decided to spread the news to allow more authorized people to participate. When a large number of reincarnated people enter that world together, even if the heavenly Dao wants to target them, it will be unable to do so. This way, the risk is shared by everyone, which is much better than attacking alone. This is also what the higher UPS mean. Don't think I'm selling information. I'm just running errands for the big guys. I want to make a little money. These reincarnation points are for the big guys. The dark figure spread his hands. Everyone became furious when they heard this. It turned out those guys were definitely treating them as tools. Earn their reincarnation points and let them share the risks. Everyone was once again disgusted by the previous generation of reincarnations. You have heard the news, so pay up. Looking at the person who stretched out his hand, everyone wanted to chop off his hand. But they had to abide by the contract they had signed before, and from the very beginning they fell into the trap set by the previous reincarnation. Is this news worth 500,000 reincarnation points? Value. The news of a new world naturally involves more than 500,000 reincarnation points. But the problem is that even if they were not interested in listening before, the previous generations of reincarnations would release the news in order to spread the risk, and there is no need to spend any money at all. Those previous reincarnations took advantage of people's mentality that they would not lose anything as long as they signed the contract and set traps for them. Chapter 122. Everyone paid him 500,000 reincarnation points out of frustration, and Zhang Mu was no exception. It was also the first time that he was disgusted by the previous reincarnation. I have heard of it before, and now I experience it as true. Okay, the money's paid, what about the world coordinates? After all, without the world coordinates, you can't specify reincarnation. Although everyone was disgusted just now, the money has been spent and must be recovered from the new world. Hey, I'll send it to you right away. The man chuckled and sent a world coordinate to everyone present. I would like to remind you all not to sell the news to level 8 and level 9 authorities. Since the meetings are being held at the same time, everyone should know the news by now. Also, the new world will not be open for another 3 days, so don't be impatient and wait patiently. The dark shadow gave a warning. Everyone snorted coldly and left angrily. Seeing this, Zhang Mu did not stay for long and left the meeting space. Haha, you dare to cheat me out of my money, then let's see who conquers that world first. Zhang Mu sneered. With so many talents and system support, I don't believe that I can't beat them. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhang Mu communicated with the spirit of heaven and was reborn on the spot. Hello, respected level 7 authority user. Do you want to reincarnate randomly or in a designated world? The spirit of heaven asked. Designated reincarnation. Okay, please tell me the coordinates of the world you want to reincarnate in, or buy the coordinate card of the world you want to reincarnate in. Zhang Mu reported the world coordinates to the spirit of heaven. Then, under the arrangement of the spirit of heaven, Zhang Mu began his reincarnation. Reincarnation begins, the talent reincarnation simulation is triggered. You have reincarnated into a designated world, and many people with authority have also reincarnated with you. Your entry has attracted the attention of that heavenly Dao, and the talent Child of Destiny has been activated. Due to your talent as the Child of Destiny, you were not targeted by the heavens, and you were reincarnated as a stone. Zhang Mu looked stunned. You call this not being targeted by heaven? How can we play if we have turned into stone? At this moment, Zhang Mu wanted to quickly enter the reincarnation world and commit suicide to start over again. Although you have been reincarnated as a stone, this is no ordinary stone. This is the king. This is a stone that gathers the essence of the sun and the moon. Your footwork is extraordinary, and you continue to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and begin to practice. You have some enlightenment, and feel that you can struggle, and your cultivation level is improving rapidly. After a long time, I have been exposed to the beauty of nature, the sun and the moon, and have gained spiritual enlightenment. Finally one day it burst open and produced a stone egg, as big as a ball. When it saw the wind, it turned into a stone monkey, with all 5 senses and 4 limbs intact. Its eyes emitted 2 golden rays that shot into the palace of the sky. You were born. Your birth has attracted the attention of all the gods and Buddhas, but you are not aware of it. At this moment, you have already awakened your memory, and naturally know that you are now in the reincarnation world. From our current experiences, this world is at least a higher world. You feel like you've been cheated, because it was clearly agreed that this was just a world where one is on the rise. But it doesn't matter now, the higher the world level, the happier you are, which means the upper limit is high. You run aimlessly on the top of the mountain, and before you know it you have reached the mountainside. There is a group of monkeys surrounding you, and there is a spectacular waterfall in front of you. At this time, among the monkeys, a monkey with white hair had his eyes light up when he saw you, and then spoke in human language. There is a cave behind this waterfall, which is said to be the abode of immortals. Whoever is capable enough to go in and find the source without getting hurt will be worshipped as the king by all of us. As soon as this was said, many monkeys rushed to praise him, saying that they wanted to be the first. You feel that something is fishy, but you can't help but wait and see. I saw monkeys rushing towards the waterfall one after another, but when they were half a meter away from the waterfall, they were blocked by a force and fell off the cliff and died. The Eye of Destiny is activated. Under the Eye of Destiny, you can see clearly that everything was done by that white-haired monkey. Whenever a monkey almost managed to fly over the waterfall, it would secretly stop it. You think to yourself that the white-haired monkey must be very powerful to do this. You feel bored and are about to leave. But the white-haired monkey suddenly said, "It seems that we don't have the ability to enter the immortal cave. Hey, I think this monkey has extraordinary roots, he must have the magical power to take us into the immortal cave to find out what's going on." The white-haired monkey comes to you and drags you, who is confused, into the monkey group. You are being treated like a star by the monkeys, and the white-haired monkey is urging you to use your magical powers to lead them in. In such a strange situation, if you didn't have the experience of past life memories, you would definitely follow the white-haired monkey's instructions. You seem to realize that this is a conspiracy against you. This makes you speechless. Before this, from birth to now, you have never come into contact with any living being. Who would plot against you like this? You know that you can't escape this disaster, so you look at the white-haired monkey meaningfully, but the latter doesn't care and keeps urging you. You decide to play a trick on this guy. The more he wants you to enter the waterfall, the more you are prepared to fall off the cliff. Anyway, with your current level of cultivation, you won't die even if your head hits the ground. You bent down and squatted, and under the gaze of the monkeys, you jumped more than 10 meters high, and were about to enter the waterfall, but you missed it by a hair's breadth and fell off the cliff. The white-haired monkey looked stunned. It knew that with your strength, you could easily enter the waterfall, but the result was unexpected. It no longer hesitated and quickly used its ability in secret. Your body, which was originally falling, suddenly stops, and with a few somersaults you enter the waterfall. At this moment, you stood behind the waterfall with a gloomy and terrifying expression on your face, and you were even more certain that the white-haired monkey was plotting against you. You suppressed your anger and prepared to see what that guy was up to. You began to follow the passage into the cave. As the white monkey said, it is indeed a fairy cave, dazzling and full of spiritual energy. A stone tablet reads Flower Fruit Mountain Blessed Land, Water Curtain Cave Heaven. You searched for a while and then left the place and exited the waterfall. When the monkeys saw you coming out, they immediately surrounded you and asked if there was really a fairy cave inside. You pretended to be surprised and described the cave to them in vivid detail. The white monkey smiled and nodded, as if his plan had succeeded. You watched all of this in silence. Chapter 123. Soon the white monkey spoke up, "Your Majesty has such magical powers, and we have seen it clearly just now. Why don't you take us to live in the immortal cave?" The monkeys were also moved by the white monkey's words, and they all shouted "Great King" one after another. If the stone monkey was just born and had no social experience, he would really be infected by the atmosphere and do the same. You suppressed the upward curve of your lips and said solemnly, "You all know that this is a fairy cave. I saw the remnants of a bonfire just now. If we rashly occupy the fairy cave and wait for the fairy to come back and punish us, wouldn't that mean you and your friends will lose your lives in vain?" The white monkey's smile froze, and his eyes were once again stunned. He couldn't figure out why you, a newborn, would say such a thing, so he quickly added, "Your Majesty, don't worry. The immortal will definitely not come back. Your Majesty, just lead us to live in peace." You pretend to be cautious, but in fact you are actually laughing inside. How do you know so much? Have you already entered the immortal's cave and seen it? Otherwise, we will worship you as the king, and when the immortal comes back to question you, you will bear the responsibility alone. The white monkey is extremely anxious. Things are completely out of its control. It is impossible for it to be the king. This position must be taken by you, otherwise how can the future arrangements be carried out? Seeing this, you don't intend to tease it, because you also want to know what the white monkey's purpose is. Fortunately, it fulfilled its wish, and then said, "Okay, I will take you to live in the cave." The white monkey heaved a sigh of relief. Although it didn't know why you changed your mind, it was fine as long as everything went according to plan. You became the king of the monkeys and moved into the cave with them. Looking at the scene in the immortal cave, the monkeys were very excited and jumped up and down. You secretly observed the white monkey's movements, but unfortunately, it hasn't done anything strange since what happened just now. Time flies. You have lived in Huiguo Mountain for more than 10 years. You have explored everything about Huiguo Mountain. You know that this Huiguo Mountain is extraordinary and there are many monsters on the mountain. The strange thing is, these monsters never provoke you, and will stay away from you whenever you meet them. You don't understand why, and you think that the other party is not as strong as you and you are afraid. During these years, you have been practicing, but what shocked you was that your strength did not improve at all, but instead deteriorated at a very fast speed. You know you've been set up, and the biggest suspect is the white monkey. It's just that you don't dare to act rashly, because you activated the Eye of Destiny a few years ago to check the information of this monkey, but the difference in strength was so great that you only got very little information. All you know is that this white monkey is a bodhisattva in the Western heaven. Therefore, you know that the person who plotted against you is a god or Buddha in the Western heaven of this world. Faced with your declining cultivation, you were forced to leave Huaguo Mountain. However, this move directly disturbed the white monkey. Why do you want to leave this fairyland and live in the barren land outside? Don't you miss these thousands of monkeys and their descendants? The white monkey blocked your way and didn't want you to leave. You are extremely angry inside. You also know that you have been plotted by the gods and Buddhas in the Western heaven since you were born. Now that you have been trapped, the other party will not let you out of the trap. You can only follow the trajectory they arranged. More than a few decades have passed in the blink of an eye. Your cultivation has been completely lost and you have become an ordinary monkey. You gave up struggling and wanted to see what tricks the other party was going to play. A few years after you lost all your cultivation, the white monkey finally took action. One day when a group of monkeys were having a meal together, an old monkey suddenly fell to the ground and could not get up. The monkeys around were startled, stepped forward to sniff the animal's breath, listened to its heartbeat, and said sadly, "My lord, it's dead." You remain expressionless after hearing this. Birth, aging, illness and death are the norm in this world, so there is no need to panic. Just bury it properly. Unexpectedly, the white monkey suddenly said, "I heard that immortals can live forever. Why don't you take an immortal as your teacher and learn the art of longevity? When you have learned it, he can teach us. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" You glanced at him and said calmly, "I'm not interested. I don't want to learn. I just want to enjoy the rest of my life here and live out my days in peace." You sneered in your heart. You had already reached a high level of cultivation. If you don't want to be immortal, living for thousands of years wouldn't be a problem. Now you have destroyed my cultivation, and you want me to learn some bullshit immortality technique. No one would do that. The white monkey's face froze, but he adjusted his attitude and continued, "Your Majesty, you cannot spend the rest of your life in such a muddle. Have you forgotten your thousands of monkeys and their descendants?" The white monkey keeps chattering, directing the atmosphere of the other monkeys, and forcing you to go by putting you on the line for the greater good. You ignored him and fell asleep on the stone bed. In the following days, the white monkey whispered in your ear every day, and you felt a little mentally broken. The first time you got angry, you yelled at the white monkey, "If you keep making noise, I'll kill you. You are the king and I am the king." However, the white monkey was not afraid at all and continued to whisper in your ear every day. You could no longer tolerate it and ordered the monkeys to kill the white monkey. Due to your status as the king, the monkeys had no choice but to do as you were told. Before he died, the white monkey remained unafraid and tried to persuade him, "King, worshipping an immortal as your teacher is beneficial and harmless. If you learn the secret of immortality, you can travel the world without being bound by a lifespan." Finally the white monkey died, and you finally had a good night's sleep. The next day, another brown monkey appeared, speaking the same language as the white monkey. You collapsed. You knew that this brown monkey was the white monkey. You gave in. You have embarked on the journey to find the way to immortality. The monkeys made a bamboo raft for you, and you sailed on the sea. After drifting on the sea for several years, a mysterious force protected you and brought you to Zinyu. You set foot on this continent. Because you look like a monkey, people start to scold you, beat you, and scold you. You naturally won't tolerate it, so you beat and kick the person who started it, and that's how people stopped doing anything. You are eating, drinking, and having fun on this continent. You are so happy. Now you are grateful to the white monkey. If you had known this, you would have come out to have fun here. It would have been so comfortable. You put aside the idea of seeking immortality and began to settle down here. After living comfortably for a few years, the people who plotted against you are a little confused. According to the time, you should have arrived long ago. Did something go wrong on the road? After counting on their fingers, their faces changed and they were ready to secretly push you. Chapter 124. Not long after, a group of people came to ask about your origins. You knew you couldn't stay here any longer, so you told them your purpose. The group of people laughed and pointed out a way for you. After many twists and turns, you come to Lingtai Fankan Mountain. On the mountain there is a Ziyu Sangzing cave. I heard that there is a Bodhi patriarch here, who is a deity. You climbed up Fankan Mountain and followed the path to a Taoist temple. Looking at the gate, you walked forward and knocked. A boy came out. After explaining the reason to him, he was led into the Taoist temple. Layer after layer of deep pavilions and jade towers, entering into pearl palaces and pearl towers, and countless quiet and secluded residences, all the way to the bottom of the jade terrace. I saw Bodhi Patriarch sitting upright on the stage, with 30 little immortals standing on both sides of the stage. Seeing your monkey-like appearance, they all sneered. You ignored him and looked at the old man on the high seat, knowing that this person must be plotting against you, but now that you are on someone else's territory, you can only bow down in courtesy. He said, "Master, I came here to learn from you." The master said, "Where are you from? Please tell me your hometown, name and surname, and then I will bow again." Looking at the old man who is pretending to be so pretentious, you despise him in your heart. It is you who plotted against me secretly, and it is you who pushed me to learn the art. Now that you are here, you still want to put on a show. But if you want to play the whole play, you can only follow his way. You said, "I am from the water curtain cave in the flower and fruit mountain of Ala country in the Dongsheng divine continent." The master shouted, "Get him out! He is a liar and a fraud, how can he cultivate any spiritual fruit?" You laughed inwardly and continued to speak insincerely, "My disciple is speaking the truth, and I am not lying." The patriarch said, "Since you are honest, why do you talk about the Dongsheng Shenzhou? There are 2 oceans and a Nanshan Buzhu between that place and where I am. How can I get here?" You continue, "My disciple has traveled across the oceans and across the world for more than 10 years before finally arriving here." The patriarch said, "Since you are coming gradually, that's fine. What's your last name?" You said without hesitation, "I have been wandering in the human world for a few years. I saw that everyone has a name, so I gave myself a surname, Zhang, and a given name, Mu." Bodhi Patriarch looked surprised. He didn't expect you to give him a name. Another unexpected variable. Apparently he wants to give you a name. The master said, "This name is just something you chose at random. It cannot be taken seriously. People's names are given by their parents. Since you have accepted me as your master, I am also your parent. How about I give you a name? You never thought the other party would do this. It's just a name. Is there any meaning behind it? Although you don't understand the reason, you know that you should follow the other party's way now, so you nodded." The master smiled and said, "Although your body is ugly, you look like a monkey eating pine cones. I will give you a surname based on your body, and I want to give you the surname. Without the animal radical of the character, it is Gu Yu. Gu means old, and Yu means yin. Old yin cannot nurture, so it would be better to give you the surname Mao. The character Mao is without the animal character, so it is a child. Zi means a boy, and Xi means a baby. It fits the basic theory of infants. I will give you the surname Sun." You nodded in agreement. The master continued, "There are 12 characters in my school, namely Guang, De, Ji, Hui, Zhen, Ru, Xing, Hai, Ying, Wu, Yuan, Ju. You are the 10th generation disciple. It is your turn, so it is the character Wu. How about giving you the Dharma name Sun Wukong?" You say, "Thank you, Master, for the name." You became a disciple of Bodhi Patriarch and began your practice. I thought that Bodhi Patriarch would teach you some great magical power, or the way to immortality. After all, he was the one who had been plotting against me to come here to learn from him. But who knows what will happen? Bodhi Patriarch only teaches you how to sweep, clean, respond, and maneuver, practice calligraphy, and burn incense every day. You are speechless, but since the other party has arranged this for a purpose, you start your retirement life. Anyway, you are not in a hurry, there are people who are more anxious than you. In my spare time, I would sweep the ground, hoe the garden, plant flowers and prune trees, look for firewood to light the fire, and carry water to transport pulp. I had everything I needed. Spring went and autumn came, and I spent 6 or 7 years in the cave without realizing it. The Bodhi Patriarch who had been secretly observing you was somewhat confused when he saw you like this. Seeing that you were not in a hurry at all, he could no longer bear it. One day, he gave a sermon, and you and your fellow disciples listened attentively in the audience. The master suddenly asked, Wukong, how long have you been in the cave? 7 years. Bodhi Patriarch pretended to sigh, it's been 7 years. What do you want to learn from me now? You laughed in your heart. The old man couldn't help but reply calmly, as long as you respect my teachings, I will learn from you. Bodhi Patriarch smiled and said, there are 360 side paths in the Dao. All of them have positive results. I wonder which one you are studying. It is up to the master. The disciple will obey with all his heart. Patriarch Bodhi said, how about I teach you the way of the word shu? You are somewhat puzzled, how do you say the way of the art? The ancestor said, in the art school, there are some people who ask the gods to help them, ask for divination and cast yarrow stalks, and know the principles of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. You may not think this explanation is that great, but you have been tricked anyway, so you should learn some real skills. Can you achieve immortality like this, you ask? Patriarch Bodhi smiled and shook his head, no. No. You said, I won't learn. I won't learn. Patriarch Bodhi continued, how about I teach you the way of the word quiet? You ask, what is the true fruit of the Jing sect? Patriarch Bodhi continued to smile and shook his head, this is to rest and guard the grain, be quiet and do nothing, meditate, abstain from speech and fast, or practice sleeping skills, or practice standing skills, and enter into meditation and seclusion. When you hear this, you will think, wow, isn't this just becoming a monk? You asked, can this also lead to longevity? Bodhi Patriarch shook his head, no. No. No, no. You said immediately. Patriarch Bodhi continued, how about I teach you the way of the word movement? You said, what about the way to move the door? Bodhi Patriarch said, this is a method of doing something, such as taking yin to replenish yang, climbing a bough and stepping on a crossbow, rubbing the navel to pass the qi, using prescriptions to prepare medicines, burning grass and beating a cauldron, taking red lead, refining autumn stone, and taking women's milk. You are a little stunned. Why are all their abilities so mediocre? Is this Bodhi Patriarch really any good? You asked doubtfully, can you achieve immortality if you do this? Patriarch Bodhi continued to shake his head, no, no. Then I won't learn. I won't learn. You immediately refused. However, this time, Bodhi Patriarch put away his smiling face, jumped down from the high platform, held a ruler in his hand, pointed at you and said, you monkey, you don't learn this, you don't learn that, what are you going to do? He hit you on the head 3 times, put his hands behind his back, walked inside, closed the middle door, and left everyone behind. You pouted your lips indifferently, not taking it seriously. Your fellow disciples scolded you, but you ignored them and went to sleep happily. You were sleeping soundly at night, but you didn't know that Bodhi Patriarch was still quietly waiting for your arrival in the room, completely unaware that you hadn't figured out his secret code. Chapter 125. The next morning, Patriarch Bodhi looked at you with resentment and called you into his room. He gave a lecture and began to really teach you the skills. Bodhi Patriarch tells you about the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang and the 72 transformations of the earthly fiends, and asks you which one you want to learn. You naturally know that the Tian gang numbers cannot be compared with the Dishan numbers, and you answered without hesitation that you want to learn the Tian gang 36 transformations. This answer made Bodhi Patriarch's heart jump again, but he couldn't take back what he had said, so he could only teach you the 36 changes of the heavenly gang. So you begin your true spiritual journey. In the blink of an eye, many years have passed. You have memorized the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang, and everything in the world can be transformed. Not only that, in the past few years, you also asked Bodhi Patriarch for a method of flying in the clouds, called the somersault cloud. With this method, one somersault can allow one to cross a distance of 108,000 miles, which is a great supernatural power. After learning these two skills, you are still not satisfied, so you pester Bodhi Patriarch and ask him to teach you a few more methods. The result is obvious. Patriarch Bodhi did not teach you, and you are a little disappointed. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. You have been immersed in cultivation every day and no longer show off your abilities in front of others. This made Bodhi Patriarch very anxious. How could he drive you away if you didn't make any mistakes? Another dozen years have passed, and Patriarch Bodhi can no longer hold back. If you don't leave now, the next arrangements will be delayed. He calls you over and tells you that your practice has been completed and you can return home after learning what you have learned. You righteously refused, Master, I will never forget your kindness. I have no parents, so I will stay in the mountains to serve you and repay your kindness. Bodhi Patriarch was determined to drive you away, and you had no choice but to do as he wished. Before he left, he also told you not to mention his name outside, otherwise he would make you suffer. You agreed and returned to Huguo Mountain. In the days that followed, you were free and at ease. You went to the Dragon Palace to get weapons, and you made trouble in the underworld and tore up the Book of Life and Death. Your actions caused the Heavenly Court to send troops to attack you. You fought against the Heavenly Army and caused a big disturbance at the Peach Banquet. Eventually, you were suppressed by the Tathagata of the West Heaven and sealed under the Five Elements Mountain for 500 years. After all the calculations, you embarked on the path planned for you by the gods and Buddhas, and began your journey to the west to obtain Buddhist scriptures and protect a monk. You still have resentment in your heart, and you have been hiding it in your heart and dare not reveal it. With your current strength, you can't resist the gods and Buddhas. Eventually, the group heading west grew larger, and the monk accepted 2 more disciples. During one of your journeys to the west, a monkey who looked exactly like you appeared and also called himself Sun Wukong. You sensed that this was another conspiracy against you, and used all your magical powers to try to kill this impostor. However, this monkey's abilities were no different from yours, and he knew the 36 transformations of the heavenly gang and the somersault cloud. You should fight from heaven to hell and heaven. All the gods and immortals are silent watching this scene. Looking at the expressions of the gods and Buddhas, you understood clearly. Apart from the majority who really couldn't tell the difference, there were still a few who could tell the real one between the two of you, but they chose to remain silent and pretend not to know. Finally, the two of you fought and came to the Tathagata in the west. You thought that since you were half Tathagata, he would help you. But who knew that Tathagata would point at you and say that you were fake and the other person was real? Before you could say anything, a golden bowl fell from the sky and grabbed you. You struggled desperately, but you were too weak to do anything. Your own abilities were constantly sealed inside, and you turned into an ordinary monkey. In the end, you died tragically under the stick of the counterfeit. Talent 9 reincarnations activated. You can choose to be reborn at a time point you've experienced. Zhang Mu was speechless. He looked at the description and thought carefully, then chose the time point to be reborn. After some time. In the end, you died tragically under the stick of the counterfeit. Talent 9 Reincarnations activated. You can choose to be reborn at a time point you've experienced. Zhang Mu refused to believe it and was reborn several times, but the final result was the same: he died at the hands of that impostor. He felt a strong sense of malice directed against him. After being reborn again, Zhang Mu chose to stay in Huiguo Mountain. As a result, the other party couldn't bear it anymore and secretly killed Zhang Mu and replaced him with an impostor. Zhang Mu was completely speechless. Those guys deserved to die. After being reborn again, Zhang Mu chose to follow the other party's arrangements this time. He stayed in hiding until he completed his studies and returned home. He did not go to the East Daxia Sea to get weapons, and he was always on guard against the underworld's evil spirits who would take his soul away. After decades of peace, the gods came to cause trouble, directly saying that Zhang Mu was a demon monkey, and sent troops to attack him. Faced with this situation, Zhang Mu was helpless and could only fight back. The result was predictable, and he died again. Grass. Zhang Mu cursed, "I am the son of destiny, why are you targeting me like this? What's going on with Fang Tiandao? If the child of destiny can be killed, is he still the child of destiny?" In the end, all 9 chances of rebirth were used up, and Zhang Mu still couldn't find a way out. For the first time, I felt that so many talents were just for show and completely useless. At the moment when he was about to lose consciousness, Zhang Mu shouted in his heart, "Daddy, save me!" The scene changed. Zhang Mu was reincarnated into the reincarnation world. Since he was already a 6th level reincarnator, his memory was quickly awakened without the system's intervention. Tisk tisk, it really is a stone, it was a tree for more than 1,000 years last time, and now it wants to be a stone again, oh. Zhang Mu felt helpless looking at his stone body. However, the most urgent task is to find a way to break the impasse. In the simulation, I had no system help and was always killed by the impostor. Now that I have entered the reincarnation world, I can only rely on the system to turn the situation around. System, is there a hang this time? Zhang Mu asked expectantly. Yeah, you did not disappoint him. Ding. Detected that the host is about to be plotted against by the gods and Buddhas, began to distribute life-saving gift packages. Open? Open. Zhang Mu couldn't wait to say, it turned out that his dad really loved him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a portion of Pangu's blood essence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6 pure bamboos, fake. Needless to say, Pangu's blood is definitely a treasure. As for the 6 pure bamboos, Yayu doesn't have the original one, only imitations. But even if it is a imitation, it is definitely the most powerful weapon in this world. 6 pure bamboo roots, fake. Its prototype is the innate spiritual root, bitter bamboo. 6 pure bamboo roots can seal the 6 senses, eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. The sealed one can only be slaughtered by others. Although it is a replica, it can still exert most of its power. Pangu essence and blood, after fusion, it can greatly strengthen the bloodline to trace the root of the bloodline in the body. It has the effect of atavism and awakening, strengthening the foundation, improving qualifications, and many other wonderful uses. After reading the introduction, Zhang Mu's eyes lit up. What a great stuff! Chapter 126. System, how can I use this Pangu blood essence? I am still a piece of stone now. Zhang Mu asked. Ding. Host, don't worry. After the host transforms, the system will automatically help the host merge and block all abnormal phenomena so that it will not be discovered by the gods and Buddhas. Zhang Mu understood. Then wait until I'm born. He began to work hard to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon for cultivation, but due to the lack of skills, his strength improvement was slow. System. Zhang Mu called out bitterly. Ding. An unknown error has occurred. The host will now be compensated and given a gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-9 mysterious arts. With the help of the martial arts, Zhang Mu's cultivation began to improve rapidly. He had learned from previous simulations that he was safest before he transformed, and there was no need to worry about the gods or Buddhas causing trouble. So we have to take advantage of this period of time to develop rapidly. He has decided. He will not come out into the world unless he reaches a very high level of cultivation. Journey to the west, I became a saint in the stone embryo. Time flies, and Zhang Mu's cultivation improves rapidly. At this time, the person with authority who reincarnated into this world with Zhang Mu was targeted by the heavenly Dao. Either they will be reincarnated as an animal, a weed, or they will die in the womb. Only a few privileged people were able to survive the targeting of heaven and be born successfully. But even if you are born successfully, it is not easy to survive in this world. Demons are rampant and gods and Buddhas do not care about worldly affairs. Many people with authority were killed by demons before they could grow up and turned into meals. The heavenly Dao of the main world also discovered that he had misjudged the level of this world, and immediately raised the alert line, and ordered those who had returned from death not to reincarnate in that world again. After the return of the authority holders, they all complained about the world after learning the truth, but they could not curse the heaven, as that would be courting death. So I can only regard it as a loss I suffered in vain. After recalling all the reincarnated people, Tiandao of the main world glanced at the world of journey to the west with some reluctance to leave. If this world could be conquered, it would be a great boost to it. But now it is in a stalemate with the grey fog world and does not dare to provoke two powerful enemies at once. So we can only remember the world coordinates for now and invade again later. The heavenly Dao of the journey to the west world also intended to devour the main world, but it was at the critical moment of its own promotion and could not spare the effort, so it gave up after thinking about it. For the time being, the two worlds will not provoke each other. It's just that the main world seems to have forgotten someone, and the heavenly Dao of the journey to the west world has also forgotten someone. That's right, this person is Zhang Mu. Because he is the child of destiny, Zhang Mu replaced the original Ling Ming stone monkey. This is why the journey to the west did not notice Zhang Mu's difference and treated him as one of their own creatures. The main world also ignored Zhang Mu's existence because of this talent. This caused the main world to believe that all reincarnated beings had been recalled. As the protagonist of this incident, he was unaware of all this. Time flies. Zhang Mu didn't know how long he had been hiding in the stone. Anyway, he was very powerful now, definitely stronger than his simulated self. The gods and Buddhas in the sky were also confused because Zhang Mu did not come out to the world. Hasn't that immortal stone in Huiguo mountain given birth to a living being yet? Tathagata asked. Guanyin counted with her fingers and said, I will report to the Buddha, he has not yet transformed. Tathagata frowned, having a bad feeling, so many years have passed, it should have transformed. Who are you waiting for to check it out? See if there are any unknown variables that affect the subsequent journey to the west. The Buddhas looked at each other in bewilderment. Now that the great catastrophe was approaching, many people did not want to be involved in it. Seeing this, Tathagata said nothing more and said to Guanyin, Venerable Guanyin, you should go. You will have to guide the subsequent arrangements. Guanyin nodded, I will obey the command. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared from here. Soon he arrived at the flower fruit mountain, looked at the stone on the top of the mountain, turned into a white monkey, and fell to the mountainside. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly felt that someone was spying on him. Haha, so they really sent someone to check. But what's the use of checking? As long as I don't come out, you can't do anything to me. Zhang Mu thought to himself that this was the result of practicing 10 lives. Soon a white monkey appeared on the top of the mountain and entered Zhang Mu's sight. White monkey! Oh my goodness, it's you again! Zhang Mu was so angry when he saw this figure. In the simulation, He had a mental breakdown because of this monkey, and now he showed up directly. My goodness, in the simulation, I couldn't see your identity clearly because my cultivation was too low. Now I am no longer the same person I used to be. Show me the eye of destiny. Character, White Monkey, Avalokitesvara. Status, Bodhisattva in Buddhism. Strength, Daluo Jingxian. One thing to mention is that this Daluo is not the same as Daluo. Just think of this journey to the West world as a beggar's version of the prehistoric world. Magic weapons, jade bottle, purple gold bell, 9-rank lotus platform, purple bamboo basket. Looking at the displayed information, Zhang Mu secretly clicked his tongue. He was actually a Daluo Jingxian. No wonder he couldn't see much information in the simulator. Even if the self in the simulator is born naturally, when he is born, his strength will probably be beyond the level of a mortal body. Later, due to the unknown means of the white monkey, his cultivation was completely lost, and even his body was reduced to the level of a mortal. The realms in this world are divided into the stages of chi refining and tribulation transcendence, after which one reaches the realm of immortal. They are human immortal, earthly immortal, celestial immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tei golden immortal, Daluo golden immortal, and quasi-sage. Although it is a beggar's version of the prehistoric world, it is still considered a high-level world among the heavens. The main world was promoted to a world comparable to the prehistoric world only after it controlled many low, medium and high worlds. This shows how terrifying the prehistoric world is. Zhang Mu practiced inside the stone for so many years before his strength reached the level of a celestial being. It's just the heavenly fairyland, keep hiding. Zhang Mu thought to himself. At this time, the white monkey was getting closer and closer to Zhang Mu, and seemed to have the urge to touch Zhang Mu. Is this Guanyin trying to explore my body? Zhang Mu suddenly felt something was wrong. The strength of the golden immortal can definitely detect me inside. If my cultivation is exposed, it will be hard to predict what will happen. System. When you are in doubt, the system is the boss. Ding. An unknown strong enemy is detected approaching. Automatic shielding mode is activated to isolate all detection. Ye Yu also took action immediately. He was very envious of the origin of the rules of this world. One world was worth hundreds of other worlds, so he couldn't let other systems get away with it. Now that he was here, the origin of the rules of this world was his. Chapter 127. The power of rules formed an invisible barrier that enveloped Zhang Mu. The white monkey quickly walked in front of Zhang Mu, pretending to be an ordinary monkey, jumping and touching the stone. After a while, the white monkey let go and left. Zhang Mu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his uncle was there, which helped him avoid being exposed. When I reach the highest level of cultivation, I will surprise everyone when I appear in the world. The immortal stone should soon give birth to a living being. I have to make all the preparations in Huiguo Mountain first. Guanyin thought in her heart. She had just explored the fairy stone and found nothing unusual, so she didn't care too much about it. Instead, she prepared to arrange all subsequent matters in Huiguo Mountain. Time flies, and decades have passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Mu was still hiding on the top of the Huiguo Mountain, while Guanyin was quietly waiting on the Huiguo Mountain. However, as year after year passed, the fairy stone still did not burst, which made her a little anxious. The cultivation level of a Xianxian is not enough. You need to be at least a Daluo. And to fight against the gods and Buddhas in the sky, you need to be a quasi-sage to be qualified. A Daluo can only protect himself. Zhang Mu sensed his own cultivation level and continued to hide. Spring goes and autumn comes, and another 100 years has passed. This time, Guanyin really couldn't sit still, and immediately ran to the top of the mountain to check. The result was the same as the first time. She found nothing abnormal when touching the inside of the fairy stone. Everything remained the same. Every time she checked it, the fairy stone gave her the illusion that a living being would be born in a few years. How strange! Guanyin was a little upset and wanted to discuss the matter with Tathagata, but when she thought that if she asked someone for help, the first share of merit would have to be shared with others, she gave up the idea and decided to wait a few more years. More than 10 years passed, and the fairy stone remained the same. Guanyin knew that the matter had to be reported. Unknown variables appeared before the journey to the west even began. He suspected that someone was secretly trying to prevent the fairy stone from transforming. Guanyin returned to Lingshan and told Tathagata about this matter. Tathagata frowned after hearing it. Who dares to stop my great plan for the Western Paradise? Aren't you afraid of the consequences and the burning fire of karma? Could it be that the people behind the Dao sect intervened? Guanyin guessed. After much thought, Tathagata concluded that this was the only possibility. After all, the purpose of the journey to the west was to promote Buddhism and suppress Taoism. Only Taoism had a reason to sabotage the journey to the west. We had agreed on the stakes at the beginning. Many people from the Dao sect also participated in the westward journey and wanted to share a piece of the pie. Do you want to raise the stakes at this critical moment? Tathagata was very angry. Please wait here. I will go talk to the Taoists. Tathagata sighed. The journey to the west was imminent, and if the Taoist sect wanted to raise the stakes, he had no choice but to agree. Otherwise, the plan could not be carried out and no one would get any benefits. It doesn't matter to the Taoists, but it does not matter to the Buddhists. Tathagata is still hoping that this catastrophe will make Buddhism flourish and surpass Taoism in one fell swoop. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know how many years it will take for such an opportunity to appear again. The way of heaven is not to be promoted casually. Tathagata quickly found the Taoists and went straight to the point, saying that he could increase the stakes for the Taoists, but it had to be within a certain range. The people in the Taoist sect were a little confused, but they had to take the benefits that were delivered to their doorstep. Although they didn't know what was going on, they all started to ask for a huge amount of money. Tathagata was furious. After several days and nights of bargaining, he finally shut up the Taoist people and stopped them from causing trouble. Although the Taoists didn't know what Tathagata was talking about, they all patted their chests and promised that they would never do anything evil. Only then did Tathagata feel satisfied and returned to Lingshan. The matter has been settled. The Taoists will no longer interfere with the journey to the west. Please, Venerable Guanyin, continue to wait in Huiguo Mountain. Tathagata said to Guanyin. As you wish. Guanyin nodded, and went back to Huiguo Mountain to wait. At this time, Zhang Mu had no idea what was happening in the outside world, and was still practicing peacefully in the fairy stone. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years have passed. Zhang Mu's cultivation has reached the golden immortal level. At this level, it is unrealistic to want to improve his strength quickly. It takes time to slowly hone the subsequent realms. At this moment, he is still the spiritual stone monkey. He is much higher than some creatures, but not at the top level. Therefore, it is a bit difficult to practice in the golden immortal realm. In the simulation, when he was causing havoc in heaven, he consumed countless elixirs before he was able to reach the level of Tai Jingxian, which shows that the spiritual stone monkey's background was far behind. However, I still have a portion of Pangu's blood essence. Once it is integrated, my qualifications will be improved, so there is no need to worry. Zhang Mu thought to himself that the system was his safest guarantee. At this time, after waiting for such a long time and seeing no movement from the fairy stone, Guanyin went back to report to Tathagata. When Tathagata heard this, he became angry and immediately went to the door. Didn't you promise not to interfere with the journey to the west? Why are you still interfering? My Buddhist sect has already given so much merit to the Taoist sect. Aren't you satisfied? Tathagata questioned everyone in the Dao sect. Faced with this unfounded accusation, the Taoists were also angry. Tathagata, you are not regretting because you gave us too much benefit? We have never taken action. Don't think that you can make us spit out the benefits we have taken just by accusing us of a false crime. Why didn't the immortal stone give birth to any life without your help? Apart from the Taoist sect, who dares to interfere with the prosperity of our Buddhist sect? Tathagata laughed angrily. Who knows? What if it's you Buddhists who are directing and acting this out, and your purpose is to make us Taoists give in? Anyway, we will never give in, otherwise no one will get any benefits, and the journey to the west will not proceed. The Taoist snorted coldly. Tathagata was so angry that he cursed in his heart. Okay, I will stay here and guard you today until the immortal stone gives birth to a living being. Tathagata made up his mind and decided to keep an eye on it personally. The Taoist people ignored them and said, "Just stare at me, Tathagata." They have never taken any action anyway, so they are not panicked at all. Tathagata himself was keeping an eye on the Taoist people here, and sent a message to Guanyin to go to Huaguo Mountain to continue waiting. Soon another 100 years passed. There was still no movement from the fairy stone. Guanyin went to check on the condition of the fairy stone more than once over the years, but no matter how she checked, she found nothing unusual. After Tathagata learned the news, he knew that it was not the Taoist sect that was responsible this time. After all, he had been keeping an eye on the Taoist sect members here. With his level of cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for them to hide the truth from him and take action secretly, so he returned to Lingshan. Who on earth is trying to stop my Buddhist plan? Tathagata roared in his heart, not doubting for a moment that the immortal stone itself did not want to be born. Zhang Mu just practiced peacefully like this. Anyway, as long as you can't find anything on me, I will never come out. Chapter 128. So, Zhang Mu survived for another 300 years. It was only after these years of practice that Zhang Mu's cultivation improved a little and he barely reached the late golden immortal level. If you are not a top-level practitioner, it will be too slow. If you have the help of elixirs, it will be much faster. Zhang Mu thought of the pills he had taken when he caused havoc in heaven in the simulation. That is a real elixir, otherwise it wouldn't have allowed the simulated self to increase his cultivation by several levels at that time. Let's stay here for a while. I don't know if those guys can wait in time. Zhang Mu smiled secretly. Just as he had guessed, Tathagata could no longer wait. As long as Zhang Mu did not come out, the catastrophe would not come and would be postponed. The consequence of this is that merits and virtues will be constantly consumed by the catastrophe. As a result, the longer it is delayed, the less merits and virtues Buddhism will ultimately gain. Tathagata decided to force the immortal stone to give birth to living beings. So he took action secretly, transforming his cultivation into pure energy and continuously inputting it into Zhang Mu's body. Feeling the sudden enlightenment of cultivation, Zhang Mu's eyes lit up. What a good thing! Originally, if he wanted to improve his cultivation quickly, he could only do it slowly without external support. But now, the external force has come. Zhang Mu turned on his suction power to the fullest, madly absorbing the pure cultivation transmitted by Tathagata. When Tathagata sensed such a huge suction force, he was stunned, but for the sake of his journey to the west, he could only painfully contribute his hundreds of years of hard practice. You have to know that this is the infusion of cultivation at the quasi-saint level. Zhang Mu's strength increased rapidly. He reached the peak from the late golden immortal stage, and then broke through the golden immortal stage and reached the early Ta'i golden immortal stage. Not enough. Give me some more. Zhang Mu sucked it greedily. He would not indulge in the cultivation that was delivered to him for free. As Zhang Mu absorbed more and more, Tathagata also began to feel frightened. How could this be a bottomless pit? Even after absorbing so much of his cultivation, the immortal stone didn't move at all. He quickly stopped transmitting his cultivation. Zhang Mu secretly thought it was a pity, but he smiled as he saw that he had reached the middle stage of Ta'i Golden Immortal. So cool. After this incident, Tathagata no longer dared to transfer his cultivation power at will to force the immortal stone to give birth to living beings. He had already noticed that something was wrong. What was wrong was this immortal stone. After all, the energy from his cultivation was enough to allow the immortal stone to give birth to a living being. Zhang Mu also knew that he could not hide any longer. If he did not come out, people would probably come to his door and beat him up. Then, with the energy just transmitted by Tathagata, it became shaky. There was only a loud boom. The immortal stone on the top of Huaguo mountain finally burst. A stone monkey soared up to the sky, with two golden rays of light shooting out from its eyes, shooting towards the palace of heaven. The horrifying vision attracted the attention of gods and Buddhas, but Zhang Mu pretended he knew nothing and ran happily. After seeing this scene, Tathagata dispelled his doubts and nodded with satisfaction. You are finally born, and now it is Guanyan's turn to perform. Then Tathagata stopped paying attention. The stone monkey has been born, and the catastrophe is about to come. Go back and prepare yourself, and cooperate with the West Heaven to perform a play. The immortals smiled bitterly and shook their heads. At this time, Zhang Mu picked some leaves to cover his private parts. Although he could change his clothes, he had to do this in order to hide his cultivation level. He knew that the white monkey transformed by Guanyan was definitely waiting for him. Now I am only at the level of Tai Jingxian, and I cannot resist the calculations of gods and Buddhas at all. Only when I become a quasi-saint, can I jump out of the chess game, get rid of my status as a chess piece, and become the chess player myself. Zhang Mu thought so in his heart. The same is true of this side of heaven. In order to eliminate the karma between heaven and earth, a great catastrophe was created, and the son of destiny was forced to sacrifice himself to make up for it. This is really a good plan. After experiencing 10 lives, he already knew the purpose of why this world was doing what it was doing today. Damn it, you guys get to enjoy the good things while letting me, the one with the destiny, suffer, right? I'm the best at killing the sky. Zhang Mu suppressed his thoughts and went to the mountainside, where he saw the white monkey and a group of monkeys. As for why he doesn't leave Huaguo mountain, don't dream. The gods and Buddhas in the sky are watching him, and it is impossible for Tathagata to let him leave. Once I leave, wouldn't I be exposing my abnormality directly and attracting the prying eyes of gods and Buddhas? Therefore, he still followed the path of hiding. Since he couldn't hide in the fairy stone any longer, he would continue to hide in the flower fruit mountain. Survive as long as you can. Moreover, Guanyan is a Deluo Jingxian, and I am already in the middle stage of Tai Jingxian. Don't think that my cultivation level as a Tai Golden Immortal cannot make me a Deluo Golden Immortal. Looking at the magic weapon 6 roots pure bamboo in my sea of consciousness, Zhang Mu felt confident. With this innate spiritual treasure and his own Tai Golden Immortal cultivation, it is enough to seal a Deluo Golden Immortal. You're going to suffer from this. You plotted against me? I'll start with you. Zhang Mu looked at the white monkey in the distance with malicious eyes. The white monkey felt a chill on his back and felt that something bad was about to happen. Then he turned around and saw Zhang Mu in the distance. His eyes lit up and he began his performance. The steps were just as in the simulation, and Zhang Mu watched her performance as if he were watching a clown. However, this time Zhang Mu did not make trouble, but cooperated very well with Guanyan in acting. You scheme against yourselves, but how could I not also scheme against you? Who is the chess piece and who is the chess player? Everything is still undecided. With the cooperation of Guanyan, Zhang Mu easily became the Monkey King of Huaguo Mountain. And because of the cover-up of Yayu's power of rules, Guanyan could not discover Zhang Mu's cultivation level. Everything seemed so normal. In the days that followed, Zhang Mu began to practice in secret, but he had to avoid Guanyan's eyes, so his efficiency was really low. This time he also discovered the reason why his cultivation level regressed in the simulation. Surprisingly, they were the fruits that he usually ate. These fruits had been specially processed and could silently erase his cultivation and even demote his immortal body to a mortal one. It's really a well-planned plan. Zhang Mu couldn't bear it anymore. Since you have already taken action, don't blame me for being rude. He found a reason to let the white monkey come into his room. What treasure did the king say he wanted to show me? Guanyin asked, somewhat confused. Come in first and don't let other monkeys see it. This is a rare treasure. Come in and let me tell you about it. Zhang Mu smiled and waved. Although Guanyin didn't know what Zhang Mu was doing, she didn't take it to heart. She didn't think that Zhang Mu, who had just been born, could discover her identity. You have to know that she is a Daluo-Jingxian. What can a mere stone monkey do to her? What treasure is this, my king? Guanyin stepped forward. Zhang Mu closed the door, then walked up to her with his hands covered. He motioned for the latter to come closer. Guanyin leaned over without any precautions. Zhang Mu grinned and opened his hands. A miniature version of the 6 pure bamboos was in his palms. The next moment, the 6 pure bamboos grew larger, and Zhang Mu used all his strength to activate their power. Seal up! Guanyin, who was completely unprepared, opened her eyes wide and tried to resist, but in just a millisecond, the power of the 6 pure bamboos took effect on her. In an instant, Guanyin lost her 6 senses. What are the 6 senses? Naturally, they are eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. There is no need to explain the first 4. The body is the physical body, and the mind is the spirit, consciousness, and soul. So now even Guanyin, who is a golden immortal, can only be slaughtered by Zhang Mu after her 6 senses are sealed. Chapter 129. As the white monkey was sealed, its transformation technique became ineffective, revealing its original form. Zhang Mu looked at the Guanyin in front of him with a sneer. This is what happened to him because he plotted against her. You treat me as a chess piece, so now it's your turn to join the chess game I set up. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he lifted Guanyin's body and placed it in the corner. There is no rush now. He plans to refine Guanyin into a puppet and send it into Lingshan. A Daluo-Jingxian puppet will definitely produce extraordinary effects at critical moments. Yeah, you also understood what Zhang Mu meant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the powerful enemy. A special reward for a copy of puppetry. Zhang Mu was delighted and quickly checked the results. After seeing that the upper limit of this puppetry could actually be used to refine a quasi-saint, he immediately began to learn it. System, don't I still have a portion of Pangu's blood essence? I can use it now. Zhang Mu thought for a while and said. Now that he has been born and has removed all the spies around him, the next step is to seize the time to stay in Huiguo Mountain and improve his cultivation. My own spiritual stone monkey background is not enough, and it is difficult for me to make progress to the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Ding! Now starting to fuse Pangu's blood essence for the host. This process will be a little painful, please be prepared. Zhang Mu nodded in understanding. The next moment, he felt a tingling pain all over his body. His pupils kept shrinking and expanding, his eyes turned bloodshot, a terrifying aura continued to emanate from his body, and a huge shadow of a demon ape appeared in the sky. This is a phenomenon of atavism. Fortunately, Yayu took action to block the strange phenomenon so that the gods and Buddhas in the sky did not notice it. As time passed, Zhang Mu's aura continued to rise, and the shadow of the demon ape gradually merged into his body. Roar! Zhang Mu roared to the sky, releasing the pressure. Just the roar can make the space tremble. I don't know how long it took before the pain disappeared, and what followed was a refreshing comfort. Call! Zhang Mu exhaled and opened his eyes. After sensing his current level of cultivation, he couldn't help but feel happy. By fusing with a portion of Pangu's blood, his bloodline returned to its ancestral state, and he transformed from a spirit stone monkey into a chaos demon ape. This person has the potential to become a saint, and his cultivation has also advanced from the middle stage of Ta'i Golden Immortal to the early stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. When the three flowers gather at the top of the head, one will be immortal and will not enter the cycle of reincarnation and will live forever. This is the terrifying thing about the Deluo Jingxian. Zhang Mu grinned. The infinite power in his body made him feel a little swelled up, but when he thought of the many quasi-saints in this world, he suppressed his swollen heart. Now is not the time yet. I will wait until I am truly invincible in the world, then I can be as arrogant as I want. Don't worry, it's not time to show off yet. Continue practicing. No longer thinking about anything else, Zhang Mu began his peaceful practice. 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. Logically speaking, at this time, Zhang Mu should have gone to Xinyu Hezhu to learn from a master according to Tathagata's arrangement. But despite all the changes, Zhang Mu is still hiding in Huiguo Mountain. Over the years, Guanyin was also refined into a puppet by Zhang Mu. It's a puppet with intelligence. Because of Guanyin's protection, Tathagata was not suspicious and just thought that Monkey King Zhang Mu had not yet experienced the horror of birth, old age, sickness, and death. So I continued to wait. Another 100 years passed. Zhang Mu knew that if he didn't take action, Tathagata might come and check it out in person. So he embarked on the journey of learning skills from a master alone. Guanyin was also sent back to Lingshan by Zhang Mu as an undercover agent, and she would inform him in advance if there was any movement. 400 years of practice, coupled with the transformation of his footwork, has allowed Zhang Mu to reach the middle stage of Deluo Jingxian. Is it slow? Not slow. This is not the previous realm, but the Deluo Jingxian. To be able to advance to a small level in just 400 years, other golden immortals would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. This is just the result of hard training. If there is a panacea to help, the level of cultivation may be higher. This also made Zhang Mu more eager for Laozi's elixir. Decades passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Mu deliberately wandered around on the road and practiced for such a long time before arriving at Fangkan Mountain in Xinyu Hezhu. The following process is exactly the same as in the simulation. After becoming a disciple of Patriarch Bodhi, Zhang Mu knew that he owed a karma, but he could only do this as he was still weak now. Although he owed a debt of karma, he also learned many skills and supernatural powers from Patriarch Bodhi. And this time, since it was not a simulation, the skills learned were amplified 100 times by the system, becoming even more powerful. As for why no other skills were copied? Because skills can only be learned, skills are a kind of experience, a summary of ability. But as long as you learn it, you can trigger the system amplification. If it was a mental method, Zhang Mu actually copied one. After amplification, it transformed into Taisha Chaos Art. It is a method to become a saint. However, Yayu disagreed with Zhang Mu's speculation. Yayu felt that it might be that his current system level was not high enough. When his level was high enough, everything could be copied and everything could be plundered. Experience, skills, bloodline, all become mine. The road to system upgrade is long and arduous. Let's get back to the topic. Zhang Mu practiced in Fangkan Mountain for some years, and then was driven away by Bodhi Patriarch just like in the simulation. Zhang Mu was also happy and at ease. After all, one had to be careful when practicing under the nose of a quasi-saint. If it weren't for the systematic cover-up, Patriarch Bodhi would have discovered that there was something wrong with Zhang Mu's cultivation long ago. After returning to Huiguo Mountain, Zhang Mu began to live a secluded life again. Because in the days to come, he would be able to live in peace for at least a few hundred years before he would be troubled by the gods and Buddhas. This time with the Taisha Chaos Sutra, Zhang Mu's cultivation speed was even faster. After hundreds of years, his strength reached the perfection of Deluo Jingxian. Guanyin also sent news that Tathagata would join forces with the Heavenly Court to launch an attack today, and asked him to be prepared. Is it difficult? Zhang Mu's eyes gleamed with brilliance. His perfect cultivation as a golden immortal gave him the confidence to resist the gods and Buddhas. There are 5 quasi-saints in this world, namely Tathagata, Jade Emperor, Taishang Lajun, Zhenyuan Daxian and my master Bodhi Patriarch. The 5 quasi-saints put him under a lot of pressure, and he didn't know how many quasi-saints there were in secret, at least they had not appeared in the simulation. Forget it, just play a little trick with them to buy time. Zhang Mu shook his head. What he lacked now was time. Soon, the underworld's messenger arrived and took Zhang Mu's soul. He quickly withdrew all the defenses of his body and took the initiative to leave his body. Otherwise, with the strength of these yin chai, if they wanted to seduce the soul of the golden immortal, the recoil force would be enough to scare them to death. Stumbling all the way, Zhang Mu's soul arrived in the underworld. Sitting in the main seat was a figure with a ferocious look and an ominous aura. It turned out to be the King of Hell, one of the 10 kings of Hell. I take care of all living things. If the King of Hell tells him to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, he won't live to see 5 o'clock. The King of Hell said majestically. Chapter 130. Sun Wukong. Your lifespan has come to an end. The King of Hell pointed at Zhang Mu and spoke. Zhang Mu grinned, my lifespan has ended? Since I have become an immortal, I have jumped out of the 3 realms and am no longer in the 5 elements. The underworld can't control me. How dare you? Capture this demon monkey for me. The King of Hell slammed the gavel, and a group of ghosts attacked Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu laughed inwardly and continued to act with them. But in a moment, all the evildoers were knocked to the ground. He jumped in front of the King of Hell and said, Old King of Hell, today I will let you know that there are some people you cannot offend. You. The King of Hell glared angrily. Zhang Mu glared at him and slapped him a few times. Mercy, mercy. The King of Hell quickly flattered him with a fawning look on his face. Please calm down, immortal. We have arrested the wrong person. You arrested the wrong person? Didn't you just say that my lifespan was over? How come you arrested the wrong person now? Zhang Mu said with a teasing look. The King of Hell was speechless and cursed in his heart. If he wasn't acting, how could it be your turn, a monkey, to run wild in the underworld? Zhang Mu stopped teasing him. Bring me your life and death books. This. The King of Hell was a little hesitant, but thinking that his purpose was to make Zhang Mu make a mistake, he immediately asked someone to bring the Book of Life and Death. He felt that given the nature of monkeys, they would definitely make random changes, and then the heavenly court would take action. Zhang Mu glanced at him, wondering what he was thinking. The moment you touch the Book of Life and Death, the system will give you a prompt. Ding! A copyable magic weapon, the Book of Life and Death, has been detected. Do you want to copy it? Copy. Zhang Mu said in his heart. Ding! The copy was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Book of Life and Death. Ding! The Book of Life and Death triggers 100-fold amplification and transforms into the Book of Life and Death. Although the name did not change, its power became many times stronger. In this way, Zhang Mu got a treasure for free. Then he copied the judge's pen in the same way. After all, these 2 items are a set of magic weapons. After finishing his business, he pretended to look through the things and then returned them to the King of Hell. Well, since you've caught the wrong person, I'm leaving now. Zhang Mu patted his butt and left, leaving Yan Wang with a confused look on his face. No, big brother, why don't you tear up the Book of Life and Death? If you don't tear it up, how can I file a complaint? How can the heavenly court have a reason to punish you? Before leaving, Zhang Mu took a look into the depths of the underworld, where he felt a powerful aura. It is probably another quasi-saint. Tisk tisk, this underworld is not a place to just sit there and do nothing. It looks weak on the surface, but there are probably many powerful people hiding behind the scenes. Zhang Mu no longer paid attention to it, and soon his soul left the underworld and returned to Huaguo Mountain. He casually set up a concealment barrier, then opened his hand and a book emitting a cold and chilly aura appeared. Hiss, this thing is incredible. Even my body of a Deluo Jingxian feels uncomfortable. After the amplification, it has probably transformed into the level of an innate treasure. Zhang Mu took out the judge's pen again and looked at it carefully. Then he began to refine these two magic weapons. With the support of these two magic weapons, his combat power became even stronger, and he accumulated some foundation for future battles. Because Zhang Mu did not cause a big disturbance in the underworld, he did not go to the Dragon Palace in the East Daxia Sea to get the Ruyi Jing Guibang. There was no reason for heaven to cause trouble for Zhang Mu. This gave the Jade Emperor a headache. After all, the show had to go on. He asked the immortals if there was any other way. Taibei Jingxing rolled his eyes and stepped forward and said, Jade Emperor, why don't you invite him to heaven to serve as an official? Recruit him as an official. The Jade Emperor was puzzled. Taibei Jingxing explained, the stone monkey has a wild temper. We give him a lowly official position. When he finds out the truth, he will be dissatisfied and make trouble in the heavenly palace. We will have a reason to take action. Then what official position should be given to him? The Jade Emperor asked. By Ma'an. Look at Ma's position. If anyone else ridicules him from the sidelines, he will surely be irritated. Taibei Jingxing smiled. The immortals thought it made sense, and the Jade Emperor also thought it was a good idea. Who will recruit him? Let me go. Taibei Jingxing volunteered. After all, as long as he participated, he could share some luck and merit. The Jade Emperor thought about it and agreed. It was someone else's idea, so there was no harm in giving him a little benefit. So Taibei Jingxing couldn't wait to go down to the human world. From time to time. Flower Fruit Mountain. Zhang Mu exited his cultivation state, his eyes looking into the distance. You came really quickly. Well, let's go to the Heaven Palace and steal the elixir. Zhang Mu licked his lips. In the distance, a figure descended from the sky and arrived at Huaguo Mountain. The king! The king! Taibei Jingxing shouted. Who is making noise here? Zhang Mu spoke. It's me, my king. Taibei Jingxing waved his hand. Oh? Who are you? Why are you calling me? Zhang Mu cooperated with him in acting. I am Taibei Jingxing. Taibei Jingxing? I don't know him. What do you want from me, old man? Zhang Mu asked. Taibei Jingxing's mouth twitched, but he didn't care and continued, I am here to recruit the king by order. Please go to heaven and serve as an official. God is an official. Seeing this, Taibei Jingxing immediately explained, fearing that the monkey would not understand and refuse, the heavenly court manages the three realms. As long as you serve as an official in the heavenly court, the creatures in the three realms will not oppose you for the sake of the heavenly court. You will also receive a salary every year, and you can participate in the Peach Festival from time to time and enjoy peaches. It can be said that there are many benefits. Looking at Taibei Jingxing's exaggerated words, Zhang Mu sneered in his heart. If he didn't know how the plot was going to develop, he would have really been fooled by him. But it just so happens that I also want to steal the elixir of Laozi. If you are an official in heaven, you might as well do things yourself. So he asked, is that true? Seriously? I will never deceive the king. Taibei Jingxing patted his chest and assured. Well, I will go to heaven with you. Zhang Mu nodded. Okay, then please follow me, your majesty. Taibei Jingxing said happily that he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The two soon arrived at the heavenly palace and met the Jade Emperor. Zhang Mudong looked around, acting like a person who had never seen the world before. Bold stone monkey, why don't you bow to the Jade Emperor when you see him? The immortals scolded. Zhang Mu was contemptuous in his heart. You are not qualified to make me worship you. We will be enemies in the future. Why should I be polite to you? The only person he could treat with courtesy was Patriarch Bodhi. If he dominated the three realms in the future, he could avoid fighting with him for the sake of their past kindness. After he has paid off his debts, he will be given an acre and 3 mu of land to support himself in his old age. Zhang Mu stood proudly in front of the Jade Emperor. Since you guys don't dare to turn against me now, what is he afraid of? Seeing this, the Jade Emperor also tried to smooth things over. This monkey was born with a natural disposition and it is understandable that he does not know etiquette. It is fine if he does not show courtesy when he sees me in the future. Now that the Jade Emperor has spoken, the immortals naturally have nothing to say. Sun Wukong, do you know the purpose of this trip? The Jade Emperor asked with a smile. Didn't you recruit me to be an official in heaven? Zhang Mu spoke. That's right. Since you are an official, you naturally have an official position. My dear ministers, can you see what official position is currently vacant? The Jade Emperor said hypocritically. Chapter 131. The immortals pretended to discuss, and after a while they said, report to the Jade Emperor, there are no vacancies in the official posts, big or small, except for the position of Bai Ma Wen, which has no immortal to fill. The Jade Emperor nodded and said to Zhang Mu, Sun Wukong, what do you think of this position of Bai Ma Wen? Is this position important? Zhang Mu asked hypocritically. This. The Jade Emperor was hesitant, and Taibei Jingxing quickly came out to explain, this is a good position, Your Majesty. You don't have to do anything every day. You just need to patrol the territory. The rest of the time you can relax and be comfortable. It is definitely suitable for you, Your Majesty. Zhang Mu nodded pretending to be happy, okay, then this is the position. The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction, and then officially issued a decree, appoint Sun Wukong as the Horse Warden of Heaven, commanding all the celestial horses in heaven. The immortals congratulated Zhang Mu with a smile, and Zhang Mu also greeted them with a smile. He naturally knew what these guys were up to. They will cry later. So Zhang Mu came to his territory to inspect the Pegasus, and after patrolling around, he began to meditate and practice. I have to say that the spiritual energy in heaven is really rich, and it is much faster to cultivate than in the lower realms. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, many immortals came to find fault and mock Zhang Mu in order to provoke him. But Zhang Mu would never fall for it. No matter how you mock me now, when a real fight breaks out, you'll just have to wait and see whether I will show any mercy. The Heavenly Court's strategy of recruiting officials gave Zhang Mu ample time to practice. As a person with a legitimate identity, as long as he does not cause trouble, neither the Heavenly Court nor the gods and Buddhas can do anything to him. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face of heaven and greatly reduce its prestige in the three realms. Today, Zhang Mu went out for a walk after patrolling as usual. In the past 100 years, he has basically become familiar with all the immortals in heaven, and the purpose of doing so is. Soon Zhang Mu arrived at the Tushita Palace. Old Master, I'm here to play with you. Zhang Mu pushed the door open with a smile. Taishang Lejun looked at the visitor helplessly. For 100 years, Zhang Mu came to chat with him every time he had nothing to do. No one knew what was wrong with him. What do we have to talk about? But Zhang Mu always looked very familiar and he couldn't drive him away. Lejun, aren't you bored making pills here every day? How about going out for a walk? Zhang Mu asked. Alchemy is not boring. Do you have anything to do with me today? Hey, look at what you said. Can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? You know, I came here to accompany you because you do the same thing every day and seem lonely. When Taishang Lejun heard this, his beard flew up in anger. What do you mean I'm lonely? You are the lonely one. I was happy without you, but now you bother him every day, no matter what, making him lose concentration while refining the elixir and almost causing the furnace to explode. Lejun, I heard that you are the best in the 3 realms in alchemy. Is that true? Zhang Mu rolled his eyes and said casually. Humph, of course, if I'm second in the 3 realms, no one dares to claim to be first. Taishang Lejun said arrogantly. Really? Do you have any elixirs that you have made? I have never seen what an elixir looks like. Take it out and show it to me. I'll broaden my horizons. Zhang Mu said with a grin. You monkey, are you planning to take my elixir? Taishang Lejun became alert and narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder he kept bothering him, it turned out that this was the purpose. Ahem. How could that be possible? I can't make any waves under your nose. I just want to take a look. You are not so stingy, are you? Or is your alchemy skill just a lie? You don't even have any stock in these years. Zhang Mu spoke. Haha, provocation doesn't work on me, but if you promise me that you won't bother me anymore, it's okay to show it to you. Taishang Lejun stroked his beard and said. Well, I promise you, as long as you let me open my eyes, I won't bother you anymore. Zhang Mu smiled and nodded, thinking in his heart, who would bother you now that I have the elixir? I'll just hide away and practice. Over the years, his realm has been stuck at the level of perfection of the Golden Immortal, which made him very uncomfortable. So Taishang Lejun stood up and took Zhang Mu into the innermost part of the Tushita Palace. It was full of his stock, elixirs innumerable. Look, see? These gourds are filled with the elixirs I made. Taishang Lejun pointed at the gourds on the surrounding shelves and said this with a proud look, with a slight intention of showing off. So many? Could they be parallel imports? Zhang Mu laughed, and this laugh immediately made Taishang Lejun so angry that he broke down. Humph, I won't bother with a monkey like you. Taishang Lejun waved his hand and a gourd from the shelf flew over. Then he opened the gourd, poured out a pill from it, and said, this pill will make any mortal who eats it instantly become an immortal. Zhang Mu quickly moved forward and tried to take it with his hands. Hey! I told you to just take a look, but not to touch it with your hands. Taishang Lejun hurriedly stopped him. Zhang Mu smiled awkwardly, and immediately thought in his heart, copy. Ding! The copy was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill. Ding! The 9 Revolutions Immortal Pill gains a 100-fold increase and transforms into the 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. Zhang Mu's mouth corners slightly raised. Don't touch it, then don't touch it. Anyway, the system can copy things as long as they are within a certain range. Well, this elixir does feel like what you said, but who knows if this is the only gourd that contains elixirs of this quality. Let me help you check if there are any smuggled goods mixed in with the other gourds. Zhang Mu quickly started to clear out the elixirs in the other gourds. As soon as he got close to the other gourds, he frantically shouted copy in his heart. Listening to the dense reminder sounds in his mind, his mouth was about to be crooked with laughter. This time he made a fortune. It was worth it that he had annoyed Taishang Lejun for 100 years before entering this place. The corner of Taishang Lejun's mouth twitched as he watched Zhang Mu running wildly in the room, but as long as he didn't do anything out of line, he would let him walk around. Anyway, I am here to supervise, so he can't make any waves. This is his confidence in his own ability. After a while, Zhang Mu copied all the elixirs in the room, and these elixirs were amplified 100 times, greatly improving their quality. Ahem, Lejun, do you have any particularly precious elixirs? Take them out and let me open my eyes. Zhang Mu came to Taishang Lejun and said that he was going to take his attention from the elixir on him. The elixir that Taishang Lejun can carry with him is definitely not comparable to the elixir placed in the room. No more. Taishang Lejun shook his head and wanted to send Zhang Mu away quickly. Old master, you are immoral. If you don't show it to me, I will come to you next time. Anyway, you broke the agreement first, so you can't blame me. Zhang Mu said shamelessly. Taishang face darkened. Okay, okay, I'm afraid of you, I'll keep an eye on you. So he took out some extremely high-quality elixirs from his body. These elixirs could greatly improve a quasi-saint's cultivation even if taken by them, and were enough to trigger a war in the outside world. Zhang Mu was overjoyed and immediately asked the system to copy. Anything else? Zhang Mu licked his face and continued to ask. What the hell? You really treat the elixir as candy beans? Taishang laughed angrily. Ahem, if it's gone, then it's gone. Why are you so angry? Then I'm leaving. Hurry up and leave. Taishang immediately drove them away. Zhang Mu didn't stay here any longer, he wanted to go back to practice. Chapter 132. Oh hoo hoo! Zhang Mu laughed out loud, it was so cool. After returning, he immediately practiced in seclusion. As for managing Pegasus, he could just create a clone. Inside the secret room, Zhang Mu took out a large amount of elixirs and poured them into his mouth. Not bad, it tastes delicious. Chewing the elixir in his mouth, as he swallowed it, it turned into huge amounts of energy that filled the meridians throughout his body. Zhang Mu hurriedly began to refine it. Another 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. He also ate up all the elixirs he got from Laozi. With the blessing of the elixir, his realm soared from the perfection of Deluo Jingxian to the late stage of Quasi-Sage. This breakthrough speed is really terrifying. We also have to thank Taishang for those high-quality elixirs, which are even more amazing with the system's enhancement. Call. Zhang Mu exhaled a breath of foul air, felt his own cultivation level and grinned. I feel completely safe. I am finally not a weakling anymore. His eyes gleamed as he pushed open the door of the secret room and went out. At this time, the heaven was a busy scene with all the immortals gathered. He calculated the timeline, it looks like it's time for the Peach Festival, Peach. Zhang Mu seemed to have thought of something and looked towards Pantao Garden. Anyway, given their personalities, they definitely won't treat me to a banquet, so I'll just go to Pantao Garden and eat and drink to my heart's content. He flashed and arrived at the peach garden. The first thing you see is the 7 fairies picking peaches here. Certainly. Zhang Mu used his magical powers to freeze the 7 fairies. Wait for me to copy it and then you can pick it slowly. So they began to sweep the peach garden. After all, it was a copy, so the Jade Emperor couldn't find it. Zhang Mu copied the peaches one by one and put them into the system space. In a short while, Zhang Mu had copied all the peaches, even those that were decades old. After all, they were all treasures after being amplified by the system. Heaven is such a wonderful place. Zhang Mu freed the 7 fairies from their control and then escaped. The 7 fairies did not notice anything unusual. It's because their cultivation is low. They are just minions in front of the quasi-saints and can be manipulated at will. When Zhang Mu went back to refine the peaches, the heaven is bustling with activity. But in this bustling scene, only Tathagata had a gloomy face. Since Zhang Mu was reincarnated into this world, he has been delaying time every time, and now it has been delayed for who knows how many years. Buddhism has lost so much merit in this, it would be strange if he was happy. When the Jade Emperor saw Tathagata's face that looked like his parents had died, he remained silent and just drank by himself. With the arrival of all the immortals, the Peach Festival officially began. Tathagata was eating peaches in a depressed mood. What used to be so delicious now tasted like chewing wax. If he hadn't been concerned about the Jade Emperor's face, he would have already started questioning the Jade Emperor what was going on. Hundreds of years have passed, and the monkey issue has not been resolved yet. The Jade Emperor waved to Taibei Jingxing, who immediately understood. Did the stone monkey know the news about the Peach Festival? Your Majesty, I have already sent someone to accidentally reveal it, but he was not angry at all, and even admitted that he was not strong enough to participate in the Peach Festival. Taibei Jingxing said helplessly. The Jade Emperor's face turned dark. He was now in a dilemma. Zhang Mu was totally not going to fall into their trap. They had no reason to take action. If they did so without any reason, it would be a slap in the face of the heavenly court. Now, the position he had given him had directly become his protective shield, so he could only put it on hold indefinitely. Don't you know to send someone to provoke him? Your Majesty, we have sent many people to provoke him over the years, but the stone monkey has no desires at all. He doesn't get angry even when we scold him. He even acts very familiar with the immortals, as if it's just a joke among friends. Tebe Jinxing was very helpless. No. The Jade Emperor was feeling annoyed and could only wait and communicate with Tathagata to see if the other party had any ideas. Soon the banquet ended and the immortals left, leaving only Tathagata alone. The Jade Emperor brought Tathagata to a courtyard. Your Majesty, why haven't you started implementing your plan yet? How many years have been wasted? Tathagata asked, frowning. Hehe, this matter cannot be blamed on the heavenly court. We have been looking for an opportunity, but that monkey is smart and clever and was not fooled at all. We have no reason to take action. The Jade Emperor said helplessly. No reason to take action. Tathagata was stunned and his face turned black. He continued, do we still need to find a reason? In the heavenly palace, isn't everything decided by your Majesty? A trumped-up charge is enough, so your Majesty, please act quickly. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor felt deeply moved. It turned out that Buddhism was the most dirty tricks. They looked glamorous on the surface, but the things they did behind the scenes were darker than the last. Got it. I will arrange it in the near future. I will need Zishan's cooperation then. Okay, then I'll wait for good news from your Majesty. Only then did Tathagata nod with satisfaction and leave the heaven. As Tathagata left, the Jade Emperor called a few people over and said, you guys throw some peaches to where the stone monkey is. Several people were stunned when they heard the words, then they understood the intention, so they immediately took a few remaining peaches and threw them at Zhang Mu's workstation. A grand meeting to catch stolen goods has begun. The Jade Emperor summoned all the immortals again and said he had something to discuss. As a secret signal was issued, a great immortal immediately ran out and said, report to the Jade Emperor, the peach garden in heaven has been stolen. How dare you? How dare you reach out to the heavenly palace? Where is the dignity of our heavenly palace? Can you find out who did this? The Jade Emperor was furious. We immediately blocked the exit of the heavenly palace and found the stolen peaches from Bai Ma Wen after a search. He took out a few peaches and played a video of the search, which showed that they were indeed found at Zhang Mu's workstation. However, everyone knows whether it is true or not. After all, it is full of loopholes. This is just an excuse for the heavenly court to deal with Zhang Mu. So all the immortals cooperated in acting. They angrily denounced Zhang Mu's crimes. A mere trumped-up charge was treated as a heinous crime by the immortals. Someone, come here. Capture this evil monkey for me. The Jade Emperor said, slapping the table. The heavenly soldiers and generals immediately rushed towards Zhang Mu's position. Zhang Mu was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was still happily refining the peaches to improve his cultivation. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and a group of hostile heavenly soldiers and generals appeared in his consciousness. The figure flashed and appeared in the outside world. Everyone, what do you want to do here? Zhang Mu asked with a frown. Sun Mukong, you stole the peaches. The evidence is irrefutable. I am here to arrest you in compliance with your order. The heavenly soldiers and generals scolded. I stole the peaches. Zhang Mu was stunned. How could he be discovered just by copying the peaches? Is there any evidence? He just didn't believe it. With his quasi-saint cultivation level, he would have been able to sense it if there was someone else next to him at the time. The heavenly soldiers and generals immediately used their magic power to play a scene. Looking at the content of the picture, Zhang Mu laughed and said that it was impossible for him to be discovered. It turned out to be a frame-up. I guess I've been hiding for too long and they can't wait any longer. However, he is already in the late stage of quasi-saint and is no longer afraid of them. Chapter 133. It's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone of a crime. Since the Jade Emperor is ready to turn against me, I have no choice but to resist. Remember, all of this is your choice. Zhang Mu's face turned cold, and he waved his hand, and 6 pure bamboos appeared in his hand. This thing is much harder than the golden hoop. Catch this evil monkey for me. The heavenly soldiers and generals immediately stepped forward. Zhang Mu swept across with 6 pure bamboo sticks in his hand. The terrifying power caused thousands of soldiers and horses to fly backwards. A mere heavenly soldier wants to take me down. You really don't take me seriously. Zhang Mu sneered and swung the stick in his hand, causing the wind in the sky to howl and shake. Seeing that Zhang Mu had already taken action, the Jade Emperor no longer had to worry about anything and immediately continued to send the immortals to capture him. Neza the third prince, Li Tianwang the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, quickly go and capture the demon monkey. As you wish. After receiving the order, the two of them immediately rushed to Zhang Mu's location. I saw an exquisite pagoda falling from above Zhang Mu's head. Town. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li recited the pardon order. The enormous pressure acted on Zhang Mu's entire body. He. Zhang Mu stood proudly. How could a quasi-saint level body be suppressed by a mere Linglong pagoda? Break. Zhang Mu's body shook, and all the restraints disappeared. Then he swung a stick towards the exquisite pagoda. Bang! Suddenly the pagoda broke into pieces, and Li Tianwang, the pagoda-bearing king, was stunned. Damn it, my pagoda was destroyed by just one stick? Without the Linglong pagoda, Li Tianwang's fighting power was greatly reduced. He was blown away with a stick. For a moment, his throat felt fishy and sweet, and he broke several pillars before he was able to stop. Seeing this, Neza immediately attacked Zhang Mu. Don't join in the fun, little brat. Zhang Mu swept with the stick again. Neza did not dare to be careless and used all his strength to resist, but the power of the stick was beyond his ability to withstand. Boom! Another figure flew backwards tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, the Jade Emperor's face changed as he looked at the situation. How could this demon monkey be so powerful? Logically speaking, he is at most at the Xianxian realm, and the Tai Golden Immortal Neza the third prince can easily defeat him. The plan has changed. Stop hiding your strength and quickly capture the demon monkey to prevent any further trouble. The Jade Emperor decided not to act anymore. If he continued, he didn't know how many of his people would be injured. As you wish. Upon receiving the order, the immortals quickly rushed towards Zhang Mu. For a moment, all the gods in the sky surrounded Zhang Mu. What catches your eye are the 28 constellations, the 9 stars and the 12 golden immortals. The immortals joined forces to try to suppress Zhang Mu in one fell swoop. That alone is not enough. Follow the laws of heaven and earth. Zhang Mu's body suddenly grew larger. No matter how many magical powers you use, I can break them with just one stick. Bang! With a sweep of the stick, all the immortals flew away. The Jade Emperor looked stunned. This monkey was becoming more and more abnormal. Moreover, so many of his men had been crippled. It was time for Buddhism to clean up the mess. He immediately sent a message to Tathagata. And Tathagata had been waiting for a long time. The Jade Emperor has finally taken action. All we need to do next is to suppress the stone monkey and eliminate its wildness. Then we can bring it back to Buddhism and proceed with the journey to the west. Tathagata thought happily and hurried towards the heaven. In just a moment, Tathagata travelled billions of miles to reach the heaven. Tathagata. Zhang Mu looked towards the distant horizon. Stop it, demon monkey! Heaven is not a place where you can run wild. Tathagata began his performance. Stop talking nonsense, if you want to fight, then fight. It's all just some high-sounding nonsense. I don't know how you can say it. Your poor acting skills make my eyes hurt. Zhang Mu pointed his stick at Tathagata, which was a good opportunity for him to test his current strength. Tathagata's mouth twitched. You are a very clever monkey, do you dare to bet with me? As from the channel. You. Zhang Mu no longer hesitated and swung his stick whistlingly. Tathagata quickly used his hands to block it. Bang! The powerful recoil force caused his body to retreat several thousand meters. Tathagata looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his face became solemn. He said no more and began to use his magical powers to suppress Zhang Mu. But Zhang Mu already has the cultivation base of the late quasi-saint stage, plus the 6 pure bamboos in his hands. He started fighting with him and forced Tathagata to retreat again and again. Such a scene stunned the Jade Emperor who was watching the battle. This demon monkey actually has the strength of a quasi-saint. After all, he could see that Tathagata was using all his strength. So, doesn't this mean that Zhang Mu has the strength of a quasi-saint? But this is too weird. How long has this demon monkey been around? Even if he was born with the strength of a celestial being, it is impossible for him to cultivate to the level of a quasi-saint in more than 1,000 years. Do you really think the later realms are just for show? Zhang Mu continued to suppress Tathagata, who looked very aggrieved. After only fighting for a while, he knew that he was not as strong as his opponent. Your Majesty, please lend me a helping hand. Unable to defeat them, Tathagata could only ask for help. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor nodded, and in a flash he joined the battlefield. It took the combined efforts of the 2 quasi-saints to turn the situation around. The immortals in the distance were stunned, and this battle also attracted the attention of all living beings in the 3 realms. Who is this person who dares to fight against Tathagata of the West and Jade Emperor of Heaven? Looking at the 3 realms, the Tathagata of the Western Heaven is in the late quasi-saint stage, and the Jade Emperor of Heaven is also in the late quasi-saint stage. To be able to fight against the 2 of them without losing, he must have reached the perfect quasi-saint stage. Tisk tisk, when did such a capable person appear in the 3 realms? What a pity! It's a pity indeed. Having offended 2 top forces at once, I'm afraid there will be no place for him in the future. I don't think so. If I had this level of cultivation, where in the world would I not be able to go? Haha, young man, do you think this man can leave alive? You know, that's the territory of the heavenly court. This person said meaningfully. Sure enough, not long after the battle started, many golden immortals came together to interfere with Zhang Mu. This made the latter feel extremely irritated. Look at my Haoshan mirror. The Jade Emperor waved his hand and a mirror appeared, with terrifying power shooting directly at Zhang Mu's face. Purple gold bowl. Tathagata also took advantage of the situation. A bowl flew to the top of Zhang Mu's head, and endless Buddha's light poured out, making his body unable to move, as if a mountain was pressing down on it. Court death. Zhang Mu roared towards the sky, and a huge demon ape body appeared in front of everyone. Roar! He slapped the purple gold bowl above his head away and punched the Jade Emperor. Boom! The Jade Emperor's body flew backwards for tens of thousands of miles, looking at Zhang Mu, who was emitting the aura of a demon, in disbelief. Chaos Demon Ape! Tathagata and the Jade Emperor spoke at the same time. After all, they were very knowledgeable and recognized Zhang Mu's true form at a glance. They couldn't understand why Zhang Mu, who was clearly just a follower of the Spirit Stone Monkey, had his true form as the Chaos Demon Ape. Wasn't this thing killed by the great god Pangu long ago? At this time, Zhang Mu began to deal with the Deluo Jinxian around him first. The fairies were startled and fled in haste. But how could they be faster than Zhang Mu? He hit the immortals with a stick and a slap each time, causing their bodies to shatter and their souls to be shaken. Even the Deluo Deo fruit was almost shattered. Chapter 134. The Jade Emperor took a breath and his eyes became stern. Monster monkey, heaven is not a place where you can run wild. What about the chaos demon ape? The great god Pangu was able to kill it, so I can kill it too. Come and try it. Zhongmuk waved his hand and swung a stick towards the Jade Emperor in the distance. Haoshan sword. All the status of the Heavenly Emperor has been bestowed upon me. In an instant, the Jade Emperor's aura soared dramatically. He was in the late stage of quasi-saint just now, but in the blink of an eye he reached the great perfection of quasi-saint. This is not over yet, his aura is still rising. Zhang Mu's expression was solemn, his eyes looked up to the sky. This was the Heavenly Dao taking action. After a while, the Jade Emperor's surging breath stopped. Zhang Mu felt a little bit of pressure. With the blessing of part of the Heavenly Dao, the Jade Emperor's cultivation reached the level of semi-saint. Even though he is only a half-saint, he is not comparable to a quasi-saint. The gap between the two is like an insurmountable chasm. Humph! Demonic monkey, give me your life! The Jade Emperor rushed forward with the Haoshan sword in his hand. The two men fought each other instantly. This time, it was Zhang Mu's turn to be at a disadvantage. However, he still fought back and forth with the Jade Emperor, relying on his skills and supernatural powers that were beyond this world. All he can do now is to keep delaying time. He doesn't believe that this method of improving his cultivation can last indefinitely. There must be a limit. I just need to hold on until that moment to regain the advantage. The aftermath of the battle between the two swept through the three realms, leaving the heavenly realm in turmoil. People outside were looking at the scene in the sky in amazement. All the living beings in the three realms were stunned. Strong men from all walks of life cast their eyes over. During the Goshokkan. This stone monkey actually has such abilities. If he is given some time to grow, I'm afraid no one in the three realms will be his opponent. Zhenyuan Daxian shook his head. The great catastrophe is coming, and heaven will not allow anyone who has fallen into it to escape, so Zhang Mu's fate has already been determined. Alas! What a pity, what a pity! Lingtai Fankan Mountain. Another variable. I never taught him such a powerful skill. Patriarch Bodhi shook his head as he watched Zhang Mu engaged in the battle. Since the stone monkey was born, variables have frequently appeared. My good disciple, the journey to the west is not something you can resist. For the sake of Buddhism's merits, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. Patriarch Bodhi swung his hand and launched a powerful attack directly at Zhang Mu in the sky. Tushita Palace in heaven. This stone monkey. Tai's Hanglajun was hesitating whether to take action. Finally, he made up his mind, swung his hand, and attacked directly at Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu, who was struggling at this time, was unaware of this. The next moment, two attacks came instantly, catching Zhang Mu off guard. Puff! Blood spread all over the sky and Zhang Mu's body flew backwards for tens of thousands of miles. The creatures in the three realms looked at this scene and despised the meanness of the heavenly court and Buddhism, but they did not dare to say it out loud and could only curse in their hearts. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Zhang Mu's laughter spread throughout the three realms. The lone figure standing between heaven and earth looks somewhat desolate. The immortals surrounded and attacked him, and he was isolated and helpless, and various powerful men were still launching sneak attacks in secret. If they were in this situation, they would have collapsed mentally long ago. Monster monkey, you deserve to die. You violated the heavenly law, injured the immortals, and caused chaos in the heavenly palace. Your actions are enough to make you die thousands of times. But considering that you are made of immortal stone and your intelligence is not mature yet, you would do such a thing unintentionally. I will abolish your cultivation and throw you into the heavenly prison. When you repent, you will be sent to another place to be punished. The Jade Emperor pointed his sword at Zhang Mu and his voice spread throughout the three realms, trying to make all living beings believe that this was the whole story. Zhang Mu ignored the Jade Emperor's fart and looked in the direction of Lingtai Fangkan Mountain. The two were billions of miles apart, but Zhang Mu could see it clearly. What a calculation, what a hypocrisy! I originally planned to let you go in the future because of our former relationship as master and disciple, but now with this blow, the cause and effect between you and me no longer exists. If we meet again in the future, the relationship between master and disciple will be hard to find again. Patriarch Bodhi did not take it seriously. They didn't take Zhang Mu seriously at all. He was just a chess piece on their chessboard. No matter how wildly he swore, it was nothing but impotent rage. Zhang Mu withdrew his gaze and looked towards the Jade Emperor. You are just relying on your status as a heavenly emperor. When your cultivation level declines, I will show you how I can kill you. Arrogant. Die. The Jade Emperor was furious and threw out the Haoshan mirror. With the blessing of his semi-saint cultivation, its power became even stronger. Holding the Haoshan sword, he slashed towards Zhang Mu. With the support of the two magic weapons, the Jade Emperor's combat power increased greatly. Zhang Mu not only had to resist his attacks, but also had to be on the lookout for sneak attacks from Tathagata, Patriarch Bodhi, Taishang Lejun, and others. The battle was so fierce that it was dark and chaotic. All the living beings within the three realms were staring intently, afraid of missing out on any big scene. This kind of war is rarely seen in tens of thousands of years. Since the last catastrophe, all the strong men have retired, but this time they all appeared one by one. Attacks continued to come from the darkness towards Zhang Mu in the sky. This made the latter feel increasingly depressed. Ding! The host is detected to be in danger of death, and the Xuxian sword formation is temporarily provided to the host for use. Ding! Because the power of this sword formation is too great, a portion of its power has been sealed. A heavenly sound rang in Zhang Mu's mind. The latter raised the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha! The laughter spread throughout the three realms, and all living beings thought that Zhang Mu was crazy, which was why they laughed so hard. But the next moment, Zhang Mu waved his hand and a loud voice was heard. Sword! Swoosh! The Xuxian sword, Luxian sword, Xianxian sword, and Zhuexian sword appeared in everyone's sight. When the Jade Emperor saw the shape of the sword clearly, he was shocked. Impossible! He quickly fled into the distance. Want to run? Too late. Zhu Xian sword formation. Rise. Zhang Mu formed seals with his hands, and four swords surrounded the Jade Emperor. A huge magic sword array slowly rose up. The terrifying aura of murder permeates the three realms. The souls of all living beings trembled. Hiss! The quasi-saints who were observing in secret gasped. Some even looked directly in the direction of Taoism. Could it be that this monkey was protected by someone? Shouldn't it? In a moment, the Xuxian sword formation was completed. A sentence echoed in everyone's mind: Zhu Xian is beneficial, Lu Xian is fatal, Xian Xian emits red light everywhere, Zhu Xian has infinite and wonderful changes, and the clothes of Deluo immortals are stained with blood. Sure enough, along with the appearance of red light in the sky, the Jade Emperor's screams were heard. When Patriarch Bodhi and Taishang Lejun came to their senses, they immediately helped, trying to destroy the sword formation and rescue the Jade Emperor. But how could the Zhu Xian sword formation be broken by the combined strength of two people? Hurry up and help! Taishang Lejun conveyed the message to other quasi-saints. So all the strong men in secret took action immediately. All creatures in the three realms couldn't believe this scene. The Jade Emperor, who had been so majestic just now, suddenly became a pig waiting to be slaughtered, screaming in pain. Traitor, stop it now! Patriarch Bodhi scolded. The Jade Emperor cannot die, otherwise the three realms will be in chaos, and he cannot bear the consequences. Chapter 135. He will die today. Zhang Mu roared, and once again activated the Zhu Xian sword formation to strangle the Jade Emperor in the formation. The quasi-saints were extremely anxious, but the Zuxian sword formation was not something they could destroy. As time went by, the Jade Emperor's aura became increasingly weak. When the Jade Emperor was about to be killed completely, Fang Tiandao took action and broke the Zuxian sword formation with one strike, saving the Jade Emperor. Then another attack came towards Zhang Mu. Ding! Detected that the Heavenly Dao has taken action, the rule restrictions are lifted. The system will help the host solve it. Yayu in the dark had been waiting for a long time. The power of rules offset the attack and then headed towards the core of the world. Tiandao hurriedly wanted to close the gate. But Yayu got in first. Suddenly, the earth and the sky trembled, and all living beings did not know what was happening. Only Zhang Mu had a smile on his face. Lose? Tell me how to lose. Ha ha ha, it's God's will, Jade Emperor, you can't escape today. Zhang Mu's laughter stopped abruptly, and the Zhu Xian sword formation trapped the Jade Emperor again. This time, the Heavenly Dao had no time to take care of other things. The Jade Emperor could only stand there and bleed, looking at Zhang Mu with unwillingness. Zhang Mu's body suddenly grew in size, and his bloody mouth swallowed his body. The body of a quasi-saint is full of treasures, and after digestion, it can improve your cultivation. Blood rain fell from the sky, as if heralding the fall of the Emperor of Heaven. All the creatures in the three realms were stunned when they saw this scene. They had never expected this would be the outcome. The quasi-saints in the dark were also silent, and they hid themselves one by one, fearing that they would be punished later. At this time, Zhang Mu looked at Tathagata, who was standing beside him, and this frightened the latter. The Jade Emperor, who was blessed by the status of the Heavenly Emperor, was dead, so wouldn't it be easier for him? Everyone help me! Tathagata sent a message to the quasi-saints in the dark. But in this situation, no one is a fool. Wouldn't jumping out be seeking death? I would rather die than let my friend die. They should retreat first and let Tathagata attract the fire. When Tathagata saw that no one responded, he cursed in his heart. The next moment, the Zhu Xian sword formation surrounded it. Mercy! Tathagata quickly begged for mercy. When you started to plot against me, did you ever think of letting me go? Now it's just that I am too strong and have jumped out of your chess game. The two sides have switched positions. One day, the chess player will become someone else's chess piece. Zhang Mu spoke calmly, and the Zhu Xian sword formation strangled Tathagata in an instant. Zhang Mu swallowed it and refined it in exactly the same way. Who still wants to fight? Zhang Mu pointed his stick in all directions, and wherever he looked, the immortals did not dare to look at him. All the creatures in the three realms looked at Zhang Mu in the sky with admiration. He was a real man who could stand tall and upright. Dare to resist, dare to fight, the key is that he really did it. The Emperor of Heaven is dead. I will take the vacant position. Do you have any objections? The immortals were angry inside, but did not dare to show it. Tai's Hang Lejun also remained silent, and Patriarch Bodhi had a gloomy expression. Zhang Mu swaggered and sat on the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. Why? Why don't you bow to the Emperor of Heaven? The immortals looked at each other in bewilderment, but due to Zhang Mu's tyranny, they still bowed in humiliation. See the Emperor of Heaven. Well, my dear ministers, please stand up. I am easy to talk to, because if I am not satisfied with something, I will make him shut up. Zhang Mu said with a smile. None of the immortals dared to be the first to speak out. It's boring. Since there's nothing else to do, let's go. Zhang Mu waved his hands. He knew that they were all dissatisfied, but so what? As long as you are not as strong as me, just hold it in. And those quasi-saints in secret are also probably up to some evil plans. But Zhang Mu is not afraid. When he achieves the state of Hunyuan, all of you will die. He flashed and arrived at the Tushita Palace. Lejun, you are so unkind. You actually attacked me secretly. Don't think I don't know. Zhang Mu stared at Taishang Lejun. The latter was speechless. Haha, let's forget about it this time for the sake of our past friendship, but there will be a next time. I don't mind you accompanying the Jade Emperor on the journey. Zhang Mu spoke. Okay, now that I've forgiven you, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Zhang Mu stretched out his hand and said. Taishang Lejun willingly took out a large pile of pills and gave them to Zhang Mu. And these pills were something Zhang Mu had never seen before. As expected, this guy has a wealthy family. Zhang Mu first used the system function to copy and amplify it, then took all of them and amplified them again. Yes, I will come again in the future. Remember to refine more pills. Zhang Mu left this place and began to practice in seclusion. He was preparing to make an impact on the Hunyuan Deluo Jingxian, the so-called saint. The most powerful person in this world is a quasi-saint. Although it is the world of Journey to the West, it is just a beggar's version. Those legendary 6 saints do not exist in this world. Bodhi Patriarch is not a benevolent corpse of Kundi, and Taishang Lejun is not a benevolent corpse of Laozi. This world is just a projection of the supreme primordial world. The heavenly Dao is just imitating the supreme primordial world to evolve this world. Imitation is imitation after all. Although the creatures in this world have the figures of the 6 saints in their memories, it is only the subconscious implanted by the heavenly Dao. The projection of a saint is not so easy to imitate. In other words, the way of heaven in this world is not up to standard. As Zhang Mu began to practice in seclusion, this world fell into silence. Normally, with the death of the Jade Emperor, the 3 realms should have been in chaos. But now that Zhang Mu has regained the position of Heavenly Emperor, the creatures in the 3 realms dare not make any small moves. The new Heavenly Emperor is much more ruthless than the Jade Emperor. They can't afford to provoke him, nor do they want to. Zhang Mu also secretly sent a message to Guanyin, asking her to take advantage of the turmoil in Buddhism after the death of Tathagata to quickly win over the Buddhists. As for Patriarch Bodhi, he retired and did not care about the turbulent Buddhism at all. This also made it possible for Guanyin to win over people very smoothly. Why would heaven allow that demon monkey to sit on the throne of Heavenly Emperor? The quasi-saints fell silent and thought carefully. Also, Tiandao clearly tried to suppress the demon monkey, but was blocked by a force. Since then, they could no longer sense the existence of the way of heaven. This made them wonder whether the way of heaven would be destroyed. It's really strange. There are so many changes. I'd better continue to hide and wait until I get through this period of trouble. The quasi-saints decided that they would never come out into the world until this catastrophe was over. The core of the world. Intruder, I advise you to retreat immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The heavenly consciousness looked at Yayu in front of him and threatened. Due to his carelessness, he let a little mouse sneak into his house, but the mouse was so strong that he couldn't resist it. He could only see if he could trick it away. How dare you, little Tiandao, speak to your master like that? Don't you know how many Tiandao have died in my hands? And you still dare to threaten me? Today I will let you know what it means to be the nemesis of the world. Yayu grinned and pounced towards the heavenly Dao consciousness. Stop it! Stop sucking! The consciousness of heaven fought back desperately. Chapter 136. Hey, wash yourself and wait for Master Tong. Yayu greedily sucked the origin of the world. The consciousness of the heavenly Dao continued to attack Yayu, but these attacks were painless and only a slight itch for Yayu. A large amount of the world's origin was plundered by Yayu. The consciousness of the heavenly Dao finally became afraid and kept trying to shake Yayu off, but Yayu stuck to him like a dogskin plaster. Tell me, where did you hide the source of rules? While absorbing the origin of the world, Yayu asked about the whereabouts of the origin of rules. The origin of rules? I don't have any. Let me go first. If you suck it again, I will drain it all. The heavenly Dao consciousness struggled. No? Then I'll get it myself. Yayu held down Tiandao's consciousness with one hand, and kept digging inside its body with his other hand. The latter looked aggrieved and resigned himself to enjoying his life. After 3 rounds of drinking, Tiandao's consciousness huddled in a corner and cried silently. Yayu was lying on the side with a satisfied look on his face. It's so cool. This world has so many rules and origins, more than 100 times more than the world I plundered before. I don't know how the other systems are progressing. Yayu thought to himself. This time, the origin of his rules increased by several times, but if compared with the main god space he encountered before, it is probably not enough. After all, that thing can plunder hundreds or thousands of worlds at the same time, which is much more efficient. In this mode, it has all the advantages. Although the advantages are great, the disadvantages are also great. I guess other systems should have noticed it by now, right? Yayu guessed. In fact, it is true. At this time, the main god space is facing siege from more than 10 systems. This is the scope of the sequence dispute. The main god space extends so far, it would be impossible if it is not discovered by other systems. You know, a system at this level is not a good thing. After knowing that there was a thing called the main god space in this competition, everyone joined hands and prepared to deal with it first. Otherwise, if it is allowed to develop further, no one will be able to match the amount of rule origins plundered from the main god space. This is the reason why a big tree attracts the wind. Faced with the joint siege of more than a dozen systems, the main god space was also very troubled. Although it expected this, it still chose to do so. After all, this is its advantage. It is qualified to compete for the first sequence, so why should it give up? Humph. As long as you can't find my location, it will be in vain to steal as many worlds as you can. The Lord God's big ball of light said with disdain. This is also the source of his confidence. As long as he hides well, what does it matter if they find the world I control? At worst, I can cut off my arm to save my life. He controls so many worlds, it doesn't matter if he gives up a few. As long as it detects traces of other systems, it will kill the reincarnations of that world without hesitation. This is also its domineering side. Host? The reincarnationist is not a host, and it does not need a host. It can do it alone. There is no need to be restricted by various rules. Because of its decisiveness, many systems are helpless and can only look for its traces while calling on other systems to join their encirclement and suppression camp. Whenever these systems heard that there was a main god space in this sequence battle, they immediately joined the encirclement and suppression camp without hesitation. This also made the expeditionary force gradually stronger. At this time, Yayu returned to Zhongmu's body after plundering the heavenly Dao of the journey to the West world. Before leaving, he also warned Tiandao. Xiao Tiandao, you'd better not do anything tricky. I've already opened up this place. I can come in even if the door is closed. After Yayu said this, he didn't give Tiandao a chance to speak. Weavyu. The consciousness of the way of heaven is painful in the heart. Yayu directly emptied its assets, taking away 80% of the world's origin, and the remaining 20% was just the capital for the operation of its world. The purpose of doing this is that the operation of the world requires the consumption of the origin of the world. If it is emptied out, the world will slowly die and collapse, and be annihilated among the heavens. This is also why Yayu would keep some after plundering the world every time. It's not because he is kind, but because he knows how to recycle. The origin of the world can be restored slowly, and if given enough time, they can come back to plunder again. Moreover, when it comes to Yayu's system, there is basically no shortage of world origins. However, even if there is no shortage, no system will refuse it when it is delivered to its face. The world of journey to the west is almost cleared for Yayu. After all, Yayu has figured out the way of heaven. His own strength is also the best in the 3 realms. So in the following period of time, Zhang Mu began to improve his cultivation as much as possible. Because the higher the strength, the more feedback after returning, Zhang Mu estimates that his strength will definitely reach the level of a 9th level reincarnated person after his return this time. There is no time limit for cultivation. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. In 500 years, Zhang Mu's realm broke through to the perfection of quasi-saint. After polishing his realm, he began to impact the bottleneck of this world. Another 500 years passed. With the help of a mental method beyond this world and the support of the Chaos Demon Ape, he was able to break through successfully with ease. On this day, strange phenomena in the sky were announced to the whole world. All the quasi-saints looked towards the direction of heaven. How is it possible? He actually broke through to the Hunyuan Deluo Jingxian realm. What about the restrictions of the heavenly Dao? Alas, I didn't expect to be able to break through to the Hunyuan Deluo Jingxian realm. Why do I feel like the road ahead is blocked? Are the restrictions gone? Why do I still sense that the restrictions of heaven are still there? The quasi-saints were very confused. Golden raindrops fell from the sky. The cultivation of all the creatures that were touched by it was improved, and some creatures that had been stuck in certain realms for many years even broke through on the spot. This is the vision of a saint. When one person attains enlightenment, all things will be blessed. Heaven. Zhang Mu slowly exhaled and sensed the powerful force in his body. Tisk tisk, the difference is really huge. It really proves the saying that everyone below the saint is an ant. With my current strength, I can easily crush my quasi-saint self to death. Zhang Mu sighed. Now that my strength has been raised to the level of Hunyuan, it's time for me to manage the affairs within the 3 realms. The first to be affected is Buddhism. Thanks to Guanyan's efforts over the years, all the arhats in Buddhism have been won over to the heavenly court. Guanyan vaguely had the intention of replacing Tathagata, which was what Zhang Mu intended her to do. He provided a lot of help secretly. After all, winning people over doesn't just depend on words. You need to give them benefits, otherwise why would they follow you? So in the following years, Zhang Mu began to integrate the 3 realms and make them one. In the face of such powerful strength, no one dared to resist his will. The only thing that surprised Zhang Mu was that the demon world surrendered on its own initiative. The reason is that in that battle, many monsters in the demon tribe regarded Zhang Mu as their idol. He fought against many quasi-saints alone and even killed Tathagata and the Jade Emperor. It was quite glorious. Chapter 137. Due to the voluntary surrender of the demon world, Zhang Mu unified the 3 realms much faster. Many years passed in the blink of an eye, and the 3 realms were unified. During the process of unification, he also began to settle scores. All the quasi-saints who had attacked him from behind were killed by him and turned into food in Zhang Mu's mouth. Zhang Mu can be said to have officially opened up the world of journey to the west. Now he should consider how to return to the main world. Alas, being too strong, even suicide is a problem. Zhang Mu sighed. Ding! The host can consider joining the Dao. He Dao. Zhang Mu was stunned. Yu began to explain. Hideo means merging with the Dao of heaven. After merging, you are no longer the same person as before. This can be considered as indirectly killing your previous self. I see. But I want to merge with the Dao, will the heavenly Dao agree? Zhang Mu asked doubtfully. Ding! Don't worry, the system will help the host. With the guarantee of the system, Zhang Mu waited with peace of mind. In his opinion, there was nothing that the system could not do. As expected, after Yu entered the core of the world and had a friendly exchange with the Heavenly Dao consciousness, Heavenly Dao gratefully agreed. Well, real gratitude. Soon, with the cooperation of the system and the way of heaven, Zhang Mu succeeded in merging with the Dao. From then on, the world of journey to the west came to an end. Start calculating the rewards for the reincarnated. Successfully changed my fate, my rating improved. Strength has been raised to the world's strongest, and ratings have been raised. Break the world limit, the score is greatly improved. Help the main world break through the barriers, and the score will be greatly improved. It has been detected that the world that the reincarnated person returned to is special, and the special contribution he made, the scoring criteria have changed. The rating ceiling has been exceeded. Comprehensive evaluation is super God level. Due to the special final score, the reward given has been changed. Specially granting the reincarnated one the first level authority in the main world. Give the reincarnated 9 heavens, the world master, a chance to fight for it. Reward, 100 million reincarnation points. 1 chance to draw a red mythical talent. Zhang Mu's eyes widened. Even though he had expected the reward to be very generous, he had never expected it to be so generous. I got rich, it was like reaching heaven overnight. First level authority. Directly reach the destination in 1 step. After having the top level authority, you are not afraid of being targeted by others, but others are afraid of being sanctioned by you. As for the opportunity for the realm master to fight for, he had never heard of it. After all, he had been a reincarnated person for too short a time. Plans cannot keep up with changes. Spirit of Heaven, what is this world master? Zhang Mu asked. Dear Level 1 Authority, the Realm Master is the controller of every level of the world in the main world. Every level of heaven and earth. Zhang Mu was stunned. What did this mean? Yes, there are not many reincarnated people who know this news. Only those who have reached the first level of authority will have the opportunity to access it. However, even those with the first level of authority may not have the opportunity to compete with the Realm Master. Only those who have made great contributions to the main world will have such an opportunity. Since you have just become a reincarnated person, the Spirit of Heaven will now explain to you the true situation of the main world. The Spirit of Heaven slowly came. As the main world continues to invade other worlds, its world level continues to rise, which will inevitably lead to the expansion of the world. The main world adopted the method of dividing heaven and earth. So far, the main world has opened up 9 levels of heaven and earth. Each level of heaven and earth is considered an independent world bubble. The 9 world bubbles form a stem and are connected together. The worlds invaded and plundered by the main world are transformed into leaves on the stems, which continuously provide nutrients to the main world and nourish more world bubbles. As the Spirit of Heaven continued to explain, Zhang Mu gradually understood the truth of the main world. So, which level of heaven am I in now? You are now in the 9th heaven, which was opened up only 100 years ago. How many contenders are there for the 9 heavens realm master? There are only 2 of us at the moment, including you. The Spirit of Heaven replied. What are the criteria for the realm master competition? How can one become a realm master? Zhang Mu asked. This is the most important thing. If you want to become a realm master, then the reincarnated person's territory must cover the entire world. Then how long has the other person been qualified to compete for the title of realm master? Sorry, I cannot share this information with you. The main world will not interfere with the birth of the world master. It all depends on the efforts of the reincarnated one. The Spirit of Heaven replied. Zhang Mu felt helpless, but since he couldn't say it, then he couldn't say it. Anyway, it had already been a foregone conclusion, and knowing how many years the other party had been developing would only add to the pressure. Have other realm masters been born in the other realms? Zhang Mu suddenly thought of something. Currently, the 123,456th heaven has produced realm masters, while the 78th heaven is in the midst of a fierce battle and has not yet produced a realm master. What is the method to go to other realms? The authority level reaches level 1, or the realm master of Fang Zhongtian actively invites you. Will there be fighting between realm masters? Zhang Mu asked. The appearance of the realm master only makes the main world run more smoothly. The main world does not allow internal strife, only competition for interests. Each heaven is a part of the main world, and the heaven will give different resource treatments according to the excellence of each heaven. The judging criteria is the total contribution each heaven brings to the main world each year. Different resource treatment will also determine the different speed of advancement in each heaven. For example, now, each person in the first 3 heavens has 3 reincarnation opportunities in the awakening ceremony, which greatly increases the number of reincarnations. For the 4th to 6th heavens, each person has 2 reincarnation opportunities, and for the 7th to 9th heavens, only 1. Zhang Mu was stunned. He didn't expect that there were so many things involved. Since contribution affects the granting of resources, why do so many reincarnated people suppress their descendants? The situation you described only occurs in the 9th heaven. Because this world has only evolved recently, not many people know about this news, which leads to this situation. Although this will affect the development of the 9th heaven, heaven will not interfere too much. This is also the normal process of the world's evolution. There are good and bad things, and the emergence of each situation will make the world further perfect. If you want to change this situation, you can use your own strength to change it. The heavenly Dao still hopes that someone with ability will stand up and control the 9th heaven. Zhang Mu smiled when he heard this. So that's how it is. In that case, the other contender must have only recently obtained the qualification, otherwise the 9th heaven would not be in this situation long ago. The spirit of heaven was stunned. He never expected that one day he would be tricked by a reincarnated person. Then I look forward to your future performance. The spirit of heaven did not deny it, which was an indirect answer. Chapter 138. Zhang Mu nodded with satisfaction. I will, then use your talent to extract opportunities. Already used. Congratulations to the reincarnated one for obtaining the red mythical talent favored by heaven. Ding! The red mythical talent favored by heaven triggers a 100-fold increase, transforming into the colorful talent Son of Heaven. Son of Heaven, 7 colors. The owner will be favored by heaven in all worlds, and heaven in the main world will also give convenience to the owner. As long as he does not do anything to betray the main world, heaven will turn a blind eye. You are the illegitimate son of heaven. Zhang Mu clicked his tongue. Colorful, the system is indeed powerful. With this talent, if anyone in the main world dares to offend me, I will directly sue you and have your account banned. Host, Zhang Mu. Realm, 9th level Reincarnator. Main World Authority Level, Level 1. Talents, Simulated Reincarnation, Gold, Martial God, Gold, Sage, Gold, Child of Destiny, Gold, 9 Life Reincarnations, Red, Eye of Destiny, Gold, Child of Heaven, Colorful. Territory, Shiwen Das Han. Rebirth Point, 1108501110. System Points, 11000000. System Functions, Plunder, Amplification of all things, 100 times, Summoning from another world, and Copying. System Evaluation, with some self-protection capabilities, you can be considered a strong person, but it is still not good enough in the heavens. After looking at the gorgeous system panel, he checked the capabilities of the next level of authority. 1. You can reincarnate unlimitedly. The main world no longer limits the number of times the authorized person can reincarnate, and your vassals can get 10 more reincarnation opportunities every month. 2. Those with authority can expand their territory at will, but only those with the qualifications of a realm master can control this realm. 3. The authorized person can deprive the authorized person of the identity of any of the following reincarnated persons. 4. The authority holder has 100 quotas for any designated person to become a reincarnated person each month. The number of times that can be inherited. 5. The reincarnated person has the right to deprive the reincarnated person's authority below level 1 once a month. Unused times will not be inherited. 6. Those with authority can participate in discussions on the main world's planning and conspire to make decisions on invading the world. 7. those with authority can cross the heavens to go to other heavens in the main world. It's still hegemonic as always, but I like it because I am a beneficiary. Zhang Mu smiled and shook his head, choosing to exit the settlement space. The next moment his figure returned to the Shiwen Mountains. He called Xia Suejiao. From now on, we can expand outward. Since this world is a bit large, I am going to recruit people. You will be the one to find the candidates. Zhang Mu spoke. I have been living in hiding before, but now that I have the ability, it is time to show my fangs. He has decided to be the lord of the ninth heaven, so from now on he must expand his power and swallow up all the territories of the ninth heaven in one fell swoop. Yes, master. Xia Suejiao nodded. Although she didn't understand why Zhang Mu changed his mind, that was not something she should consider. All she had to do was obey. I will have many vassals under my command in the future, so you must work hard. Only those with outstanding strength will be qualified to follow me all the way, and I will not be stingy with resource investment. Zhang Mu warned. I understand, master. I will work hard. Xia Suejiao nodded seriously. She had just received a reminder from the Spirit of Heaven, since you are a vassal of a first-level authority holder, you will get 10 more reincarnation opportunities every month. Those in authority sound very noble. Well, go ahead. I'm also going to start expanding my territory. Zhang Mu waved his hand and gave him 10 million reincarnation points as startup capital. As Xia Suejiao left, Zhang Mu also began to expand his territory. He continued to inject reincarnation points into the territory, and the territory's barrier began to push outwards. The grey fog all disappeared under the cover of the barrier, leaving behind a field of black soil. Zhang Mu started the purification process again. The expansion of territory is a long process. Somewhere in the ninth heaven at this time, there are already 2 people qualified to be realm masters in this realm. The competition for realm master has begun. Chen Shuiying suddenly received a hint from the Spirit of Heaven. So soon? I thought it would take a long time. Chen Shuiying murmured to himself. It had only been a short time since he obtained the qualification of realm master, only 2 years. Originally, he didn't care much about the territory. After all, the reincarnation points obtained from the territory's income were too few to make ends meet. But who would have known that the territory obtained from the Spirit of Heaven after gaining the qualification of Realm Lord would have such an effect? So he immediately changed his strategy and began to expand his territory. So far, after 2 years of development, his territory has increased dozens of times and occupies 1% of the ninth heaven. According to his estimation, in a few decades, he will be able to completely control the ninth heaven. I didn't expect that in just 2 years, a person with the qualifications of a world master would emerge. Tisk tisk, who could it be? There are only so many people with level 1 authority. Lao Zhang? Lao Jie? Or Lao Wang? Chen Shuiying guessed. There are only 7 or 8 people with first level authority in the ninth heaven, and I basically know them all. The 3 people he guessed were the best among them. If anyone really qualified, these 3 people would have the greatest chance. No matter what, I have the advantage. I have been developing for 2 years. The snowball will only get bigger and bigger. Those who are just starting out can't compete with me. After all, they are just like me. They didn't pay attention to the expansion of their territory at the beginning. Chen Shuiying smiled. He called over a group of his vassals. Master, what can I do for you? Dozens of people came quickly, and all of them were people with level 9 authority. He divided his vassals into different levels. Those with authority were commanded and disciplined by him, while the vassals below those with authority were managed by these authority holders. It is divided into detailed levels, with clear rewards and punishments and a complete promotion level. That's it, you tell me how to lose? Give orders to speed up the expansion of the territory. A new danger has arrived. I am the only one who can be the master of the ninth heaven. Chen Shuiying said seriously. Everyone nodded solemnly upon hearing this. Yes, we will speed up the progress. As the saying goes, interests come first. They are in the same boat with Chen Shuiying. If Chen Shuiying can become the master of the realm, they will gain more benefits. Just the opportunity to reincarnate 10 more times every month is something that others can only encounter but cannot. That's why everyone works so hard, and if you do well, Chen Shuiying will not be stingy with resources. She will give you whatever you want as long as you have the ability to get it. A group of people with authority left and returned to their own territories. That's right, these people with authority have their own territories, because as long as they are reincarnated, they can obtain a territory to rule over, but as vassals, their territories are also considered Chen Shuiying's territories. My master has ordered that there will be a big move soon to speed up the expansion of the territory. All the unused reincarnation points must be invested in the territory. Those in authority began to urge Chen Shuiying's other vassals. Chapter 139. 10,000 Mountains. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Xia Suejiao also brought back a group of candidates. Master, we have found more than 30 people so far. All of them died in disasters before their memories were awakened, so their qualifications still need to be tested. However, I have also examined their knowledge and found that they have extensive experience in reincarnation. As long as there are no accidents during the reincarnation process, they will most likely become reincarnated. Xia Suejiao reported. Well, give each of them a chance to reincarnate. If they succeed, they will stay and become vassals. If they fail, they will stay and work to pay off their debts. Zhang Mu said that he was not doing charity. If they were capable, he would train them. If they were not capable, they would just stay at the bottom. At least I won't let you starve to death in my territory. Yes. Xia Suejiao nodded and took them to the reincarnation tower for reincarnation. As for being afraid that they would regret after becoming reincarnated, don't worry, Zhang Mu is not that stupid. If you want a chance to reincarnate, just sign the contract first. There is a contractual constraint, so I am not afraid that you will not fulfill it. Another day passed quickly. Xia Suejiao came back with her people. Of the 35 people, 10 were successfully promoted to reincarnated ones, and the remaining 25 failed. Zhang Mu did not ask the reason for his failure because it was meaningless. Sometimes luck is also part of strength. Afterwards, Zhang Mu took those 10 people as his vassals, and the remaining 25 people were responsible for doing miscellaneous tasks in the territory. Although you have all failed, I am not a heartless person. Since you have followed me, I will give you some hope of promotion. If you work hard in the territory and take care of things, you can earn 100 contribution points every day. When you accumulate 100,000 contribution points, you can redeem them for a reincarnation opportunity. Zhang Mu said to the 25 people. If you want to collect 100 contribution points a day, you need to work for 1,000 days, which is nearly 3 years. After a quick calculation in their minds, they happily agreed. After all, this is a rare opportunity that cannot be found anywhere else. As soon as the 10 people became Zhang Mu's vassals, they received a reminder from the Spirit of Heaven, since you are a vassal of a first-level authority holder, you will have 10 more chances to reincarnate every month. They stared at Zhang Mu in a daze. It seems that you have received the reminder. You must seize the opportunity. In the future, I will have more and more vassals, and your competition will become more and more fierce. In my place, the capable will be at the top, and the incompetent will be at the bottom. Zhang Mu spoke. Yes, we will try our best. They nodded heavily. They never expected that one day they would have such a strong support. They had to work hard. Zhang Mu dismissed everyone and told them to quickly reincarnate and improve their strength. Then he called Xia Suejiao. Master, is there anything else you want me to do? We still have too few people now, so we need to continue to increase our manpower. As for other matters concerning vassals, we cannot just look for those who have not become reincarnated people, we can also look for some reincarnated people who are having difficulties in life. As long as the benefits are great, there is no need to worry that they will not be tempted, and this will also save you the hassle of groping in the dark. Of course, I don't accept everyone here. I try to pick those with strong abilities, or I can invest in major universities first, and then I will be able to harvest good seedlings next year. Zhang Mu pondered. Master, what you said makes sense, but since we have to invest in major universities in advance, why don't we create a school ourselves to recruit students? Xia Suejiao said. Create your own school. Zhang Mu was stunned. He had never thought about this problem. But would the training cycle of establishing his own school be too long? Maybe the master doesn't know much about some things in the main world. In fact, all the schools are built by the major reincarnated forces themselves. If the master wants to go to the major schools to win over people, then those people will definitely not agree. Zhang Mu frowned, feeling something was wrong. Since the school was founded by the reincarnation forces themselves, why did they let me leave when I became a reincarnated person? This is not right. If he was training his subordinates, he would definitely not let those who became reincarnated leave. Because the school that the master and I attended was established by the spirit of heaven itself. It is different from private schools established by other forces. Xia Suejiao explained. So that's the difference between private and public schools. At that time, I had always been growing up in school and didn't know much about the outside world. Now that I think about it, it does seem to be true. My school has very few resources and can only provide me with the means to have enough food and clothing. Zhang Mu stopped thinking about it. If that's the case, then I will also start building a private school. As for what I said before, you still have to continue to recruit people. Yes. Xia Suejiao nodded. Go ahead. Zhang Mu sent Xia Suejiao away and began to check what the requirements were for establishing a private school. Spirit of Heaven, what are the conditions for establishing a private school? Dear Level 1 Authority User, hello, I will answer your question now. If you want to establish a private school, the first thing that comes to mind is that the territory is large enough, and secondly, only those with Level 5 authority are eligible to apply to establish a school. After the school is built, we will need to pay 10 million reincarnation points to Heavenly Dao every year. Zhang Mu's mouth twitched. What the hell, I have to give you money to open a private school. Ahem, can't you be flexible with me? Can you remove the last condition? It hurts just thinking about giving away 10 million every year for nothing. Well, originally, heaven does not allow bargaining, but in view of your special status, I will grant you some convenience. If you want to establish a private school, you don't have to pay any more money. The spirit of heaven was silent for a moment and said. Zhang Mu smiled. It was indeed good to have someone above you. Soon he completed some formalities and obtained the school establishment certificate. Then we came to an open space in the Shiwanda Mountains. Realized. Zhang Mu waved his hand, and a magnificent school appeared before his eyes. Originally, it would have cost a lot of reincarnation points to materialize this school, but the Heavenly Dao exempted him from this requirement because he was contributing to the main world. Future equipment maintenance would not require additional reincarnation points. After the school was established, he began to announce the news of recruiting students to the outside world. In addition to recruiting students, of course we also need to recruit some experienced teachers. Spirit of Heaven, please release a regional loudspeaker for me to promote my school. The so-called regional loudspeaker is a heavenly notice. Anyone who is within the notice location will receive a prompt no matter what they are doing. I have posted the message for you. The Spirit of Heaven responded. The next moment, Zhang Mu received a reminder, great news. Great news. A new private school has been established in Shiwandas Han, with generous benefits. Are you still worried about becoming a reincarnated person? Then come to the Enlightenment Academy. All students here will have 2 reincarnation opportunities during the awakening ceremony. Greatly increase your chances of becoming a reincarnated person. Zhang Mu's mouth twitched. Why does this smell like an? Chapter 140. Although this tip has a whiff of an feel, the effect is still very good. The next day, someone came to Shiwen Dashan to inquire about the situation. Zhang Mu posted the admission requirements. As long as you meet the age requirements, you can be admitted. After admission, the school will cultivate students' various abilities to cope with the situation in the reincarnation world and improve your survival ability. The various rich conditions dazzled everyone. What they care about most is the food. As a private school, the food is naturally many times better than that of a public school. Everyone joined the Enlightenment Academy with great anticipation. Since then, Zhang Mu began to cultivate talents. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Zhang Mu also reincarnated more than a dozen times and gained a lot of reincarnation points. The territory is also constantly expanding and has become dozens of times its original size. Master, our territory has been handed over to the territories of other reincarnated people. If we want to continue to expand, we must either bypass them or conquer them directly. Xia Suejiao reported what had happened in the past few days. Well, go talk to them and see if they are willing to submit. Zhang Mu spoke. Yes. Xia Suejiao nodded and went to talk to those reincarnated people. Soon the afternoon passed and she came back again, but there was no joy on her face. It seemed that the talks had failed. Tell me, what does the other party mean? Zhang Mu asked. Master, they are asking for a lot of money. They said that if you want them to surrender, you need to give them 10 million reincarnation points every year before they agree. Xia Suejiao said angrily. Zhang Mu sneered when he heard this. He gave them 10 million reincarnation points every year. Who was submitting to whom? How come I had to pay tribute to them in the end? You are so shameless. I didn't want to use my authority to bully others. Zhang Mu said helplessly. Send me their information. Okay. Xia Suejiao passed the information of those reincarnated people to Zhang Mu. After Zhang Mu got their information, he immediately started to use his authority. Which of them dances the most? Zhang Mu asked. Blindly eliminating the enemy is not a good idea, killing the chicken to scare the monkey is the most cost-effective. As long as they are afraid, wouldn't it be better to conquer them? It was a man called Yu Huan. He took the lead in instigating other reincarnated people to oppose. Most of them originally wanted to surrender. After all, our Shiwen Dashan has become famous in this area recently. Submission to a powerful force still made them very satisfied. However, human nature is greedy, and following Yu Huan's instigation, everyone asked for exorbitant amounts of money, and each one of them shouted for compensation before they would submit. But the others don't want much, only Yu Huan wants 10 million reincarnation points a year. Xia Suejiao began to explain. Zhang Mu nodded to show that he understood, and then began to use his deprivation ability to deprive him of his identity as a reincarnated person. All right, I've stripped this guy of his identity as a reincarnated person. Go and inform those guys. If you don't want to be followed closely, you'd better give an answer tonight. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Mu said. Yes, I will go and inform them now. Xia Suejiao swallowed her saliva. It was so easy to deprive a reincarnated person of his identity. Are those in authority so overbearing? For a moment, she also began to look forward to the day when she would become someone with authority. Because you have been sanctioned by the authority, your identity as a reincarnated person has been revoked. Yu Huan suddenly received a reminder from the spirit of heaven. What? Identity deprivation? What the hell is this? Yu Huan kept accusing, wanting the spirit of heaven to give him an explanation. However, the spirit of heaven doesn't bother with an ant like him. This made him so angry that he cursed. After all, he had never met someone with authority and didn't know how tyrannical authority could be. Ding! You have a text message. Although the identity was taken away, the ability to communicate was still there. Old you, your identity as a reincarnated person has been stripped? Is that true? After reading this message, Yu Huan was stunned. How did this guy know? Could he have done it? Ding! You have a text message. Soon, text messages popped up one after another, all asking if he was really deprived of his status as a reincarnated person. This also made him increasingly suspicious whether these guys were ganging up on him. Tell me, are you the ones behind this? Yu Huan replied to the messages one by one, questioning them. It was this kind of questioning that implicitly admitted that he had truly been deprived of his identity as a reincarnated person. For a moment, the reincarnated being behind the text message was silent. Afterwards, they ignored Yu Huan's questioning and rushed to warmly entertain Xia Suejiao. Inside the meeting room. Ahem, Sister Jiao, please have some tea. We have agreed to all the conditions you just mentioned. We surrender. We surrender immediately. It is our honor to be able to surrender to a powerful force. How can we ask for benefits? It's all because of that BD Yu Huan who instigated us. Now he's been punished by the adults. Everyone was grinning, fearing that they would be the next to be deprived of their identity. There is no way. If the identity of reincarnation that they have obtained with great difficulty is gone just like that, they will have nowhere to cry. Haha, you guys still looked unconvinced just now, what's going on? Are you sure the news is true? Xia Suejiao sneered. No, I was just talking to my subordinates. They said the sow at home had given birth and asked me to go back and take a look. Everyone laughed it off, and then transferred tens of thousands of reincarnation points to Xia Suejiao in front of her. Tens of thousands per person, and 200,000 or 300,000 for a dozen people. What's the meaning? Xia Suejiao's eyes turned cold. It's just to show my respect to you. You've made several trips for us. This is what you deserve. Everyone smiled apologetically. This is not filial piety, this is harming me. If the master knew that I took the money behind his back, I would be finished. I will take the money, but just regard it as your apology to my master. Xia Suejiao said seriously. Yes, yes, you have the final say. Everyone nodded quickly. Okay, now that you all agree, follow me. Xia Suejiao stood up and led everyone back to the Shiwanda Mountains. Master, they have all agreed to submit, what do you think? Xia Suejiao pointed at the people behind her. What are your qualifications? Most of them have good abilities, and their territories have developed quite a bit. Zhang Mu nodded in understanding, and then said to them, now I give you two choices, one is to be my vassal, and the other is to be my affiliated force. In the first option, I will provide resources to train you, and in the second option, as long as you don't cause trouble, I won't target you, and you can live peacefully in my territory. Everyone looked at each other. Some people chose the first option and signed a vassal contract with Zhang Mu, while others transferred their territories to Zhang Mu. In this way, although the territory is still under their control, the owner is Zhang Mu. Shit! 10 more reincarnation opportunities every month. Someone suddenly exclaimed. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. The person who spoke was naturally the person who had signed a vassal contract with Zhang Mu. 10 more reincarnation opportunities a month means 1 million reincarnation points for free a month, which means 12 million reincarnation points a year. Those who had not signed the vassal contract looked at them with envy after asking about the situation. Damn, why would they give up such a huge amount of reincarnation points just for that little bit of dignity? Is it too late to regret now? Chapter 141. Zhang Mu dismissed everyone and asked them to quickly improve their strength. The territory of the Shiwen Dashan Mountains also began to expand. Zhang Mu had nothing to do every day, so he could only play with the entertainment facilities in various worlds. After a good rest, he would start to reincarnate continuously to earn reincarnation points. Such a large territory is waiting for him to maintain. How can he do it without money? A few months passed in the blink of an eye. The 10,000 mountains can be considered a powerful force, occupying an area of 1% of the 9th heaven. He has more than 100 reincarnated vassals under his command. Some of them have grown up after receiving rich resource training. With her own efforts, Xia Suejiao finally passed through a low-level martial arts world and obtained the 9th level authority of the main world. After becoming the authority holder, Xia Suejiao also understood why Zhang Mu was so cautious before. It turned out that the authority of the authority holder was too overbearing. The 9th level of authority is so powerful, then the master's first level authority. Xia Suejiao murmured to herself, somewhat unable to imagine. The scene changed. Ding! Tiandao is calling a meeting. Do you want to attend? While resting, Zhang Mu suddenly received a reminder from the spirit of heaven. A meeting called by Tiandao. Zhang Mu was stunned for a moment, then he nodded without thinking and said, "Participate. Your participation has been confirmed, and you will now be transported to the conference room. Call out." With a flash of light, Zhang Mu disappeared into the 10,000 mountains. When Zhang Mu came to his senses, he found himself in a manor. The scenery is beautiful and many people are strolling leisurely. What concerned him most was that everyone appeared in their true appearance this time. This made Zhang Mu alert. Newcomer. Someone noticed Zhang Mu suddenly appearing. Zhang Mu nodded, acknowledging his identity as a newcomer. After all, his appearance was exposed and there was nothing to hide. Secondly, he is already a level 1 authority user and has someone protecting him. Why should he panic? They are the ones who should be panicking. No wonder you look so unfamiliar. I wonder which level of heaven you are from, brother. The man came over with a smile. The 9th heaven. Zhang Mu said calmly. 9th heaven, I remember this heaven was just opened not long ago. I went there several decades ago. Unfortunately, the atmosphere there is not good. I don't know if there is a realm master born now. Li Huashan sighed. Realm master? I don't know either. As for the atmosphere you mentioned, I haven't been to other realms yet, so I don't know what the situation is like in other realms. Zhang Mu pondered. That's such a pity. If I have time in the future, I'd better go and see them all. Each level of heaven has its own characteristics. From what I have heard, the first 6 heavens all had their own world masters. After having a world master, that heaven has indeed become more prosperous. Li Huashan said. I will. Zhang Mu nodded and said suddenly, did you go to the 9th heaven just to see the scenery? No other important things. Well, I won't hide it from you. We did have an important matter to go to the 9th heaven, but since the heavenly Dao personally issued the decree, no one has thought about it anymore. Li Huashan boasted. What decree? Zhang Mu was stunned and wanted to find out more information. What else could it be? It's nothing more than that those with authority in other realms cannot interfere with the birth of realm masters in other realms. At that time, the masters of the various realms were competing for people. In order to gain the position of realm master themselves, they began to unite with the authority holders in other realms. For a time, all the major heavens were in chaos, which seriously affected the main world's invasion of other worlds. The heavenly Dao had no choice but to issue an edict that anyone with authority, unless they were from this realm, could not participate in the fight for the master of another realm, otherwise their identity would be directly revoked. You must know that this is a title bestowed by heaven himself. Once it is taken away, heaven will not give you a chance even if you want to start over again. Therefore, all those with authority suddenly ran back to their own realms in shame to live out their days in peace. And it was after this that the world masters were born among the first 6 levels of genius within a few decades. At that time, I was also lying dormant in the 9th heaven, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. After the heavenly Dao issued the decree, I returned to my own 3rd heaven. Li Huashan spread his hands and said. Zhang Mu secretly clicked his tongue, he didn't expect there was such a past event. However, if the heavenly Dao does not give the order personally, the various heavens will probably become more and more chaotic, and even a dictator may be born. One person controlling the 9 heavens is definitely not what heaven wants to see, so this possibility was nipped in the bud. Thank you for telling me, my name is Zhang Mu, may I know your name? Zhang Mu thanked. Brother Zhang, my last name is Li, and my given name is Huashan. I am originally from Ljia village, and the village got this name because there is a volcano behind it. Li Huashan laughed. It's a good name. Volcanoes are very powerful. Once they erupt, dark clouds will cover the sun, and thick lava can destroy everything. I hope that Brother Li can be like a volcano one day, and make a stunning sound if he doesn't make a noise. Zhang Mu boasted. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhang, you must be joking. I don't deserve it. Li Huashan smiled very happily. The two of them became more and more cheerful as they talked, and seemed to be ready to become sworn brothers. Zhang Mu also got a lot of information about other realms from Li Huashan, which broadened his horizons. As time slowly passed, figures appeared in the manner. Zhang Mu made a rough estimate and found that up to now, including himself, there were a total of 123 people. Zhang Mu couldn't help but guess that this meeting might be a big event, otherwise it would be impossible to gather so many people. You have to know that the people present here are at least level 1 authorities. Even the realm masters of the first 6 realms came. As for how Zhang Mu made this judgment, it was because those realm masters were followed by a group of people, and they were definitely the center of the pack. He couldn't think of anyone else except the realm master who could allow a group of level 1 authority people to follow him. I won't say any more, Brother Zhang. I should go back soon. I see everyone will be here soon. The meeting is about to start. Li Huashan spoke. Okay, if Brother Li wants to visit the 9th heaven in the future, you can come to the Shiwen Mountains to find me. Zhang Mu nodded. Okay, I will definitely come to support you in the future. Li Huashan smiled, said goodbye to Zhang Mu and returned to the people in the 3rd heaven. Zhang Mu was also looking for his own position in the heaven. The place is very conspicuous, and each level of heaven has an independent pavilion. 9 pavilions surround the outside of the manor. When Zhang Mu arrived at the pavilion of the 9th heaven, there were already 8 other people there. After they memorized each other's faces, they began to wait quietly. Chen Shuiying looked at Zhang Mu's face thoughtfully. He had just chatted with the other 7 people and confirmed that the person qualified to be the realm master was not one of the other 7. So the new face that appeared now might be his opponent. Cheng Yaojin shows up unexpectedly. How come I haven't heard of him before? Could it be that he has been hiding all this time, and now that he has obtained the qualification of a world master, he is going to show his cards and stop pretending? Chen Shuiying guessed. The other 7 people also exchanged glances. From what Chen Shuiying had just inquired about their situation, they could also guess that the 9 heavens had already started the competition for the Lord of the Realm. They had heard about the Realm Lord a long time ago, so they should also consider taking sides. However, the 7 of them planned to wait and see the situation first. What if this person who came out of nowhere has a strong background? Chapter 142. If you stand on the wrong side, it will be bad to be liquidated in the future. We all know something about Chen Shuiying's background. We don't know how he has developed in recent years. We'll find someone to investigate when we go back. Secondly, we must find out the truth about this person who suddenly appeared as a world master. The 7 people were thinking the same thing. Zhang Mu didn't know what they were thinking, but what he was sure of was that another person who was qualified to be a realm master was among the 8. The person most suspicious is the one next to him. The others were obviously much more respectful to him. Time passed quickly, and more people appeared in the manner one after another. As a terrifying aura descended, everyone looked up. The Tiandao conference has officially begun, with 270 people present. The heavenly Dao consciousness spoke, and the majestic voice made everyone stop whispering and listen carefully. The topic of this meeting is the Grey Fog World. Upon hearing that they were discussing the Grey Fog World, everyone looked solemn. After all, this is a world that fights back and forth with the main world, so they have no choice but to be serious. While the main world is constantly invading other worlds, the Grey Fog World is also constantly devouring other worlds to grow stronger. The Grey Fog erosion faced by the 9th heaven is becoming more and more serious. And you have not made any major breakthroughs in the Grey Mist world for so many years. Now I have decided to send all the world masters to conquer the Grey Mist world with all my strength. The heavenly Dao consciousness spoke. Everyone was stunned, and the biggest reaction came from the realm masters. There was silence at the meeting, and everyone looked at the masters of the several realms, wanting to see what they had to say. But even if the world masters have objections, they cannot resist because this is an order issued by heaven himself. Tiandao, we want to know what factors led you to make this decision. A realm master spoke after a long silence. The other realm masters nodded slightly, expressing the same doubt. The Grey Mist world has always been the main world's great enemy, and heaven should not be so reckless. Because the main world recently conquered a big world, and with the background of that world, the main world can free up some of its capabilities to penetrate the Grey Fog world. Only the strongest realm master can be the pioneer, and this is a hard-won opportunity. Before the Grey Fog world can react, the main world urgently needs someone to be sent to the Grey Fog world to act as an insider. The heavenly consciousness explained. Zhang Mu seemed to be lost in thought after hearing this. Could it be the world of journey to the west that he had conquered? After all, the upper limit of that world was very high, and it could allow him to reach the sky in one step. The spirit of heaven also gave an evaluation that was beyond common sense, which was probably pretty close. The world masters were silent. Why haven't they heard about the main world conquering any big world recently? If there was a big world, they should have known the news first. Don't worry too much. I will allocate some of my strength to protect you and allow you to take root in that world smoothly. Once you have a general understanding of the situation in the Grey Mist world, I will begin to send level 1 authorities to help you conquer it. The heavenly consciousness continued. Everyone present felt a chill in their backs. They were enjoying the show, but now it was their turn. In the main world, they have witnessed the horror of the Grey Fog, and now let them go to the Grey Fog world in person. Isn't this like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Everyone had a stiff expression on their faces. Tiandao continued, because the main world has also been invaded by the Grey Mist world, the flow speeds of both worlds are the same. The number of years you spend in the Grey Mist world will also be the number of years that have passed in the main world. Therefore, you need to speed up your strategy and take advantage of the Grey Mist world before it grows stronger again, so as to take over the other side in one fell swoop. When will the action begin? A realm master asked. It will start after the parliament ends. The longer it is delayed, the greater the chance that the Grey Mist world will react. Secondly, the subsidiary world of the main world has been targeted by another force. I need you to go back and clean up the world under your management. Once we find someone from an unknown force, we will eliminate them regardless of whether they were killed by mistake or not. The heavenly Dao consciousness is serious. People from an unknown force? We have encountered this force at least 10 times. I didn't expect that they would be so far-reaching. Everyone was stunned. I have captured a few people recently. Under my control, they revealed their identities and called themselves reincarnations. But when I wanted to dig deeper, they would explode uncontrollably. It seems that the people behind the scenes have absolute control over these reincarnations. Once they find any signs of leaking information, they will trigger the forbidden death in their bodies. Everyone shared their information. Zhang Mu listened silently. He had encountered reincarnationists several times since then. After all, this is something the system specifically asked him to pay attention to, and there is another system controlling it behind it. He had no choice but to take it seriously. However, these reincarnations are firmly controlled by the system and cannot find the location of the system's base camp by following the clues. This also made Zhang Mu very helpless, and he could only take one step at a time. In response to this, Yayu continued to play badly. If the sequence level main god space could be found so easily, it would not have attracted a group of systems to join forces to attack it. If the scope had not been limited by the sequence battle, it would be hiding somewhere in the heavens and might really be impossible to find. But unfortunately, this sequence battle has limited scope, and there are only so many places for you to hide. Once those systems have eliminated other places, it will be time for everyone to unite and encircle and suppress you. Yayu's eyes flickered. Then he looked towards the heavenly consciousness in the center. He has long coveted the laws of nature in this main world. This main world is only slightly stronger than the heavenly Dao in the journey to the west world, so he can still handle it. The main reason is that there are too many worlds invaded by the main world's heavenly Dao. There are more than 4,000 small worlds under its control. Together with the middle and high worlds, etc., it controls a total of 5,000 to 6,000 worlds. 5 or 6,000 worlds mean 5 or 6,000 copies of the origin of rules. Now I'm rich. Yayu's eyes were glowing red as he stared at the main world's heavenly consciousness. This made the heavenly Dao consciousness, which was still talking, feel a chill behind. That's enough discussion about the reincarnations you mentioned. Now let's start judging the annual contributions of each heaven, said the heavenly consciousness. First heaven, last year we conquered 51 low-level worlds, 13 medium-level worlds, and 3 high-level worlds. Second heaven, last year, we conquered 32 low-level worlds, 5 medium-level worlds, and 1 high-level world. 3 heavens. Last year, we conquered 20 low-level worlds, 2 medium-level worlds, and no high-level world. The fourth level of heaven. Last year, we conquered 10 low-level worlds, 1 medium-level world, and no high-level world. 9 heavens, last year we conquered 45 low-level worlds, 3 medium-level worlds, and 1 high-level world. At first, no one paid much attention to it. After all, the earlier the levels, the longer it takes to develop. The world of strategy is not comparable to that of other realms, but why do the numbers become so much greater when reaching the 9th realm? Something is wrong? How can Zhikongtian conquer so many worlds? Everyone's eyes were focused on the pavilion of the 9th heaven. Chen Shuiying and others also looked at Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu didn't blush or feel nervous, and asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me? Do you think it's not me who captured him? You can tell it's impossible even if you think about it." Chapter 143. They smiled at each other. As for whether they believed it or not, only they themselves knew the answer. Zhang Mu didn't care. Even if he admitted it, it wouldn't matter. He just didn't want to attract too much attention. Now we will distribute the next resources based on the contribution of each heaven. From now on, the awakened ones will have 3 reincarnation opportunities every year. From the 3rd to the 5th heaven, the awakened have 2 reincarnation opportunities every year. From the 6th to the 8th heaven, the awakened have 1 reincarnation opportunity every year. The way of heaven announces the way. Everyone sighed. The situation that had remained unchanged for many years was changed because of the sudden appearance of Zhikongtian. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but wonder who was the capable person who conquered so many worlds. As for why it was not the result of the joint efforts of everyone in the 9th heaven. They felt contempt in their hearts. As for the customs of the ninth heaven, people from other heavens had already heard about it. It was impossible for a large number of powerful people to appear in such an environment. The only possibility is the emergence of a big boss, who single-handedly raised the contribution level of the entire Changtian. This meeting ends here. All realm masters, please be prepared. I will give you 1 hour to arrange the aftermath," said the heavenly consciousness. Everyone withdrew their gazes, and the world masters began to give instructions to their subordinates. After a while, the 6 realm masters finished their instructions and walked to the center. "It's okay, God. Good luck to you all then." The consciousness of the way of heaven mobilizes enormous world forces. Under the pressure of this force, everyone present felt very insignificant. Is this the power of heaven? There is really no comparison. Bang! The space shattered, and a dark hole appeared in the sky. "I have temporarily opened a passage to the grey fog world. Without further delay, you all should enter immediately. Remember that since this is the first time entering the grey fog world, the drop coordinates are completely random. All you have to do is take this building, which is protected by my power. When you arrive in the grey fog world, immediately choose a location to place this object." Tiandao threw a wooden house model to each of the 6 people, which contained enormous power of Tiandao. "You can rest safely inside this thing, and it will slowly absorb the power of that world and continue to upgrade. When it grows to a certain level, I will be able to completely break through the grey fog world and enter it in one fell swoop," the heavenly Dao consciousness warned. The 6 people nodded and immediately entered the passage. Seeing that they all entered the passage, the heavenly Dao consciousness quickly closed the passage. This will prevent the grey fog world from reacting and attacking the main world. It's bad enough that the 9th heaven is affected by the external grey fog. If something else is introduced, things will become tricky again. After sending away the 6 realm masters, the heavenly Dao consciousness also began to drive people away. A number of people with authority left the scene one after another. Zhang Mu was no exception, but just before he went out, Yayu flashed to the side of Tiandao consciousness. While the latter was stunned, Yayu had already followed it and entered the core of the world. Outsider. Tiandao regained his consciousness and immediately mobilized the vast power of the world to drive it away. For a moment, Yayu was subjected to a powerful repulsive force and the powerful suppression of the heavenly law. If his level was low, he might really be suppressed by the heavenly Dao and be killed. But unfortunately, Yayu had already estimated the difference in strength between the two sides, otherwise he would not have stepped forward so recklessly. The power of rules. Yayu waved his hand, and the rules around him were mobilized. All of a sudden, all the repulsion dissipated and attacked the consciousness of heaven. The latter continued to attack, but all his attacks were resolved by Yayu one by one. The power of rules is like chains, tightly blocking the consciousness of the way of heaven. The consciousness of the heavenly Dao was filled with despair. Where did such a powerful outsider come from? Is today the day my world will end? I was so unwilling to accept this. I had been continuously promoted from the small world to the big world step by step, and was about to be upgraded to the level of the great world. Could it be that all my efforts would be wasted? Tell me, where is the origin of the rules hidden? Yayu asked. The origin of rules? What is it? Tiandao was stunned. That's right, it's normal that you don't know Tiandao, that's it. A ball of rules origin appeared in Yayu's hand. Feeling the breath of the origin of the rules, the heavenly Dao consciousness instantly remembered something. This thing seemed to have appeared suddenly. There is one in every world, of varying sizes. It could sense the extraordinary nature of this thing, but it was of no use to it at all, so it treasured all the things it collected. So far there are 5,323 copies. Seeing that Yayu was actually planning to take this thing, Tiandao's eyes lit up. I can give you the thing, but you must leave my world after this. Yayu sneered, Xiao Tiandao, you are the loser now, and the loser has no room for bargaining. As an invader, don't you even know this truth? The heavenly Dao consciousness fell silent. How about this, let's make a deal. Yayu's mouth corners curled up slightly. What deal? Hope rekindled in Tiandao's heart. This thing is useless to you after all. Give me all the rule origins you have collected. In the future, when you invade a world, give me all the rule origins you get. We will split the world origins 30% and 70%. How do you think? You are robbing. The heavenly Dao was dissatisfied and said, this is not a transaction at all, it is definitely making it work for Yayu and being exploited. Hey! How can you call it robbery? It's clearly a transaction. You work for me and I'll spare your life. Yayu spread his hands. The consciousness of the heavenly Dao was very aggrieved, and he was so angry that he exploded when he saw Yayu being such a rogue. I agree. The way of heaven follows the heart. That's right, come and sign it. Yayu smiled and nodded, walked forward and took out a contract. Various conditions were written on it, just as Yayu had said before. The consciousness of the heavenly Dao sensed an aura of unbreakability in this contract. Once it was signed, even the heavenly Dao could not violate it. The heavenly Dao consciousness reluctantly accepted the contract, and just as he was about to sign it, he suddenly realized something. Wait. Isn't the world origin split 30-70? Yes, 3:7. You 3 and I 7. Is there a problem? Yayu narrowed his eyes slightly. No problem. The heavenly consciousness swallowed the words in its throat and signed this unfair contract with resentment. As the contract was signed, it spontaneously combusted and disappeared. The heavenly Dao consciousness instantly felt the mysterious constraints, and if it violated the contract, it would perish. Not bad, you are sensible. Don't think you are losing money, in fact, you are the winner. Yayu patted its shoulder. The latter smiled stiffly, feeling like buying a horse in his heart. Where is the origin of the rules? Yayu signaled the latter to take it out quickly. Inside. The consciousness of heaven took Yayu deeper into the core of the world. After a while, a small hill made up of the origin of rules appeared in front of Yayu. Hiss! I'm rich! Yayu's eyes lit up. He thought his decision to come to this world was the right one. It is estimated that the main god space may not be able to collect so many rule origins. I can do it in one step without worrying about other systems besieging me. You go out and guard. I'm going to absorb these things. Yayu pushed aside his heavenly Dao consciousness and plunged into the hill of the origin of rules, absorbing greedily. Chapter 144. It was unknown how long it took, but Yayu had completely absorbed the mountain of the origin of rules. Sufficient rule origins made his system more powerful. Yayu had a hunch that once this sequence battle was over and the serial number was determined, his system functions would be upgraded. I should be the one walking at the forefront now, and this world is still invading other worlds, so there is a sufficient supply base for the origin of rules. Yayu's eyes flickered. The active invasion of a world is much faster than the main god space. The main god space only cultivates thousands or tens of thousands of reincarnations, and their abilities vary. It's not like this world, where all the people are world plunderers. With such a huge base, there will always be talented people born. Moreover, this world is no longer in its infancy. The frequency of invading the world will only increase, and the number of worlds to be conquered will increase step by step every year. Yayu walked out of here and came outside. The heavenly Dao consciousness looked at Yayu who walked out, and sensed an aura from him that was several times stronger than before, and fell silent. Is this considered an enemy? Work hard and try to invade more worlds. Yayu encouraged. I want to, but my world is also being invaded by the grey fog world right now, and that world is a little weird. I suspect that the grey fog I see now is just the appearance of that world, and that world is swallowing up other worlds through the grey fog. As time goes by, the grey fog will become more and more overbearing. If my world is not promoted fast enough, I am afraid it will become nutrients for the other world. The consciousness of heaven is solemn. Yu nodded in understanding. If the realm masters you sent can't solve it, you can send my host along. Host? Tiandao was stunned. That's him. You should thank him. After all, he helped you conquer so many worlds last year. Yu passed Zhang Mu's information to the heavenly Dao consciousness. After receiving the information and adding his own authority from the heavenly Dao, the latter immediately understood what Zhang Mu had done. But it can't be happy at all. Damn it, it's you who brought such a powerful outsider to me, right? As a result, it is now forced to work for others. Okay, don't blame him in your heart. Even if it wasn't him, I would have found someone else to be my host. After I entered your world, the ending of everything was already determined. Yu said. Tiandao was silent for a while before saying, even if he can conquer the journey to the West world, he may not be able to conquer the grey mist world. The situations in the two worlds are different, and everything is unknown. If it's just him, it may not work, but with my assistance, no world can resist my invasion. Yu grinned. The consciousness of the heavenly Dao smiled bitterly. Yes, there was also this robber, and he himself had also suffered a tragic death at his hands. Wait, since I have been harmed, why not let him harm the grey mist world? Anyway, if I am not having a good life, then I can't expect to have an easy life in the grey fog world. I agree. I will open the passage again and send it to the grey mist world later. The heavenly consciousness nodded. Yu was very satisfied. As for why he did this, it was of course because he was greedy for the origin of the rules of the grey fog world. He believed that that world must have collected a lot of the origin of the rules. I have to get them all before other systems find them. Then Yu withdrew from the core of the world and returned to Zhang Mu's body. Zhang Mu didn't notice Yu's sudden departure at all. Because what Yu left was his consciousness, and his main body remained in his body, the system functions are still functioning normally as before. At this time, 2 months had passed since the end of the Tiandao conference. After all, it takes time for Yu to refine that pile of rules and origins, and 2 months is already fast enough. During this period, Zhang Mu's territory continued to expand, and now he has occupied 3% of the 9th heaven. Every month, he would reincarnate into other worlds more than a dozen times to earn reincarnation points. At present, he has accumulated a considerable amount of reincarnation points. Host, Zhang Mu. Realm, 9th level reincarnator. Main world authority level, level 1. Talents, simulated reincarnation, gold, god of war, gold, sage, gold, child of destiny, gold, 9 life reincarnations, red, eye of destiny, gold, child of heaven, 7 colors. Territory, Shiwen Das Han. Rebirth point, 301-085-0110. System points, 11000000. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, and copying. System evaluation, with some self-protection capabilities, you can be considered a strong person, but it is still not good enough in the heavens. The number of reincarnation points reached a terrifying 3 billion. As for strength, the 9th level reincarnation was already the highest standard before the World Master. Zhang Mu believed that his strength was unmatched by other 9th level reincarnated people, and that he could easily crush them. Within the 100,000 mountains, Zhang Mu was enjoying her afternoon tea happily. Suddenly, a terrifying atmosphere descended. Zhang Mu immediately stood up and became alert, but after careful perception, he found that this was not the breath of the heavenly Dao of the main world? Could it be that heaven has something to do with me? Soon, the consciousness of heaven appeared before him. I don't know why the heavenly Dao came to visit me. Zhang Mu bowed respectfully. You. The heavenly Dao consciousness looked at Zhang Mu with resentment. The strangest thing was that it sensed an inexplicable sense of familiarity from Zhang Mu. He swallowed the words of blame for a moment, and gradually forgave Zhang Mu for bringing foreign enemies to him. Zhang Mu was confused. Well, the reason I came here is because I have something important for you to do. The heavenly Dao consciousness spoke. Important? What exactly is it? Zhang Mu asked doubtfully. I have decided to send you to the grey mist world. Ah! Zhang Mu was confused. What? You want me to go to the grey fog world? I am just an ordinary level 1 authority user, not a realm master. Are you mistaken? Zhang Mu quickly shook his head to refuse. He didn't want to go to such a dangerous world. You are living a good life now. When you are bored, why not go and conquer some low-level worlds to kill time? Why do you have to suffer like the world masters? No problem. I will send level 1 authority personnel there later. I just asked you to go there in advance, said the heavenly consciousness. Then can you not do it in advance? I am still a contender for the 9th heaven realm master. If I leave, I don't know when I will come back. By the time I come back, the realm master position will have been taken by someone else. Zhang Mu said, this is what he really cares about. After all, Tiandao had said before that the flow of time in the main world and the grey fog world is the same. Conquering a world is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two. He believes that with the help of the system, it is only a matter of time before he conquers the grey fog world. But the position of the Lord of the main world is gone. Others are not here to eat for free. By the time you come back, the food will be cold. Well, it's just a realm master. If you want it, I can give it to you directly. The heavenly Dao consciousness said lightly. Doesn't heaven interfere with the birth of a realm master? Zhang Mu was a little confused. It's not about interfering, but it's not about not being able to interfere. I have the final say in my world. The way of heaven is the way of rogue. Chapter 145. Zhang Mu was choked by Tiandao's words, but after thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be a loss. With the help of heaven, he will be able to become the master of the world soon, and it will be no problem for him to go to the grey mist world at that time. So Zhang Mu said, if I become the master of the 9th heaven, then it would not be a problem to send me to the grey mist world. Don't worry, I will do what I promised you. Within a month, I will let you control the 9th heaven. Tiandao nodded with satisfaction. Good. Zhang Mu was also very satisfied and felt that he had made a profit. Afterwards, the heavenly Dao consciousness left the 10,000 mountains, and Zhang Mu began the process of expanding his territory. With the cooperation of heaven, the expansion speed of Zhang Mu's territory increased by hundreds of times. Whenever he encountered the territory of other reincarnated people, it would be ruthlessly assigned to Zhang Mu by the heavens. This also made the reincarnated people look confused. What? I was staying at home and when I woke up, my home was gone. Such ridiculous things keep happening over and over again. Soon Zhang Mu's territory expanded and he came into contact with another person who was qualified to be a realm master. Chen Shuiying stared at the message Tiandao sent her in a daze and remained silent. He just received a notice from Tiandao, telling him to transfer the territory to Zhang Mu as soon as possible. The 9th heaven realm master has been decided. If you still want to compete for the realm master, I can transfer you to the 7th or 8th heaven to participate in the competition. The way of heaven is not too ruthless. Now the masters of the first 6 heavens have been decided, and the 9th heaven has been decided, so only the 7th and 8th heavens are left. If Chen Shuiying still wants to compete for the title of Realm Master, it can also arrange for him to go to the 7th or 8th level to participate in the fight. Chen Shuiying was speechless at the news from Heavenly Dao. The battle for the Lord of the 7th and 8th heavens was almost over. If he went there now, wouldn't he be giving his head away in vain? He wouldn't be able to advance at all. Can I wait until the 10th heaven opens up? Chen Shuiying thought for a while and asked. If the 10th heaven is opened up and heaven allows him to compete for the Realm Lord, then he will have a great advantage and will be able to hold the position of Realm Lord firmly. Can. Tiandao agreed. Hey! Then I want to wait until the 10th heaven is opened. Chen Shuiying breathed a sigh of relief. So he cooperated with the will of heaven and transferred his territory to Zhongmu. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Zhongmu's territory also officially occupied all locations in the 9th heaven, and all reincarnated people were under his jurisdiction. He also began to promulgate a series of measures. After all, the current atmosphere in the 9th heaven was too bad. He wanted to take care of everything before he left. Heaven doesn't mind this little bit of time and gives Zhongmu another 2 months to deal with his funeral. All of a sudden, the 9th heaven began to undergo tremendous changes. The news of the birth of the Lord of the 9th heaven was also known to those with authority in other heavens. They came to check it out in person, unable to believe it. But when they saw the drastic reforms that were taking place in the 9th heaven, they had to believe it even if they didn't believe it. Tisk tisk, this is too fast, isn't it? The 7th and 8th heavens are still fighting, but the 9th heaven is catching up. I had guessed it would be like this. What do you mean? Of course it was the previous Tiandao conference. Do you still remember the contribution of Zhu Kongtian? Could it be that the Lord of the 9th heaven is that big guy? Of course, let's go. Let's go visit this big guy. After confirming that the disappearance of the 9th heaven realm lord was true, first-level authority figures from various heavens came to visit one after another. FK. The realm master is actually Brother Zhang. Li Huashan looked at Zhongmu in shock. Brother Li, how are you? Zhongmu smiled and nodded. I'm fine, but I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few months, you've become a realm master. It was just a fluke. In the distance, Chen Shuiying looked at Zhongmu with complicated eyes. Zhongmu noticed it and smiled. Although they were competitors before, the other party was very cooperative and transferred the territory to him. I raised my glass to toast him. Afterwards, Zhongmu began to entertain visitors from various realms, and the 10,000 mountains became extremely lively. 2 months passed in a flash. Under Zhongmu's reforms, the atmosphere in the 9th heaven has finally improved a little, but it will take a lot of time to become like the other heavens. After I leave, the affairs of the territory will be handed over to you. You will also have to lead the construction of the 9th heaven. I hope that when I come back, I can see a different scenery. Zhongmu instructed his vassals. Don't worry, we will work hard. When you come back, we will definitely let you see a different 9th heaven. Everyone nodded solemnly. Zhongmu then assigned some reincarnation points to each of them, and handed over all of his own reincarnation points to Xia Suejiao for management. These funds are used to maintain the basic development of the territory. Compared with other heavens, the 9th heaven still has too few talents. This requires you to cultivate, otherwise you will be at a disadvantage when competing for resources with other people in the future. Xia Suejiao swallowed as she looked at the huge amount of money Zhongmu transferred to her. Master, is this too much? Xia Suejiao said in a trembling voice. Others didn't know how many reincarnation points Zhongmu transferred to Xia Suejiao, so they didn't understand why she was so excited. That's a full 3 billion. I don't know when I will be back, and there is no point of use for my reincarnation points, so I will keep them all for the development of the territory. I recognize your ability, and I hope you won't let me down. Zhongmu said. Xia Suejiao has followed Zhongmu from the beginning. Her abilities have gradually been revealed. She is very perfect in her work and has good character. She gave herself all the hundreds of thousands of reincarnation points that others had transferred to her privately before, and did not keep them all for herself, which shows that she has a good character. Xia Suejiao is now an 8th level authority person. Although this is the result of sufficient resources and training, it is very difficult to conquer the world without talent. Moreover, among Zhang Mu's vassals, Xia Suejiao is the only one with authority, while the others have not yet become authority holders. The main reason may be that the development time is relatively short. Yes, I will keep it safe. All of this money will be used for territory and talent training. Xia Suejiao said seriously. Well, that's it. Go ahead. I should leave too. Zhang Mu dismissed everyone. Then the consciousness of the way of heaven descended. Are you ready? Well, everything is ready. Zhang Mu nodded. Well, although I have explained the situation of the grey mist world in the previous meeting, I still want to remind you once. This time is different from the past. You will no longer be reincarnated into the grey mist world, but will enter directly in the flesh. Once you fall in it, you will truly die, so don't be reckless and do something dangerous. If you encounter something invincible, you can try to avoid it and hold on until I officially clear the grey fog world, and then I will come to help you. The heavenly Dao consciousness said a lot of things, like an old father admonishing his children. Ahem. Is it time to set off? Zhang Mu couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted him quickly. Well, in that case, follow my guidance and enter. The heavenly Dao consciousness began to connect to the channel of the grey fog world, and soon a small cave appeared in front of Zhang Mu. Hold this thing. The heavenly consciousness threw something to Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu took it and looked at it. It was similar to the ones of the previous world masters, but his seemed not to be a wooden house, but a castle. Chapter 146. Since you are weaker than other realm masters, I have specially built a powerful shelter. If you encounter a strong enemy, you can mobilize the power of heaven on it. The heavenly consciousness explained. Thanks. Zhang Mu was touched. He thought that heaven was so good to him. Go ahead. Then Tiandao watched Zhang Mu enter the passage and disappear into the main world. Oh! I hope everything goes well. Tiandao muttered to himself. The space kept changing, accompanied by a burst of white light. Zhang Mu descended into the grey fog world. All you see is a hazy grey fog. A stranger fell into the grey fog, instantly like a lamb falling into a pack of wolves. All the grey fog began to erode Zhang Mu's body, and even his soul was being eroded. He didn't dare to delay and immediately threw the shelter given to him by Tiandao into an open space. Bang! A huge castle appeared out of nowhere. It is accompanied by a huge protective cover to isolate the grey fog. It's a tough thing. Zhang Mu began to look around, but he couldn't see clearly due to the cover of grey fog. He was not in a hurry and began to familiarize himself with the facilities in the castle. There is everything you need. It seems that the heavenly Dao has considered everything very carefully. Zhang Mu was very satisfied. This way, he didn't have to worry about having a mental breakdown after staying in this world for too long. He looked up at the sky and saw 2 moons. One white moon and one blood moon. The 2 lights overlapped and everything looked so strange under the illumination of the 2 kinds of moonlight and the grey fog. Can there be life in such a world? Zhang Mu frowned. He was a powerful world master, and facing the grey fog, he could only temporarily resist the erosion. For other life forms, there would be no hope of survival. A strange world. In the following days, Zhang Mu observed the situation in this world in the castle. At present, it seems that the grey fog does not exist all the time. When the 2 moons completely overlap, that is, the white moon covers the blood moon, the grey fog will recede, revealing the true appearance of this world. When the blood moon appears again, the grey fog will come again and cover the entire world. Calculated using Zhang Mu's world time, the difference between the 2 is 8 hours. In other words, Zhang Mu can only stay outside safely for 8 hours. In the past few days, he investigated the situation around him, trying to find life forms in this world. But the result disappointed him. There was no living organisms nearby, not even basic green vegetation. They were all dark purple and had strange shapes. Zhang Mu didn't know what this was either. He probably thought it was a unique feature of the grey fog world. Although no other life forms were found, Zhang Mu did not give up exploring. He began to draw a topographic map of the world with his castle as the center. I don't know where the other realm masters are. If we can find them, we can exchange information. Zhang Mu thought. Those 6 world masters entered the grey fog world almost 10 months earlier than Zhang Mu. They must have explored a lot of things during such a long time. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Zhang Mu explored the grey fog world as usual. But suddenly, a blood moon appeared in the sky. Zhang Mu's face changed. He knew best what this meant. The grey fog is coming. Sure enough, within just a few breaths, grey fog suddenly appeared around them. Damn it! What's going on? There are still 4 hours left until 8 hours. Zhang Mu quickly ran towards his castle. As the grey fog enveloped him, he lost all vision, but what he was sure of was that as long as he kept running towards the castle, he would reach it without any accidents. Hiss, gurgle. Zhang Mu was walking in a hurry when his legs were suddenly entangled by something. Break! Zhang Mu quickly mobilized his strength to break the restraints, and then densely packed indescribable things kept rushing towards Zhang Mu. Finally, I have seen other life forms in this world. Zhang Mu frowned and looked around. Because of the grey fog, he could only see things within a range of 3 meters. These monsters look strange and emit waves of mental fluctuations that disturb people's minds. He no longer hesitated and immediately killed the monsters. The only thing that made Zhang Mushang feel relieved was that the strength of these monsters was too weak for him and he could kill them easily. The killed monsters will not leave their bodies, but will turn into a pool of liquid and merge into the earth. Is it endless? Endless. Zhang Mu gave up the massacre and continued flying towards his castle. Various monsters tried to stop him along the way, trying to pull Zhang Mu into the darkness, but they were shattered one by the shield he supported with powerful energy. This is a strange world. It is impossible for normal life to be born in this world. Zhang Mu said firmly. Finally, after spending an hour, Zhang Mu safely entered his shelter. As Zhang Mu escaped from the grey fog, the monsters chasing him also retreated unwillingly and hid in the grey fog. After this unexpected situation, Zhang Mu did not dare to leave the castle too far before figuring out the pattern of the blood moon's changes. Since there are these monsters in the grey fog, then the strength of the monsters cannot be limited to those weak ones. There must be stronger ones. Zhang Mu analyzed the situation. Fortunately, this time I entered the grey fog world with all my strength, instead of starting from scratch like reincarnation. In the former world of Journey to the West, the Realm Lord's strength was at the late stage of quasi-saint. It is easy to deal with these monsters nowadays. However, we still have to be cautious. After all, it is a threat to the existence of the main world, and there must be existences comparable to the World Master. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another month has passed. During this month, Zhang Mu did not dare to leave too far, but instead observed the changes of the blood moon in the castle. Through his observations, he also roughly figured out some of the patterns of the blood moon. Normally, the pattern remains the same as before, with 8 hours of safe activity. But as each month goes by, there are days with only 4 hours of activity. Zhang Mu called it the Blood Moon Day. He also experimented with the conditions for the monsters in the grey fog to appear. As long as you are exposed to the grey fog for more than 1 minute, the monsters will be attracted. How do we conquer this world? Zhang Mu was at a loss as to where to start. In the past, there was a clear goal in conquering other worlds, either to become the strongest in the world, or to change the world pattern and lead the development of the race. But what about this world? What goal? So far, we only know some information about the grey fog. Become stronger? We are not sure if there is a promotion system in this world. The world structure? Other intelligent life forms have never seen it, and the race has only seen the monsters in the grey fog. System? What should I do now? When you are in doubt, the system is the boss. Zhang Mu decisively began to seek help from his own system. The omnipotent system would always provide a way out of the situation. All he had to do was hold on to his father's leg and wait for him to take him flying. Chapter 147. Ding. Host, please wait a moment. The system is fully analyzing this world. After receiving the system response, Zhang Mu waited patiently. Ding. Analysis successful. This world is divided into two worlds, one is the surface world, and the other is the inner world. 2 floors. Zhang Mu was stunned. The host can understand it as the main world's heaven. After Ye Yu's explanation, Zhang Mu finally understood everything. That means I am still in the surface world. If I want to find out the true appearance of the grey fog world, I must enter the inner world. That's right. Zhang Mu was a little surprised. Who could have thought of this? No wonder I have been here for a month and still have no clue. Is it possible that the other world masters are also trapped in the surface world? Zhang Mu clicked his tongue. The main world had spent so much effort to send the world masters in, but in the end they hadn't even officially entered other people's homes. System, how do I enter the other world? Does the host still remember the day of mutation? Blood Moon Day. That's right, when the blood moon comes, the inner and outer worlds will overlap briefly. You can find the weak point in the space and break through it to enter. I see. Zhang Mu nodded. It seemed that he would have to wait for nearly another month. In the following time, he began to wait for the arrival of the blood moon. Of course he had not given up exploring the surface world. As for why we still need to explore. One is to find those world masters. The other is that since the grey fog world has 2 layers of the outer and inner worlds, there must be a reason for its existence. If the inner world is the true appearance of the grey fog world, then what about the outer world? Anyway, Zhang Mu doesn't believe that the surface world is just used to confuse other invaders. It must have other important purposes. Soon it was the blood moon that comes once a month. Zhang Mu looked at the bright moon in the sky. The next moment, a blood moon suddenly appeared, and grey fog began to rise over the ground. Zhang Mu closed his eyes tightly and began to scan the space with his spiritual sense, trying to find its weak point. Found it. His eyes suddenly opened, and with a wave of his hand he folded up the castle and put it into the system space. Then he flashed to the bottom of the blood moon, gathered all his strength in his right fist, and punched hard. Bang! In an instant, the space cracked, and Zhang Mu quickly bent down and drilled into the space channel. As the space changed, when Zhang Mu came to his senses, he had arrived in another world. Is this the other world? Zhang Mu looked a little dazed. The scene before my eyes was completely different from the outside world. There is grey fog in the surface world. Even when the grey fog dissipates, there is something dark purple on the ground. The scenery here is no different from that in the general world. The only thing that concerned him was the blood moon hanging in the sky. There is only a blood moon in the inner world, and no white moon. If I had noticed this earlier, I wouldn't have been confused by the outer world. But fortunately, there is the system boss. Zhang Mu chose a direction to move forward. Soon he saw a house where someone was living and hurried over there. When he got closer, Zhang Mu discovered that the people living here were not humans, but a group of orcs. Human. Seeing Zhang Mu's figure, the surrounding orcs surrounded him. Zhang Mu was not timid either. He believed that strong strength was the guarantee of safety. Excuse me, where is this place? Zhang Mu wanted to find out some information. Oh? Looks like he's new here. The orcs grinned, looking somewhat ferocious. Human, as an exchange of information, please tell me about the situation in your world first. The orc gestured. Zhang Mu narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. He analyzed a situation and said as they wished, my world has been completely swallowed up by the grey fog world, and then I came here inexplicably. Has another world fallen? The orc sighed. Why do you say that? Zhang Mu asked back. As you can see, you just arrived and don't know the situation yet. The grey mist world is invading many other worlds, and the invaded worlds will naturally not sit idly by and wait for death, so they sent out strong men from various worlds to launch a counterattack. However, as the grey fog world becomes stronger, the effectiveness of the counterattacks of the major worlds becomes weaker and weaker. Thousands of races live on this continent, and they seem to be resisting the grey fog world, but they are just struggling to survive. The orc explained. So you came here as soon as you entered the grey fog world. Isn't this nonsense? If not here, then where else? The only thing that makes us wonder is that we are in a world of grey fog, but we can't see any grey fog at all. It's really ridiculous. Or does the world of grey fog never take us seriously? The orc smiled bitterly. After resisting for so long, the other party didn't take it seriously at all. Zhang Mu was thoughtful after hearing this and became more and more convinced of his previous guess. It is very intriguing that these guys have never entered the surface world. Is your world still connected to you? No, we will just send strong men to support us regularly. The orc shook his head. Since you said that this continent is home to many races, then humans also exist. It does exist. If you want to go there, you can see it if you fly in this direction for more than 1 billion miles. But you have skinny arms and legs, can you make it? The grey fog world is very large, and there are powerful monsters in the wild. The orc reminded that after all, everyone is in the same camp, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thanks for the reminder, but since I was able to come to this world alive, do you think I don't have the ability to protect myself? Yeah, good luck to you then. The orc nodded. After asking for the information, Zhang Mu left in the direction the orc pointed. He wanted to meet humans from other worlds, see how powerful they were, and get information from them. Before, Zhang Mu could feel that the orcs had concealed a lot of information from him, but this was normal. People who are not of our race must have different hearts, and everyone understands this truth. After a long journey, Zhang Mu finally arrived at a human gathering place. Along the way, we didn't see the monsters that the orcs talked about, and there seemed to be no day or night in the inner world. The blood moon was always hanging high in the sky. Under the moonlight, the earth is red. The gathering place is quite large, and it seems to include humans from many worlds. Zhang Mu stopped 3 miles outside the city and walked slowly towards the city gate. When the people guarding the city saw Zhang Mu's new face, they stopped him. Brother, stop for a moment. You look unfamiliar. Have you just arrived in the grey mist world? The city guard asked. Yes, I am because. Zhang Mu gave the same explanation. I see. Don't be sad, brother. Although the grey mist world is very powerful, I believe that as long as all the worlds unite, they will be able to completely destroy it. The man comforted Zhang Mu. Are you sure it's you who destroyed the grey mist world, rather than the grey mist world destroying you? Zhang Mu didn't want to say anything discouraging. Can I go in then? I finally found the gathering place of humans, and I ran all the way from the orcs. There are 2 meanings to this statement. One is that I have the ability and will not be a burden. I can help you at the critical moment. The second is that you and I are both human beings and we should stick together. I have no ill will towards the human race. Chapter 148. As expected, as Zhang Mu said this, the man smiled and said, so you came from the orcs. There are more than 10 billion miles between us. There are powerful monsters along the way. It's not easy to get here safely without strong strength. I can't help it. After all, I don't want to live with a group of orcs. Zhang Mu said this, admitting that his strength was pretty good. That's right, then welcome to join our big camp. The man said with satisfaction. Well, after all, we are all human. Although we come from different places, we all have human blood flowing in our veins. Now that we have a common enemy, we should help each other. Can you tell me about the situation in this world now? I'm new here and don't know much about everything yet. Having a clear understanding will also help me take action in the future. Zhang Mu said. Well, let me tell you about it. Let's take the current human gathering place as an example. This place was built by humans from hundreds of worlds, but there are only 10 big bosses who manage the entire city. These 10 bosses are the strongest in the world. They form an alliance to decide all the actions of mankind today. Under their leadership, our human race has become a major force on this continent. Big power. Well, brother, you have also learned from the orcs that this world has invaded more than one world. There are thousands of races, and we all have the same enemy, but we are also competitors. When it comes to maintaining basic resource operations, we are friends, but when it comes to competing for resources, we are enemies. Resources. The man slowly said, that's right, after entering this world, everyone has completely lost contact with their own world, and the energy contained in this world is not suitable for our cultivation. You should know what this means. Fortunately, you can hunt those monsters to get crystals. The crystals in the monsters' bodies can supplement our energy needs very well. Most importantly, this energy is suitable for everyone to absorb and transform. Zhang Mu frowned, are there only those monsters in this world? How do you fight against the grey fog world? Alas! We don't know how to fight against the grey fog world. Rather than saying that we are fighting against the grey fog world, it's better to say that we are trapped in this world. Over the years, everyone has been exploring this world, but they can't find the source of the grey fog. Zhang Mu felt heavy-hearted. It seemed that no one had ever entered the surface world, and they didn't even know its existence. He looked up at the blood moon in the sky, and his spiritual sense continued to probe the blood moon to sense whether there were any weak points in space. But unfortunately it didn't, maybe it was because the blood moon had passed. As for why these people did not enter the surface world, Zhang Mu suspected that it was because the power of the heavenly Dao in their world was not good enough. Mirror flowers and water moons are becoming more and more interesting. Zhang Mu's mouth curled up slightly. Brother, you'd better not stare at the blood moon for a long time. It will make you dazed if you look at it for too long. The man reminded. Dizzy. Zhang Mu was stunned. Why didn't he have this feeling? Well, this thing can bewitch the mind. When we first arrived, we didn't know anything. Some people just looked at the blood moon for a long time and their minds were completely lost, turning into zombies. This blood moon was always hanging high in the sky, with no distinction between day and night. We once suspected that the source of the grey fog was the blood moon. But when everyone mobilized the power of all races to explore, they were blocked by a barrier. Even if all the races gathered their strength, they could not break this barrier. Everyone said that this was the world barrier, and unless the power of heaven intervened, there was no way to break through the barrier. After that, people forgot about it and could only wait for the support of their own world's heaven. Zhang Mu understood everything after hearing this. The surface world is the origin of the grey fog world, and the inner world is just the confusion of the grey fog world, but there must be secrets hidden in it. However, if the power of heaven in your world is not strong, you cannot enter the surface world of the grey fog world at all, and can only come to the inner world set up in the grey fog world. Before entering the surface world, who would have thought that this world had 2 layers? Even if you are lucky enough to enter the surface world, you cannot guess that there is an inner world outside this world. They can only struggle in the surface world under the grey fog. The surface world is confused by grey fog. There is a blood moon mystery in the other world. Both of them must be hiding a big secret. Only by breaking through the two keys at the same time can we completely uncover the truth of the grey fog world. Thank you for telling me, brother. Can I go into the city now? Zhang Mu nodded. Of course, since you have already joined us, you can come and go as you please. When you walk inside, you will see a registration office. After registering your information, you can get a house to live in. Considering that more and more people will join our camp, our city is also slowly expanding, so there are sufficient houses available. The man smiled. Zhang Mu then said goodbye to the man, registered his information according to his instructions, and received a house to live in. To be on the safe side, Zhang Mu set up a powerful barrier around his house. After all, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must always be on guard against others. It's always better to be cautious. Then Zhang Mu took out the castle model and looked at it. Now that we don't have to worry about the erosion of the grey fog in the other world, this thing won't be useful anymore, right? Zhang Mu seemed to be thinking about something, and his eyes lit up when he sensed the power of heaven. The solution to this problem is right here. Thank goodness that heaven has left me a backup plan. Didn't that person say that the barrier had to be broken by the power of heaven? And he just happened to have it. It's just that the power of heaven in the model is a little weak now. However, compared to before, the power of the heavenly Dao seems to be much stronger. It seems that this model can indeed absorb the energy of the grey fog world and continue to grow. But can this function also be used in the other world? Zhang Mu thought about it. This is the key point. If this thing can't grow in the inner world, then he has to put it in the surface world? So in the following days, Zhang Mu acted as a transparent man in this city and verified whether the castle could grow in the inner world. A few weeks passed in a flash, and the results of the experiment disappointed Zhang Mu. Castles cannot grow in the other world. This is normal. After all, the heavenly Dao is set up according to the energy contained in the grey fog. There is no grey fog in the inner world, so it naturally cannot absorb energy and grow. It's over. We're at a dead end again. Zhang Mu was speechless. I am alone and cannot take care of both sides at the same time. If we could find the masters of the surface world, we could work together from inside and outside, with me conquering the inner world while they conquer the surface world. Let's take it one step at a time. During this time, let's first understand the inner world and then consider whether to return to the outer world. Zhang Mu murmured to himself, there are still a few weeks before the blood moon day arrives. Chapter 149. A few days passed unknowingly and the city began to mobilize personnel. Zhang Mu naturally went over to join in the fun and check it out. After some questioning, I learned that they were preparing to go out hunting monsters in the wild. Zhang Mu also followed the large group and came to the inner world. He had never seen the monsters here, so he wanted to see how they were different from the monsters in the outer world. Soon, after some trekking, everyone found a group of monsters gathered together. They are no different from the monsters in the outer world. Zhang Mu's eyes flickered. The monsters are not too strong, and the large group of people are all strong men from various worlds, so hunting them is very easy. As the monster died, everyone took out a huge crystal core from its body. The crystal core emits pure light. Zhang Mu also wanted to get a crystal core for research, so he joined the hunting operation before the main force killed the monsters. Hey, brother, the crystal cores need to be handed in. They will be distributed when we get back. Someone stopped Zhang Mu from taking the crystal core privately. I killed this monster, why can't I take it? Zhang Mu frowned. Well, I understand how you feel, but for the sake of the overall situation, we have to do this. The big picture. Zhang Mu laughed. It's just a crystal core. How can it affect the overall situation? You must be new here and don't know much about this place. Do you know why we are hunting these monsters? Isn't it just about obtaining cultivation resources? Yeah, but these monsters aren't infinite, you know what I mean. As the myriad races continue to hunt, the number of monsters is decreasing. When all the monsters are hunted, everyone will lose their source of energy. At that time, let alone resisting the grey fog world, it will be a blessing if they can hold on and not die. The man explained helplessly. Zhang Mu was silent for a while and threw the crystal core to him. Thank you for understanding, but for the sake of the overall situation, we can only do this. Who doesn't want to leave this damn place as soon as possible and return to their own world? For now, we can only place our hopes on the top management, as these crystal cores will be given priority to them. Zhang Mu waved his hand, left the team alone and walked towards a farther place. The man didn't say anything when he saw this. Something is wrong, the monsters in the surface world are endless, but not in the inner world. Moreover, the monsters in the surface world turn into liquid and merge into the earth after death, while the monsters in the inner world actually have crystal cores in their bodies. If you say there is no connection between the two, I don't believe it myself. The light of the crystal core is too special. Zhang Mu kept analyzing in his mind. After spending some time, Zhang Mu found another group of monsters. After killing them all, he obtained dozens of crystal cores. These crystal cores could also trigger 100-fold amplification of the system, and in a blink of an eye they became thousands of crystal cores. He began to carefully examine the energy contained in the crystal core. It is indeed as others have said. The energy inside can be transformed into the energy you need at will. And this light, the aura of purification. Could it be? Zhang Mu's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he had a guess in his mind. This guess could only be verified when he returned to the surface world. 2 weeks passed in a blink of an eye, and it was the blood moon day again. Zhang Mu came to the wild, stared at the blood moon in the sky, and silently calculated the time in his heart. Arrive. Suddenly, the huge spiritual consciousness probed towards the blood moon, and sure enough, there was a weak node in the space. Moreover, this node is not fixed like the surface world, but changes randomly around the blood moon. No wonder all races have not discovered this secret. First, the node is around the blood moon and exists once a month, for only 4 hours each time. All the people of all races believed that staring at the blood moon for too long would cause one to lose one's mind, which led to this result. Zhang Mu did not delay any longer and immediately flew towards the blood moon, gathering enormous strength and blasting towards the weak point of the space node. Bang! The space shattered, like a mirage in the water. The scene around Zhang Mu kept changing, and after a moment, a burst of strong light came. Zhang Mu returned to the surface world. The grey fog around him came like a tide, trying to drown him. It's time for experimentation. Zhang Mu did not summon his own shelter, but took out a crystal core. Sizzle! The light emitted by the crystal core dispelled the approaching grey fog, making bursts of noise. Seeing this, Zhang Mu's mouth curled up slightly. I see. I see. Is this the hidden secret? He was extremely excited. After spending so much time, he finally had a clue about how to conquer the grey fog world. Now there is only one last piece of the puzzle left for me to verify. Zhang Mujiang was walking leisurely in the grey fog, holding the crystal core. Wherever the light shines along the way, the grey fog will melt away. What Zhang Mu is even more concerned about is that the grey fog will not reappear in the places that have been purified. It seems that the total amount of grey fog is fixed. After some experiments, Zhang Mu found out that an ordinary-sized crystal core can purify about 100 square meters of land. The area of the grey fog world is very large. If one wants to completely disperse the grey fog, the number of crystal cores required will undoubtedly be huge. Whether this method is feasible or not, I will have to wait until next time I go back to verify another guess. Now I need to find another world master within a month. Zhang Mu summoned his own shelter, allowing it to absorb energy and grow in the grey fog world. He continued to hunt monsters in the grey fog, and when he was tired, he would go into the shelter to rest. When the grey fog receded, they began to look for traces of the world masters. As the days passed, Zhang Mu's search traces became increasingly distant. Finally, before the last day of the blood moon, one of the realm masters was found. But he looked a little embarrassed. Finally I saw a stranger. The man spotted Zhang Mu and ran towards him with shining eyes. Which realm are you the master of? Zhang Mu signaled him to stop and asked about the situation. Oh? Someone from the main world. The realm master was stunned when he heard this. Could it be that the heavenly Dao has already started sending people to support? Well, I am from the main world. Since I am a new world master, I was naturally sent by the heavenly Dao to conquer the grey mist world. Zhang Mu nodded. A new realm master? A realm master of the 7th or 8th heaven? No, from the 9th heaven. Zhang Mu shook his head. 9th heaven? How long have I been in the grey fog world? A realm master was born in the 9th heaven. Chu Tianxiang said in shock. Should be nearly a year. Zhang Mu estimated the time and replied. Only 1 year has passed since the 9th heaven gave birth to a realm master? But this is not important. Now that I am here, it just so happens that I have someone to talk to me. Chu Tianxiang said indifferently. I'm not here to chat with you. Have you met other realm masters? Zhang Mu asked. I saw nothing. This is a damn place. After being thrown here by Tiandao, we were all separated. I haven't seen any trace of them since then. Chu Tianxiang said angrily, obviously very dissatisfied with Tiandao's decision. Chapter 150. I don't know what heaven was thinking. They had to be so reckless and send us in. I still don't know how to conquer the grey fog world. I have no idea at all. And the shelter that God gave me only had a bed and no other facilities. Do you know how bored I was this past year? Chu Tianxiang kept talking. Zhang Mu listened quietly and mourned for him in his heart. Fortunately, God had given him a castle with complete facilities. There are also various entertainment items. Otherwise, if I have to deal with the grey fog every day, I will probably have a mental breakdown. Let's stop here for now. The grey fog is coming soon. Let's hide in my shelter. Although the shelter given by heaven is a little small, it is more than enough to accommodate 2 people. Chu Tianxiang stopped complaining. No, just go into my shelter. My house is bigger. Aren't they all the same? Chu Tianxiang didn't care until Zhang Mu took out his castle and put it on the open space, then he fell silent. See, my house is indeed bigger. You call this a little bigger? Chu Tianxiang looked at his wooden house next to him, and then looked at Zhang Mu's castle. His wooden house was not even as big as a room in the castle. I would believe you if you said you were the illegitimate son of heaven. Chu Tianxiang looked at Zhang Mu with strange eyes. Zhang Mu just smiled and didn't explain. Who would still live in a wooden house when you have this castle? Chu Tianxiang decisively packed up his wooden house and prepared to live in the castle. Wait, don't close the cabin. Oh, I almost forgot, the wooden house can also absorb the energy of the grey fog world to enhance the power of the heaven above it. Chu Tianxiang came back to his senses. Then Zhang Mu took Chu Tianxiang into his castle, let him take a good bath, have a meal, and then started talking about business. You mean this grey fog world has 2 heavens and earths, just like the heavens of the main world? Chu Tianxiang was a little surprised. Yes, I discovered this by accident, and the other thing is. Zhang Mu recounted his findings. Chu Tianxiang's expression also became solemn. This grey fog world is indeed unusual. If you hadn't discovered the problem, you would have stayed here until you died without a clue. He sighed. So if you want to conquer the grey fog world, you have to do it from both ends. Tomorrow is the blood moon day, which is also the day of mutation. I am going to enter the other world. I need you to cooperate with me in the surface world to verify a guess. Of course, in addition to verifying the guess, I also need you to find other world masters. There are only 2 of us now, so our efficiency is a bit low. Zhang Mu said. Well, I will cooperate with you, but how do we contact each other? Chu Tianxiang asked. Just take this, a communicator, you can communicate across borders. Zhang Mu handed him a walkie-talkie. He bought this from the system mall. It wasn't expensive, only 10,000 system points for a pair. Okay, I got it. Chu Tianxiang took the things and nodded. You're not going to take this castle away. He pointed to the ground. I won't take it away. I didn't dare to leave it there because there was no one in the surface world before. Now that you are here, I feel relieved. This thing needs to absorb the energy from the grey fog to grow, but there is no grey fog in the other world. Zhang Mu shook his head. Hey, that's good. Chu Tianxiang smiled. He didn't want to live in that shabby wooden house anymore. Soon, it was the blood moon that comes once a month. I'll leave everything to you from now on. Don't worry. Zhang Mu said no more and broke through the space again to enter the inner world. Watching Zhang Mu disappear into the sky, Chu Tianxiang also started to get busy. He did not just wait there for the whole year. After searching for such a long time, he had already explored most of the locations. He believed that he would meet other world masters soon. The scene changed. Zhang Mu came to the inner world, and this time he did not land near the orcs. It seems that the locations of the inner and outer worlds correspond 1-to-1. You can exit from where you entered. So they began to look for traces of other tribes. After a while, a forest came into view. Elves? That's rare. Zhang Mu landed in the forest. Human, this is the territory of the elves, do not trespass. After all, Zhang Mu did not hide his figure, so he was naturally spotted by the elves early on. When they saw him landing in the forest, they had to step forward to intercept him. Sorry, I'm new here and I'm not familiar with everything here. Just arrived in the grey mist world. The elf asked. Well, my world was completely swallowed up by the grey fog world not long ago, and I ended up here by accident. Zhang Mu used the same excuse as before. I see. If you want to find human territory, you can see it within a few 100 million miles in this direction. The elf showed him a way. Zhang Mu nodded. His purpose was just to ask for directions. Now that his goal was achieved, he said goodbye to the elf and flew towards the human territory. How's the situation over there? Zhang Mu returned to his residence and took out the walkie-talkie and asked. Everything remains the same. What about time? How much time has passed? 5 hours. It's also been 5 hours for me. It seems that the speed of time in the outer and inner worlds is the same. Zhang Mu confirmed a piece of information again. Do you want to take action? Well, but you have to go to the designated location first, because I just discovered that the locations in the outer and inner worlds correspond to each other. I am now in the human territory, which is hundreds of millions of kilometers away from where I landed. I need you to go hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Zhang Mu reminded. Okay, but by the time I get there, the fog will probably have dissipated. We'll have to wait until next time. No hurry, there's plenty of time. The two ended their conversation. Chu Tianxiang in the outside world immediately packed up the castle and his wooden house and headed in the direction given by Zhang Mu. Before leaving, Zhang Mu temporarily handed over the control of the castle to Chu Tianxiang, so he could naturally take it back. Another day has passed. Zhang Mu came to the wilderness outside the territory. And Chu Tianxiang from the surface world is also ready. The grey fog has risen over here. Do you want to take action? Okay, I'll keep an eye on the situation here. Zhang Mu responded. Soon, following Zhang Mu's order, Chu Tianxiang from the surface world began to kill in the grey fog. As the monsters died one by one, they merged into the earth. In the inner world, monsters slowly gathered in the wilderness on Zhang Mu's side. Zhang Mu rushed forward, killed it, and took out a crystal core from its body. In order to eliminate the possibility of accidental events in the experiment, Zhang Mu kept changing locations to try. Every time Chu Tianxiang kills a monster in the surface world, a monster will condense at the same location in the inner world. Zhang Mu smiled. He didn't expect that the secret that the grey fog world had carefully hidden would be discovered by him so quickly. How is it? Did the experiment yield any results? Chu Tianxiang took the time to ask. Well, the result has come out, just as I guessed. Zhang Mu slowly told Chu Tianxiang his guesses and experimental results. The latter was also very shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that the grey mist world would actually use this trick. If no one cooperates, you will never discover the secrets of the grey fog world in your lifetime. Chapter 151. What should we do next? Chu Tianxiang asked. Well, if we want to completely conquer the grey fog world, we must first dispel the grey fog in the surface world. I discovered that the crystal cores in the monsters can purify the grey fog. But the purification range is too small, and a huge amount of crystal cores are needed. It would be too much for the two of us to collect so many crystal cores. You want to? I plan to unify all races in the other world. With their help, the efficiency will be greatly improved. Zhang Mu nodded. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. If they were all people from our own world, it would be fine. But from what you said, these people are from different worlds, so it's inevitable that some of them have ulterior motives. Chu Tianxiang reminded. Yes, so I need you to find other realm masters. If soft tactics don't work, then use hard tactics. Zhang Mu said firmly. Chu Tianxiang chuckled when he heard this. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. We in the main world have never been afraid. When the 7 of us world masters join forces, the 10,000 races will be nothing more than that. Then I'll ask you to hurry up and find other world masters. I can now continue to improve my prestige in the other world. Zhang Mu said. Okay, let's arrange it this way. The two ended their conversation. Chu Tianxiang began to continue looking for the traces of other world masters, while Zhang Mu began to cooperate with the humans in the other world to hunt monsters and obtain crystal cores. His powerful strength has also made more and more people remember Zhang Mu's name. And with the system 100-fold increase, Zhang Mu has no shortage of crystal cores to replenish his energy. The days go by. After several months of wasting time, Zhang Mu had made a name for himself in the human territory. The main reason is that nothing big happened, and his powerful strength can only kill those monsters with weaker strength. If there is any major battle, he will probably be able to show his skills quickly. And during these few months, Chu Tianxiang also found 2 realm masters. With the 3 of them working together in the search, the efficiency has been greatly increased. I believe that in a short time, all the realm masters can be gathered together. A few more months passed. Chu Tianxiang finally gathered all the realm masters together. Zhang Mu also felt that it was time to talk to the human leaders in the other world. Based on the contributions he had made in the territory over the past few days, the top leaders agreed to summon Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu frowned as he looked at the person in front of him, but when he thought about it, sending someone to see him was a recognition of him, while others couldn't even see him if they wanted to. Little brother, tell me, what do you want from me? The man motioned Zhang Mu to sit down. Well, there is one thing that requires the cooperation of the entire human race. Zhang Mu sat down. Oh? Do you need the cooperation of the entire human race? The man became interested. How much have you discovered about the grey mist world? Have you truly understood the truth about the grey mist world? Zhang Mu asked. This is confidential and cannot be disclosed. So why are you looking for me? Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. I have already figured out the true situation of the grey fog world. As long as you cooperate, it will only be a matter of time before we conquer the grey fog world. Zhang Mu spoke. Are you joking, little brother? You know that all the races are troubled by this matter now, and you can't talk about it casually. The man obviously didn't believe it. I know you won't believe me, so I can verify tonight whether what I said is correct or not. But you have to call the other 9 people to witness it. I don't want to convince them one by one. Zhang Mu said with ease. The man was a little undecided, but then he thought, since nothing big was happening recently, it would be okay to go and take a look. Okay, I agree. I hope what you said is true. Wang Hao agreed. Okay, come find me here later. Zhang Mu gave him an address. Time soon came to evening. Wang Hao and the other 9 people arrived as scheduled. Little brother, I have brought the person here, so how are you going to verify it next? The other 9 people also looked at Zhang Mu. We still have a little time left, so I will first tell you the truth about this grey fog world. Zhang Mu spoke slowly, explaining the fact that there is a double world in the grey fog world. The more they listened, the more solemn they became. Are you telling the truth? In fact, the 10 people already had some vague belief in their hearts, but this fact was too unbelievable. Whether it's true or not, you'll know when I take you into the surface world. Zhang Mu estimated the time and waited quietly. Everyone suppressed their urgency and waited patiently. Soon, the blood moon flashed barely perceptible. Here I come. Follow me. After Zhang Mu said this, he suddenly rushed towards the blood moon in the sky. Everyone was a little surprised. This was a blood moon. They had tried to get through it before, but were blocked by the barrier. Bang! In an instant, as Zhang Mu attacked with all his strength, a small hole appeared under the blood moon. FK! Don't just stand there, hurry up and follow me. The outer and inner worlds only overlap briefly. If you don't want to come back in a month, come in with me now. Zhang Mu urged. Several people gritted their teeth and followed Zhang Mu's footsteps into the space channel. As the scene changes, everyone descended into the surface world. Grey fog. The pupils of several people shrank, and they quickly mobilized the strength in their bodies to prepare to resist the grey fog. Zhang Mu quickly took out the crystal core. Sizzle. The grey fog that suddenly came over was purified and dissipated by the light. This. Everyone looked at what Zhang Mu held in his hand with some surprise. They know this thing, they are very familiar with it. One by one, they took out their stored crystal cores. Zhang Mu's voice also came faintly, the crystal cores in the monsters of the inner world can purify the grey fog of the outer world. This is also the key to conquering the grey fog world. So now you know why I want the entire human race and even all other races to cooperate. The inner and outer worlds correspond 1 to 1. I believe you all have a general understanding of how big the inner world is. An ordinary crystal core can only purify an area of 100 square meters, and the crystal cores needed must be collected by all races together. Everyone was delighted when they heard this, but they couldn't help but say bitterly, I thought it was a surprise, but I didn't expect that we would need crystal cores. You also know that as we have been hunting monsters and obtaining crystal cores over the years, there are not many monsters in the inner world now. With only the crystal cores in the remaining monsters, we can't even purify 1% of the grey fog, let alone 1% of it. Don't worry, I have already experimented with this problem. The monsters in the outer and inner worlds correspond 1 to 1. If you kill a monster in the outer world, a monster will condense in the inner world. The monsters in the surface world are endless, and all it takes is for someone to keep hunting monsters in the surface world. Then there will be a constant supply of monsters in the other world to obtain crystals. Zhang Mu spoke. I see. If that's the case, then we don't lack crystal cores. Everyone relaxed their brows. Chapter 152. Come on, follow me. Zhang Mu waved his hand and signaled everyone to follow. Where are you going? They were a little confused. Shouldn't they go back and discuss countermeasures now? To meet my companions. You have companions? I remember you said your world has been destroyed, right? You believe this? You have to be more careful when you go out. Zhang Mu curled his lips. Forehead. Everyone was choked. Following Zhang Mu's footsteps, they soon arrived at a castle. Chu Tianxiang also received the news early in the morning and came to support. Finally you're here. If you hadn't come, I would have gone looking for you. Come. I'll introduce you to other realm masters. Chu Tianxiang pulled Zhang Mu to the other realm masters. This is the brother Zhang I told you about before, the new world master of the ninth heaven of the main world. He was the one who discovered the situation of the grey mist world. They are the other realm masters, the first realm master Suju, the second realm master Mo Yexing, the fourth realm master Hongming, the fifth realm master Shen Yu, and the sixth realm master Bai Zhu. Chu Tianxiang introduced them one by one. Hello. Zhang Mu nodded and greeted him. Heroes emerge young. Back then, it took us 100 years to become world masters, not counting the time we spent on promotion before that. Such a monstrous young man was born in the ninth heaven, which has only been opened up for 100 years. The world masters sighed. Heroes are made by the times. Let's stop chatting and get down to business first. Bai Zhu spoke up. That's right, they should be the upper echelons of the human race in the other world, right? Chu Tianxiang pointed at the 10 people behind him and asked. Yes, after all, they didn't believe it at first, so naturally I had to bring them to the outside world to see it. Zhang Mu said. The world masters smiled but said nothing, while the 10 people felt as if they had been thorned in the back, and were somewhat at a loss. They felt a strong pressure from Chu Tianxiang and others, which meant that the strength of everyone present was far stronger than them. The key is that these guys are in the same group. For a moment, the 10 people felt like they had entered a den of wolves. Ahem, don't be nervous. We still have 3 hours to discuss. Come in. Chu Tianxiang led everyone into the castle. Brother Zhang had planned to have all the races in the inner world cooperate with us. Before that, can you lead the human race? Chu Tianxiang looked at the 10 people and asked. This is natural. Over the years, a new system has been formed in the inner world. What we say is still effective. They nodded. That's good. 1 month from now, I need you to lead a group of elite troops into the surface world to hunt monsters and replenish the supply for the inner world. What you need to do is to discuss the next steps with other high-level officials of the 10,000 races. Others are constantly collecting crystal cores in the inner world. Chu Tianxiang ordered. At this time, Zhang Mu interrupted, give me the collected crystal cores first, and let me take them to the surface world to purify the grey fog. Okay, it's not a big deal. Others have no objection. The plan is now finalized. Zhang Mu brought the 3 realm masters and the 10 people back to the inner world. If the myriad races refuse to cooperate, remember to contact us. We don't mind violent unification. Chu Tianxiang and others grinned. The big battle begins. In the first year, the human race began to send a large number of people to the surface world to fight monsters. Therefore, the monsters that were about to become extinct in the other world were quickly replenished. A large number of crystal cores were sent to Zhang Mu, and after being amplified by the system, the number increased 100-fold. Sufficient crystal cores greatly improved everyone's recovery efficiency, and the speed of killing monsters became faster and faster. The human leaders are also constantly discussing with other ethnic groups. At first, all the races did not believe it, but after they came to the surface world in person, they had to believe it. After returning, they joined the human race's attack team. During this period, we also encountered a lot of tough guys, all of whom were ethnic groups that had grudges against the human race in the past. Zhang Mu and others naturally did not indulge them. They just didn't want to engage in unnecessary fights. Now that the time has come to conquer the grey mist world, and you still want to cause trouble, you can't blame them for being ruthless. Relying on his powerful strength, he directly suppressed them and sent them into the surface world to continue fighting monsters. In the second year, collecting crystal nuclei. I have been collecting crystal cores for 20 years. Now Zhang Mu has a huge amount of crystal cores on his body. As for why it takes so long to collect, it is of course because after the grey fog is purified, it is a question of whether those monsters will refresh again. Don't get halfway through purifying the grey fog only to find out there are not enough monsters. Secondly, this crystal core can also be thrown into the castle, allowing it to absorb the energy within and enhance the power of heaven above it. After having sufficient crystal cores for support, he began to have everyone take the crystal cores to purify the grey fog in the surface world. People from all races came to the surface world, carrying crystal cores and moving forward in all directions. Wherever it passed, the grey fog receded layer by layer. The heavenly Dao of the grey fog world seemed to sense that something was wrong and began to fight back. Various powerful monsters continue to emerge, attempting to destroy all races. The newly brewed monster is very powerful. All races suffered casualties to varying degrees. Zhang Mu and others saw this and immediately took action to fight with them. A terrifying battle broke out in the air. Don't stop moving forward. The conquest of the grey fog world is just around the corner. Chu Tianxiang took the time to remind. Everyone came to their senses and continued to move forward. Layers of grey fog began to dissipate. Grey Mist Sky Dao was angry and used part of its strength to attack the realm masters. Puff! Damn it, shameless! The world masters cursed. Ants also want to resist the will of the grey fog. Die! The powerful force of heaven attacked again. You are just bullying us. Wait until our main world's heavenly Dao comes to kill you, and I will grind you to dust. Chu Tianxiang said stubbornly. Seeing this, Zhang Mu knew he could not hesitate any longer and immediately sacrificed his castle. You're the only one who has help. I have help too. The terrifying power of heaven was brewing within it, attacking towards the opponent. The two forces converged, creating a terrifying impact that swept all around. Grey Wu Tiandao was a little surprised and suspicious. He didn't expect that the other party had another trick up his sleeve. But it's still a desperate resistance. Another attack came towards them, and this time the target was directly at Zhang Mu. System. Zhang Mu decisively called out Daddy. Ding. Tiandao's move detected, restrictions lifted. A force of rules protected Zhang Mu tightly, and no matter how the grey fog world attacked, it could not break the barrier. How is that possible? Grey Wu Tiandao was frightened. And at this moment, Yayu flew directly towards the grey fog sky and brought it into the core of the world. Hey hey hey, little kitty! Yayu's eyes were shining as he kept digging around in grey mist Tiandao's body. No, where did you hide it? After taking out 80% of the world origin of the grey mist sky Dao, Yayu took out the origin of the rules and asked. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy life. Grey Mist Heavenly Dao is ready to perish together with the enemy. At the same time, the entire grey fog world began to tremble violently. This is an intention to actively annihilate the entire world and make Yayu pay the price. As expected, it is the Heavenly Dao that has invaded many worlds. Its backbone is much stronger than other Heavenly Daos. Chapter 153. Oh, if it was before, I might have really fallen for you, but after absorbing so many origins of rules, I am no longer the same person as before. Yayu held the powerful force of rules and directly imprisoned the grey mist sky Dao. Suddenly, the trembling world calmed down. Since you won't tell me, I have to use some tricks. Yayu tied him up with bad intentions. What do you want to do? The grey foggy sky was trembling. You are mine from now on, remember to do as I say, okay? Yu patted his butt and prepared to leave. Grey Wu Tiandao hid in the corner and cried sadly. This scene reminded Yu of an old friend. Without thinking any more, Yu left the core of the world and returned to Zhang Mu's body. He has already obtained the origin of the rules of the grey fog world, and the amount is no less than that obtained from the main world. It is worthy of being a world that fights back and forth with the main world. There are a total of 5,300 invaded worlds. The origins of the rules of these worlds were also taken into Yu's possession. As for what Yu ordered the grey mist world to do, it was naturally the same as the contract signed in the main world. It's just that the grey mist world's method of invasion was a bit cruel, so he asked them to try a different method so as not to destroy the entire world. After that, when you invade other worlds, you can only take them as subordinate worlds, but don't destroy the heavenly Dao within them. These heavenly Daos will be of great use to me in the future, and you can stop fighting with the main world. After all, they are my people, too, so you two can consider cooperating. This is what Yu said to Grey Mist Sky Dao. As for why he wanted to let them leave behind the heavenly Dao, Yu had already begun to plan to hunt down other systems. As we all know, the power of heaven is still relatively restrained by the system. That is, their system level is too high, and the invaded world is still relatively low level, so they can show a crushing momentum. Any heavenly Dao of the same level will basically completely defeat the system. Therefore, when invading a world of the same level, the system must be extremely cautious, for fear of being discovered and killed. And now that Yu has absorbed so many origins of rules, the outcome of this sequence battle is destined to be his victory. What he had to do now was to add a few more systems to supplement his own system capabilities before the sequence battle ended. Once 10 sequence-level systems are born, other systems will be wiped out. In Yu's eyes, these systems are all walking fat meat. Ding! The crisis is resolved. The system prompt sounded in Zhang Mu's mind. At this time, the heavenly Dao of the main world has also descended into the grey fog world. Since both sides' heavenly Dao were in the same camp, Grey Mist heavenly Dao generously let it in. You did a good job. The heavenly Dao of the main world praised Zhang Mu. He also didn't expect that Zhang Mu could conquer the grey fog world so quickly. It seems that it was that guy who took action, the main world's Tiandao guest. Tiandao, can you come back now? Chu Tianxiang stepped forward and asked. Yes, from now on, the grey fog world will be considered as ours. The grey fog in the 9th heaven has completely dissipated. The heavenly Dao of the main world explained. Others did not know what this meant and thought that the main world had taken over the grey fog world as a subsidiary world. But only he himself understood that both parties were at the same level, so how could it be so easy to subdue them? Not long ago, Yu had informed him that he could cooperate with the grey mist world to invade other worlds. So everyone began to return, and all the people of all races in the grey fog world were sent back to their own worlds one by the grey fog world's heavenly Dao. All the races left happily, thinking they had won. Little did they know that their own world had already fallen. If Yu had not ordered him not to destroy the invading world, all they would see when they returned would be a void and a dead world. After the world masters returned to the main world, heaven began to reward them, and the rich rewards made the world masters feel much better. After more than 20 years, I have received so many rewards, so this is not a bad deal. The greatest contributor, Zhang Mu, received a reward that no one else could match. There were 5 red mythical talents awarded alone, which after being amplified by the system became 5 colorful talents. The rest are painless and light authority rewards, which allow you to directly break through the first level of authority, open up another unique authority, and become a world authority holder. Well, controlling the authority of the main world and its subsidiary worlds can be considered an alternative way of heaven. As for the reincarnation points, when you reach this level, if you want, just say hello to the heavenly Dao, and you can use them at will. As long as your requirements can help the development of the main world, they can almost satisfy you. Zhang Mu just felt weird, as if he was going to inherit his old father's property. Ding! The host can exchange the remaining system points for talent fusion cards. Yu reminded. The mission in this world has been completed, it's time to leave. Hey, system, are you leaving? Zhang Mu felt a little reluctant. There is a sea of stars ahead. The host has a goal to pursue, and as a system, we naturally also have a goal. But a short separation is for a better reunion. I believe that one day in the future, you and I will meet again. Okay, I look forward to our next meeting. Then see you later. Yu gave a talent fusion card to Zhang Mu, which left his body and rushed out of the world. Of course, it is impossible for Zhang Mu to redeem a god-level talent fusion card with his system points. Yu added a lot of things to this, and he had his reasons. The world strategy was completed, so what's wrong with giving a talent fusion card as the final reward? It was reasonable. The heavenly Dao of the main world watched everything silently, and then descended to Zhang Mu. You don't have to be sad. When I am promoted to the Great Thousand World, the restrictions on the world will be lifted. At that time, your strength will be able to break through the restrictions and continue to grow. If you want to find his traces in the heavens, strong power is the guarantee. God comforted. You know the existence of this system. Zhang Mu was a little surprised. There is nothing in this world that I don't know. The heavenly Dao consciousness curled its lips. Work hard and take care of the subordinate worlds first. The heavenly Dao said. You are just throwing the mess to me. Zhang Mu was speechless. He didn't want to do such a thankless job. Now he just wanted to rest. This is an experience for you. Tian Dao frowned and said, how can you achieve great things in the future if you just want to eat and wait for death at such a young age? Okay. Stop nagging. Can't I just do it? What are you nagging? I'm just urging you. I'll keep an eye on you all the time in the future. Don't even think about being lazy. The way of heaven chatters endlessly. Zhang Mu looked very sad, he had found a father for himself. This world is over. Chapter 154. Yu's figure shuttled through the heavens. This sequence battle has been going on for a long time, and it is estimated that most systems have reaped the rewards. I don't know what's going on in the main god space. Is that guy still hiding? Don't think that Yu only stayed in that main world for a few decades. After all, the speed of time flow in each world is different, and only the time in the heavens outside the world has a uniform flow rate. Just like the world created by everyone, the Star Master can freely adjust the time flow rate of the planet under his command, as long as you can afford the creation points. Similarly, the way of heaven can also adjust the flow rate of its own world, and the cost is the origin of the world. The higher the world level, the faster the time flow, and the more world origin points are consumed. Accelerating an entire world is much more expensive than accelerating a single planet. Only a big world like this that invades many worlds can afford it, otherwise just follow the steps honestly. At this time, Yu was constantly searching for traces of the system in this area of the universe. How can you hide so well? He was a little bored. There was nothing to see outside the world. It was all chaos. Let me meet a system soon. Yu said casually. After a while, a system passed by it. Both were stunned. FK. Yu's eyes lit up, and the latter was shocked. Finally I caught a system, he. Yu immediately changed direction and rushed towards the other party. What do you want to do? The latter panicked and increased his flying speed. Two beams of light rushed around in the heavens. It's all the system. You ask me this. The battle of sequence is either you or me. I just want to kill you. We should join hands and destroy the main god space first before fighting. The other party said hurriedly. It felt tremendous pressure from Yayu, which meant that the other party's control over the rules was greater than his. Then it is very likely that the other party has absorbed a large amount of the origin of rules. It doesn't matter if we two are missing. I just want to kill you now. You are too much of an idiot. If you want to kill me, you should see if you have the ability to do so. If you are not afraid of death, follow me and see who will live and who will die. The system changed direction and headed towards a world in the heavens. Humph. You've never been afraid of anything when you're out there. Yayu was not afraid either, and followed his footsteps and plunged into that world. Suddenly, Yayu's face changed. Ha ha ha. You've fallen into my trap. So what if you are stronger than my power of rules? This world is a system examination room newly transformed by the power of rules. All systems that enter it must follow various restrictions. In other words, this world can only compete with system functions. I will show you what the best cheat in the world is. I am the most powerful system. The system sneered and began to look for the natives of this world to bind to a host. Yayu didn't expect this kind of start. The newly renovated system examination room. But so what? I've never been afraid of anyone when it comes to system capabilities. At worst, I can just let you live for a while. Yayu also began to look for indigenous bindings. In this newly transformed system assessment world, the power of rules is too strong. If you are exposed for too long, you will be suppressed and feel very uncomfortable. What surprised Yayu was that the level of this world could not be compared with the previous system examination room. It's not even as high as the world level of the previous host, but it's useless if it's low. This world really doesn't have the breath of heaven. Yayu sighed helplessly. It is probably a new modification, and the world limit may continue to increase in the future. Weird world. At first people just thought it was an ordinary disaster. It wasn't until one bizarre incident after another occurred that people finally realized something was wrong. By the time people reacted, the world suddenly changed. Virtual and real, dream and reality. Weird invasion, worlds overlap. Copies randomly summon humans to enter in the human world. Fear hangs like a knife over everyone's head. And I became one of the first humans selected to struggle in the copy. My name is Ling Tian, I am just an ordinary white-collar worker. The only characteristic of me is that I am calmer than ordinary people. You have been selected to survive in a strange dungeon called Weird Hotel. All you have to do is survive in this strange world. When you participate in a strange dungeon for the first time, everyone has a small chance of awakening the ghost profession. So good luck to you. A voice appeared in the minds of all those selected to participate in the dungeon. Teleporting now, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Call out. With a flash of white light, Ling Tian disappeared from the real world and entered a strange world. This scene is happening all over the world. Congratulations, you have awakened your profession, Ghost Doctor. Ghost Doctor, you can treat some difficult and complicated diseases for the weird and solve some of its minor problems. After reading the job introduction, Ling Tian was speechless. At this moment, another voice appeared in his mind. Ding! The mediocre system is binding. The voice kept reminding him, not allowing him to refuse or not. 10%, 33%, 66%, 99%, binding successful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Ghost Doctor profession, triggering a 100-fold increase, and transforming into a Ghost Saint Doctor. Ling Tian was stunned, as if he was bound to something extraordinary. He was familiar with this system. There were records about it in novels before the world suddenly changed. He had also read many novels about systems and knew the power of the number 1 golden finger in the world. System, is there a panel? Ling Tian asked in his heart. Upon seeing this, Yayu immediately popped up a window to give him the panel details. Host, Ling Tian. Strength, Ordinary person. Occupation, ghost saint doctor. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, copying. System points, 0. System evaluation, too weak to be evaluated. Ling Tian clicked on the detailed introduction of each system function and finally figured out the functions of his system. Describe it in one word. Powerful. Ding. You have a novice gift pack, please check. Yeah, you reminded. Then open it. Ling Tian nodded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a land deed. Land deed. Ling Tian didn't expect to come up with this. He carefully read the description of the deed and found that it was not a deed from the real world, but a deed from a strange world. Then this thing will be very useful. It's a good item. I'll keep it for now and see if I can find the location of the title deed later. He knew that the strange world would slowly merge with the real world in the future. After all, strange figures kept appearing in the real world, so it was not difficult to guess. With the title deed, I will have a place to live in this strange world in the future. Then he began to look around and found that there were 9 other people who had entered this copy with him besides him. Everyone else had a look of panic on their faces, except Ling Tian, who had an abnormally expressionless face. Chapter 155. Soon a middle-aged man with a pale face and wearing a tuxedo walked over. I am the manager of this hotel. All you have to do is survive here for 7 days, and then you can return to your own world. The ghost manager spoke grimly. Everyone was terrified and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Ling Tian, on the other hand, looked at the ghost manager carefully. Because of his profession as ghost saint doctor, he discovered that this ghost manager had many health problems. As a saint doctor, it would be very easy for him to solve his problem, but Ling Tian did not say anything. He knew that the first bird to stick its head out will be shot at. Besides, it is better to let others come to you for help than to offer your help yourself. The grace in these two situations is not the same. So what do we need to do? Someone asked in a low voice. It's simple. Just be an ordinary waiter. If there are customers who need service, you have to go and solve the problem. The ghost manager bared his bloody teeth. Everyone became even more desperate. This was a strange world, so the guests in the hotel must be strange as well. I am going to this weird room to serve them. Isn't this like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Okay, follow me now. I'll take you to change into your work clothes. Of course, the guests are king here. If they make some small requests, try to meet them, but don't annoy them. The hotel will not be responsible for what they do to you at that time. The ghost manager mentioned it casually. Ling Tian analyzed secretly, that is to say, as long as the specific conditions are not triggered, nothing will happen. It seems that if Gi wants to attack them, he must also comply with certain rules. Under the supervision of the ghost manager, everyone changed into their work clothes. You can go to work now. Don't leave before the end of the shift. Otherwise, if something bad happens, you can't blame anyone else. The ghost manager left after saying this. Everyone looked at each other, some wanted to huddle together so that they could look after each other. Ling Tian shook his head, left here alone and began to look around this strange hotel. As for why they had to leave, wasn't the waiter just patrolling around the hotel to see if anyone needed help? Secondly, the strange calls to the waiter are random. There is a string of numbers on their work clothes, probably the corresponding work numbers. If there is a strange call, the corresponding work number should be dispatched randomly. So it is useless to stick together. An hour passed by unknowingly. Ding ding! The indicator light on Ling Tian's left chest suddenly lit up, and a mechanical sound came from the intercom. There is a guest who needs service. Please come as soon as possible. The guest's room number is 303. Ling Tian understood and immediately turned around and walked towards room 303. Fortunately, He had memorized the location of each room number before, so as to avoid being picked on by Gi for the slow door-to-door service. Ling Tian ran over quickly. In just half a minute, he reached the door of room 303. After straightening his clothes a little, he knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Instantly, the door opened automatically and a sinister voice was heard. Come in. Ling Tian was not panicked and walked in leisurely. I heard that the hotel recruited some strangers. It seems to be true. A hunchbacked old man suddenly stood behind Ling Tian. Ling Tian's hair stood on end, but he turned around expressionlessly and said, Excuse me, sir, is there anything I can do for you? The old man was stunned. Why wasn't this guy scared by him? In the past, humans were always frightened by him, so what was wrong with this guy? Nothing, I just want to absorb your yang energy, do you mind? The old man joked. The guest is laughing. Is there anything else you need help with? Why do you think I'm kidding? The old man's face darkened. In an instant, Ling Tian felt himself surrounded by a negative energy. The guest is God. This is the service concept of this hotel. What's wrong with me absorbing some of your yang energy? You can't even satisfy this small request. It seems that you want to die. Ling Tian's heart sank. God knew what would happen if his yang energy was sucked away. How could he possibly agree to this? But looking at the current situation, if I don't agree, the other party will take action. These weird things are so shameless. Can I ask why you want to absorb my yang energy? Ling Tian tried to find a way out of the situation. What else could it be? Of course I'm absorbing yang energy to recover from my injuries. Otherwise, why would I stay in a hotel? I'd just be bored. The old man didn't care. Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Ahem, actually I am a doctor, and injuries are also a kind of illness. If I can cure it, can you please not try to take advantage of my yang qi? Doctor. The old man was stunned for a moment, then said, Human doctors are useless to us weirdos. No, I'm a ghost doctor. Ling Tian said seriously. Ah, this. The old man was skeptical, wondering if this was just the kid's nonsense before he died. You should know that ghost doctors are highly respected among us weirdos. If you dare to deceive me, you will die. The old man spoke. Just like humans, ghosts always have various problems, and these problems can only be treated by ghost doctors. There will also be fights between monsters, which will cause injuries. If it is not solved in time, it will directly affect future promotion. To sum up, ghost doctors are highly respected in the weird world. Don't worry, if I can't cure you, it won't be too late for you to kill me. Ling Tian assured. He had just used his abilities to figure out the condition of the ghost in front of him, and he was 100% sure he could cure it. Okay, I'll give you a chance. The old man nodded. Ling Tian walked to a table and motioned him to sit opposite it. The latter naturally cooperated well. Reachable. What? Of course I have to feel your pulse. Otherwise, how can I figure out your condition? Ling Tian spoke. 2. The old man reached out his hand in cooperation. Ling Tian began to feel his pulse. As for why everyone can see the old man's problem at a glance, why do we need to go through so much trouble? Of course it is a process. Secondly, for the sake of safety, the ghost pulse can more accurately detect the other person's physical problems. You have a little problem. Ling Tian described the old man's physical symptoms one by one, and the latter became more and more surprised because what he said was absolutely correct. These minor problems are easy to fix. This is an injury from a previous battle with other monsters. The key is the root causes that have accumulated over a long period of time. If these root causes are not resolved, it is highly unlikely that you will be able to make another breakthrough in the future. Ling Tian said slowly. The old man's face changed, and he quickly asked, "Sir, do you have a solution?" For a moment, even the way they addressed Ling Tian became more respectful. Ling Tian lowered his eyebrows, and the latter felt a pang in his heart. "My skills are inherited from my ancestors. You know I am just an ordinary person now. It is not difficult to cure your illness. The key is to have medicinal herbs. It is difficult to collect them with my current ability." The old man heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and hurriedly said, "Sir, just tell me the names of the herbs, and I will go and collect them myself, no need to bother you. If you can cure the root of my illness, I will do my best to help you if you need anything in the future." Chapter 156. That's good, you bring these things here. Ling Tian said a lot of things, but in fact, there were very few materials to treat this weird creature, and the rest were the medical expenses he collected. After all, medicinal herbs will be needed to treat other strange things in the future. Of course, there is another meaning, which is to cover up the prescription. "Sir, please wait in my room for a moment. I'll be back soon." These things are very common, so it's not difficult to collect them. The old man wrote down the name of the herb and prepared to leave to get it. "Okay, but I'm still at work, so I'll try to go and come back as quickly as possible," Ling Tian said. "Don't worry, I'll talk to the manager later." "Thank you very much." Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction. The old man left the hotel and began to collect the herbs that Ling Tian wanted. Before leaving, he specifically found the ghost manager and told him not to move the waiters in his room, as he thought they were his guests of honor, otherwise he would turn the hotel upside down. The ghost manager was a little surprised, but he still tried his best to meet the customer's request. As for the latter's threatening words, it just smiled. If they want to tear down this hotel, even 10,000 old men would not be able to do it, let alone one old man. This is a 5-star hotel. Do you really think the weirdness behind it is just for show? A human being actually allows the weird to treat him as a guest of honor. Interesting. The ghost manager muttered to himself. About 2 hours passed. The old man returned to the hotel with a lot of medicinal herbs. "Sir, the herbs you requested have been found. Please see. Leave it there. I'll make some medicine for you. Just take it on time and it will be cured in less than a month." Ling Tian took the herbs and went to another compartment. The old man wisely avoided the question. Another half an hour later, Ling Tian took out a bunch of medicine and gave it to the old man. "Once a day, either orally or with water. Here are 30 doses, enough for 1 month. Thank you, sir. If I recover completely, I will never forget your kindness." The old man is very loyal. Although he kills people without blinking an eye, he will do what he promised. This is much better than some humans. "Well, I'll be in the hotel for the next 7 days. If you have any questions, you can come to me." Ling Tian nodded. Having a strange person standing in his camp also made him feel a little more at ease. Ling Tian soon left room 303. It was already time to get off work. What he had to do now was to find something to eat, and then go to his staff dormitory. After going around in circles, Ling Tian arrived at the cafeteria. The other 9 people have arrived and started to eat, and the ghost manager is also preaching something. "From now on, you will have your 3 meals here, and you are not allowed to enter the cafeteria after meal time. Secondly, 5 of the 10 of you should be assigned to the night shift, and the 5 of you should take turns on duty." The ghost manager glanced at Ling Tian, who arrived late. The latter sat down as if nothing had happened and started eating. "I believe that after today, you have a clear understanding of the strange world. I hope you can walk out of this hotel alive in 7 days. The ghost manager said something meaningful and then left. Call. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and started discussing. "Who's on duty tonight? I don't want to." "Neither do I." No one was willing to do so. 7 days means that one has to work 7 night shifts, which means that the people on the first night shift have to work 4 days. Every additional night shift means an additional variable, and no one wants to put themselves in danger. Someone has to be there. If the shift starts and the personnel haven't been confirmed, everyone will probably be punished. One person said. The rest were silent. Ling Tian listened silently, eating his meal. Let's draw lots. Whoever gets his turn will just have to consider himself unlucky. One person suggested. Others also approved of this approach. Several people found 10 chopsticks, 5 of which were wrapped with thin threads. Come on, whoever catches the chopsticks with string wrapped around them will be on duty tonight. One person holds 10 chopsticks and signals others to draw. The results of the lottery came out soon. Nice. The 5 people looked at the chopsticks in their hands excitedly. Ling Tian looked at the thin chopsticks in his hand with an expressionless face. Whatever bad luck he had, at worst he could find the old man if he encountered danger. Night falls. More and more strange things came into the strange hotel one after another. These weird creatures looked at Ling Tian and the others with shining eyes, but due to the restrictions of the rules, they could only watch helplessly. After checking in the room in a strange way, he smiled maliciously, probably preparing to cause trouble and kill Ling Tian and the others. I knew this wasn't going to be a good thing. The others were very scared. Who knew if those weird creatures would make excessive demands to embarrass them? Ding ding! The indicator light on one person's chest lit up. It's over. The man looked panicked. He didn't expect the disaster to come so soon. Ding ding! Ding ding! Before anyone else could show a gloating expression, everyone's indicator light lit up. There is a guest who needs service. Please come as soon as possible. The guest's room number is 444. A mechanical sound came from Ling Tian's intercom. Whether it is a blessing or a disaster, disaster cannot be avoided. Ling Tian ignored everyone and immediately rushed towards room 444. This room number gave him a feeling of danger. 4 is unlucky to begin with, and now there are 3 4s. The buff is stacked up directly. Half a minute later, Ling Tian came to room 444. There is also a VIP plaque on the door. It seems that the weird power inside is very powerful. Ling Tian muttered and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Excuse me, sir, how can I help you? Crack. The door opened, but unlike last time, this time it was Guy who opened the door himself. The first thing you see is a blood-red, dignified long dress, and the second thing that comes into view is an exquisite and charming face. Come in. Strangely speaking. Ling Tian nodded and walked in. The latter closed the door. Crack. Ling Tian was stunned. What the hell, why is the door still locked? How can the guest help me? For the first time, Ling Tian felt a lot of pressure. The strange aura in front of him was too strong, not comparable to the strangeness he had encountered before. In fact, Ling Tian felt that it was several levels stronger than the ghost manager. I heard that there was a stranger in the hotel today. I wanted to find a stranger to test my new ability. Madame Red smiled. Ah, what are you going to experiment with? Ling Tian had a bad feeling. Madame Red did not answer, but raised her hand and summoned a crystal mirror. Suddenly, Ling Tian's spirit was shaken. 2 mirror images appeared in the room, one was Ling Tian's and the other was Madame Hong's. Madame Hong moved around, controlling the mirror image to lift up Ling Tian's mirror image. In an instant, Ling Tian also flew into the air. I wonder if killing the mirror image will kill the original body. Madame Hong exclaimed softly. Wait. Madam, please don't be impatient, let me interrupt. Ling Tian spoke up quickly, otherwise someone would die. Chapter 157. Oh? What do you want to say? Madame Hong stopped for the moment and put Ling Tian down. If you just want to test your abilities, why not find a weird experiment? An ordinary person like me will die if I mess with him, and there won't be anything to test, right? Ling Tian asked tentatively. Madame Hong smiled. What you said makes sense, but there are no other subjects for experiments right now. Don't worry. I will be gentle and will not let you die in pain. Ling Tian was speechless. What was going on? Was there no rule or restriction? Is there any way for the system to get out of its current predicament? Helpless, he had to seek help from his own system in his heart. Ding! The system is currently limited and cannot be used directly, so the help provided is not great. I can only temporarily activate the body protection time for 1 hour. During this hour, the host does not need to worry about his life safety, and the rest can only be left to the host to solve. Ding! System task released. Mission: conquer Madame Red within 1 hour. Reward: 10,000 system points, 100,000 ghost coins. Ding! Body protection mode activated. Time: 1 hour. Yayu has already mobilized the maximum amount of help. After all, it is just the beginning and there are many restrictions. To be able to achieve this level means that the power of rules he controls can slightly pry open the rules and restrictions of this world. Once I reach the rule level, no rules can constrain me. The picture returns. As the system prompt sounded, Ling Tian felt himself enveloped by an invisible force. This made him feel much more at ease. Although it's only an hour, it's better than dying like this. The next step is to see how you operate it. Well, since Madame has said so, it would be a bit ungrateful for me to refuse, so come on. Ling Tian said so, with his hands open, looking ready for anyone to take advantage of him. You are quite an interesting little thing. Don't worry, I will be gentle. Madame Hong chuckled and continued to control the mirror image to pinch Ling Tian's mirror image. Bang! As Madame Red exerted force, Ling Tian's mirror image shattered. Humans are still so fragile. Madame Red sighed. Are you ready? Ling Tian's faint voice came from behind her. Madame Hong was stunned, turned around and looked at Ling Tian, who acted as if nothing had happened, confused. How come you're okay? I don't know either. Maybe your ability has failed. Ling Tian shook his head. How could it be ineffective? Even if it was ineffective, it shouldn't be ineffective enough to kill a human being. Madame Red's eyes widened. Madam, you have always wanted to kill me? Isn't there any rule that prevents you from killing people at will? Ling Tian asked with twinkling eyes. He must figure this out, otherwise this kind of thing will happen again in the future. It's just killing one person. Even if the rules punish me, I won't suffer too much loss. I can afford this loss. Madame Red adjusted herself and put on a dignified look. Since it doesn't work once, I'll try a few more times. Madame Red refused to believe in evil and activated her ability again. Then you do your best. Ling Tian was not in a hurry. When this strange person started to doubt his life, it would be his time to perform. Time passed bit by bit, and the sound of mirrors shattering continued to be heard in the room. After experimenting countless times, Mrs. Red finally couldn't hold it anymore. What the hell is going on? She slumped down on the seat helplessly. At this time Ling Tian stood up and walked in front of her. Ma'am, you are ill, and very ill. I'm not sick. Madame Red denied. No, you do. No. Have. Ling Tian stopped her from continuing. I'm a ghost doctor. I can tell you're sick. Madame Hong choked up, a little unconvinced. Am I really sick? Well, I'm sick. Otherwise, your ability wouldn't be enough to kill a normal person like me. Ling Tian said bluffly. What should I do? Madame Red frowned. Don't worry ma'am, I told you I'm a ghost doctor, I can cure your illness. Ling Tian gave a professional smile. No, you are an ordinary person, so why are you a ghost doctor? Mrs. Red came to her senses and discovered the language loophole. Who says that ordinary people can't be ghost doctors? Do you need to be strong to be a doctor? I am strong in my ability to treat diseases, not in fighting. Ling Tian said seriously. This. Madame Red didn't know how to refute. You said you could cure me. Certainly. Ling Tian nodded. After all, I don't know whether you are sick or not. Okay, as long as you can heal me, I will never hurt you again, and I also promise to help you once. Madame Red promised conditions. That's great. Ling Tian was very satisfied. So he took out a bunch of medicinal herbs and tinkered with them. Looking at these strange medicinal herbs, Madame Hong became even more convinced that Ling Tian was a ghost doctor. Ordinary people can't get strange medicinal herbs. Half an hour later, Ling Tian finally finished making a gadget. Madam, please sit down in front of me. Good. Madame Red cooperated and sat down. Open your mouth. What? Of course it's for treatment. Patients must cooperate unconditionally. Otherwise, you can't blame me if they can't be cured. Ling Tian said seriously. Madame Red nodded when she heard this and opened her mouth in cooperation. Hold it in your mouth until the medicine dissolves. Ling Tian held down Madame Hong's flustered little hand. The graduation is too big. Madame Red slurred. This is a good medicine. Only one dose is needed to cure your illness, so please bear with it. After a while, Mrs. Hong swallowed the dissolved medicinal materials and instantly felt refreshed all over. How? Ling Tian asked with a smile. I feel a lot lighter. Madame Red was a little unsure. That's right. You were attacked because of your forced breakthrough, which caused your soul and body to become inharmonious. I just helped you solve this problem, and now you won't have the same problem when you activate your ability again. Ling Tian nodded. These words were half true and half false. It was true that forcing a breakthrough would result in backlash. As a saint doctor, he could see that. As for the problem with his abilities, that must be a weird thing. Without the system's protection, he would have died long ago. Upon hearing this, Madame Hong looked towards Ling Tian. Ahem. Madam, please don't forget the promise you made to me. Ling Tian said seriously. An hour was almost up, and he was really afraid that Madame Hong would go back on her word. Don't worry, I'm not like humans who don't keep their promises. I will do what I promised, so don't worry that I will hurt you. Madame Red smiled. Here, take this. If you need my help in the future, just open the mirror and call me. Madame Hong handed Ling Tian an exquisite button mirror. Well, I'll keep it safe. Ling Tian took it and put it into the system space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward, 10,000 system points, 100,000 ghost coins. Chapter 158. Ahem. Madam, can you tell me about the strange world? After resolving the crisis, Ling Tian also began to gather information. If you want to know, I can tell you. Mrs. Red nodded. It wasn't something that couldn't be said. Then let's talk about this hotel first. Ling Tian said, it is pointless to ask about things that are too far away now, it is better to start from what is around. This is a 5-star hotel. Guests come here for only one purpose, and that is to heal their wounds. Healing. Ling Tian was stunned. He didn't take it too seriously when the old man said that before, but now even Madame Hong said so there must be a reason. Yes, it is for healing. Every building in this strange world has different effects. The hotel can help the monsters recover from their injuries, otherwise there wouldn't be so many monsters staying there. This is a 5-star hotel, which can greatly improve the efficiency of recovering from injuries. I was also hit by the backlash from my forced breakthrough a while ago, so I stayed in this hotel to recover from my injuries. Madame Red explained. So that's how it is. Ling Tian understood. It seems that the hotel is equivalent to a strange spring. Of course, you don't have to stay in a hotel if you want to heal your wounds, but that will greatly reduce your efficiency, and you also have to be on guard against other monsters attacking you while you are healing, so most monsters will choose to spend money to avoid disaster. After all, when you recuperate in a hotel, you don't have to worry about any other strange interference, so you can heal with peace of mind. The higher the star rating of the hotel, the stronger the mysterious guard behind it, the higher the sense of security it brings, and the corresponding fees will be greatly increased. Mrs. Red mentioned this. Are you using this currency strangely? Upon hearing this, Ling Tian took out a stack of paper money for the dead. There is a hint of mysterious aura on it. Oh? I didn't expect you to be quite rich. Madame Red gave him a surprised look. This is indeed the currency we use in Gi, because the mysterious energy on the ghost money can help Gi practice. It is considered as the hard currency of the strange world, and its purchasing power is much better than the gold in your human world. These are the medical expenses I earned from my previous medical treatment. Ling Tian made up an excuse. Ghost doctor, it's a good profession. With your medical skills, as long as you don't encounter some unreasonable weirdness, your life is basically not in danger. Madame Red praised. Ling Tian looked at his occupation as Ghost Saint Doctor. Ghost Doctor, you are proficient in all difficult and complicated diseases, and you can cure any disease. Even terminal illnesses can be cured with ease. You are the weird Huatuo in the world. Professional skills, stupid hands, not enabled, rejuvenation, not enabled, blessing, not enabled. Reputation, unknown. Cure patients, 0. The previous ghost doctor profession did not have any skills. After being enhanced by the system into the ghost saint doctor, this profession has 3 skills. Magic hands, after activating this skill, you can instantly solve the minor problems of the strange body, recover from hidden diseases, replenish the foundation, etc. Rejuvenation, after activating this skill, as long as the target still has a breath, you can pull it back. The degree of recovery depends on the difference in strength between the 2 sides. At most, the target can be restored to its peak state. Fu En, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, and the same is true for weirdness. After curing a weirdness, you can gain 1/10,000th of the opponent's strength. The same target can only be obtained once. Tisk tisk, Ling Tian is really jealous. But unfortunately, there are conditions to activate the skill. The conditions for unlocking Fawn's skills are that his reputation reaches the level of beginning, that of skillful hands reaches the level of great fame, and that of rejuvenation reaches the level of renowned. To reach the initial stage of reputation, one needs to cure 100 weirdnesses. To be famous you need to cure 10,000 weirdnesses, to be famous you need to cure 1,000,000 weirdnesses. It's really outrageous, it's definitely exponential growth. What I need most now is to improve my strength. I have to hurry up and activate the Fawn skill. Ling Tian thought to himself. Anything else you want to ask? Madame Hong interrupted Ling Tian's thoughts. I wonder if the weird world will overlap with the real world in the future. Although this is just my guess and there is a high probability that it will happen, I still need to confirm it to feel more at ease. I didn't expect you to notice this. If it was before, there would be no overlap. At most, there was a hole in the world, and those weird things sneaked into the real world. As for now, it is estimated that in a few years, the strange world will be completely integrated with the real world. Madame Red said. After getting the confirmation, Ling Tian also began to ask the last question, Madam, do you know where the deed is? Ling Tian took out the title deed from the system space and handed it to Madame Hong. He was not afraid that the other party would snatch it away because when he obtained it, his signature was already on the deed, so it would just be a piece of waste paper for the other party to take. Madame Red took it and glanced at it nonchalantly. This address seems familiar, where is it? Oh right. Isn't this the address of Sacred Heart Hospital? Madame Red remembered something and said with some surprise. Sacred Heart Hospital. It's normal that you don't know. This is a hospital in a strange world. It's quite large and is considered a medium-sized hospital. It's just incredible that you actually have the title deed to Sacred Heart Hospital. Where did you get it from? Madame Red was confused. Ahem, it's inherited from my ancestors. Ling Tian said nonsense. Mrs. Hong naturally knew that this was a lie, so she tactfully did not continue to ask questions. If you want to survive in this strange world, you'd better have some strength. Madame Red reminded. Don't worry about that. We humans also have the means to improve our strength. When you see me again in the future, I will probably be at your level. Madame Hong laughed when she heard this. Interesting, you actually said you have reached my level. Do you know what level of weirdness I am? Ling Tian shook his head. He was not talking nonsense. With Fu En's skills, as long as the healing powers were strong enough and there were enough of them, it would not be impossible to catch up with Madame Hong over time. Well, I'll talk to you about it, so that you won't go out and rush forward without being able to distinguish the strange power and end up dying. Madame Hong began to explain, the strength of the weird is divided into lonely ghosts. This kind of weird has no intelligence, and its strength is very weak, but it is also invincible to humans. Next are the evil ghost in white, the evil ghost in red, the ghost general, the ghost king, the evil one, the great evil one, and the ghost emperor. The most powerful monsters below the ghost king are powerful. After being promoted to ghost king, they can awaken the ghost den. Every weird ghost has different abilities, and I, guess what level of weirdness I am? Madame Red smiled playfully. Chapter 159. Red. Ling Tian was a little uncertain. After all, Madame Red's aura was very strong, much stronger than that ghost manager. No matter how incompetent the manager of a 5-star hotel is, he is more than just a red ghost. Then you underestimate me too much. I just broke through to the Ghost King a while ago. Madame Red chuckled. Hiss, fierce. Ling Tian was very surprised. This means that I can summon a ferocious level monster to help me in the future. Yes, I had the strength of a red-clothed person when I was born. It is normal for me to reach this level after so many years. Madame Red said. Do the weirdos above the Ghost King have any special abilities? I can't tell you this. This kind of special ability is a hidden weapon of every weird creature. The main purpose is to catch the enemy by surprise. Madame Red shook her head and refused to answer. Okay, then. Ma'am, it's getting late, I'll be leaving now. Ling Tian nodded and didn't ask any further questions. Go ahead. After saying goodbye to Madame Hong, Ling Tian went to room 303. Sir, why are you here? The old man was surprised. Well, I came to see how you are doing and to stay overnight. Ling Tian said in a serious voice. So that's how it is, sir, the evil manager has assigned you to the night shift. The old man understood. That's right, so I'll leave the next few days to you. It's not good for a normal person like me to stay up too late. Ling Tian admitted it. Okay, come in sir. The old man did not refuse. He established a good relationship with the ghost doctor, which made it much easier to treat illnesses in the future. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Tian left room 303 comfortably and went to the cafeteria. Compared to Ling Tian's rosy face, the other 4 people on night shift looked much more haggard. There were even a few people with distorted faces, and they had no appetite to eat the food in front of them. What happens? Ling Tian asked curiously. How come you're okay? The other 4 were surprised. Maybe I'm lucky. I was just weirdly asked to suck some of my yang energy. Ling Tian seemed to understand. Then you are very lucky. I was asked by a starving ghost to feed it 5 fingers. One person said painfully. Ling Tian saw that the gauze wrapped around his left hand was already stained red with blood. I was. Everyone started talking and telling about their tragic experiences. The other 5 people also looked unhappy because it was their turn to work the night shift today. This happened on the first day. How am I going to get through the next few days? I don't think anyone will be able to leave this hotel by then. Ling Tian no longer joined in their complaints. What was the use of complaining? Life had to go on. It would be better to think about how to survive. But he couldn't control what happened to other people, and he didn't have the ability to do so. If there wasn't a system, he would have failed too. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and a sage does not shirk his responsibilities. Ling Tian is not a saint, nor does he have the heart to save people from suffering. If you don't have the ability, don't meddle in other people's business. Ling Tian sighed, quickly finished his breakfast and left. The next few days were the same. Ling Tian runs between room 303 and room 444 every day. I went to the old man just to avoid working the night shift, and I went to Madame Red to curry favor with her. It's so weird that if you don't cultivate feelings now, you will never have the chance in the future. In a blink of an eye, it was the 6th day. And on this day, the ghost manager suddenly found Ling Tian. Manager, is there anything I can tell you? Ling Tian asked. I've been keeping an eye on you these past few days. Don't you have anything to say? The ghost manager's eyes flickered. Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. I have been working hard these past few days, I haven't been lazy. He was not embarrassed or nervous. Every time he went to rooms 303 and 444, he would ask the old man and Mrs. Hong to call for service in advance. There was no reason for him to panic. The most he could do was to stay in the room a little longer. Hee. The ghost manager smiled but said nothing. Don't pretend. I know everything about the old man going out to buy herbs last time, and I have been observing you these past few days. Ling Tian understood, and this was exactly what he wanted. So this is what the manager is talking about. I am actually a ghost doctor. All my medical skills are inherited from my ancestors. I originally thought they were useless skills. I didn't expect it would come in handy in the strange world. Last time I saw that old man was seriously ill, I cured him, so he promised to protect me for the next few days. Ling Tian said half-truthfully. The manager smiled with satisfaction when he heard this, which he had guessed through observation. Seeing that Ling Tian had spoken frankly, it no longer hid anything. Since you are a ghost doctor, can you cure my illness? The ghost manager asked expectantly. Of course, it's possible, but it requires a lot of strange herbs, and it's a bit difficult for me to collect them with my ability. Ling Tian frowned deliberately. Oh? How do you think I can be cured? The ghost manager stared at Ling Tian and asked. The latter naturally understood that this was a test to see whether his medical skills were genuine. Many of your problems are caused by the poor foundation caused by the lack of environmental conditions when you were born as a weirdo. In addition, you constantly fought with other weirdos in your childhood, which left you with the root of the disease. Secondly, you devoured many different kinds of weirdos in order to advance, and your soul and body were twisted, and you were full of resentment. Although you have been trying hard to suppress it over the years, it is actually at the end of its strength. Once the resentment turns into a vengeful spirit, it will continue to bite your soul and eventually take over your body. Ling Tian analyzed them one by one. The ghost manager's expression changed because what Ling Tian said was right. Don't be fooled by its now relaxed look, it is just pretending. It had also been to other hospitals for treatment, but the doctors there had no solution unless they asked it to expel the weirdness that was devouring its body. But if that happens, all its strength will disappear and it will have to start all over again, which it cannot accept. Do you really have a solution? The ghost manager asked. Yes, as long as you can gather the herbs I need. Ling Tian nodded. If he had the skill of magic hands, he could heal it by just touching it twice. Now we can only rely on the medical knowledge of Ghost Saint Doctor for treatment. Okay then, tell me the names of the herbs and I'll go collect them now. The ghost manager nodded. Now he could only try his best to save the situation, just in case it could be cured. At worst, the only thing left is the loss of some medicinal herbs. So Ling Tian reported a large number of medicinal herbs. The quantity was several times what the old man needed before. The ghost manager didn't say much. He just wrote down the names of the herbs and went to collect them immediately. Because it knew that Ling Tian and others would leave in one day. About 3 hours later, the ghost manager came back. Yes, I have collected all of them. I will hurry up and develop medicine to treat you. Ling Tian took the herbs and prepared to return to the staff dormitory. Can it be developed tomorrow? The ghost manager asked. Tomorrow is the 7th day, and in the afternoon it will be time for them to leave. What if Ling Tian deliberately delays time and runs away with the herbs? Chapter 160. Don't worry, it can be developed tonight. Just come to me after 10 o'clock. Ling Tian gave the ghost manager a reassurance. Okay, I'll come find you then. The ghost manager was very satisfied. Soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening. The ghost manager arrived as promised. Ling Tian did not break his promise and handed the prepared medicine to the ghost manager. Here are 49 doses of medicine. Each cycle consists of 7 doses. Take it once a day. After 7 cycles, your illness will be cured. The ghost manager nodded and took it. This is my business card. When you come to the strange world again in the future, you can use this to summon me once. I did this for only one reason, which was to prevent myself from finding Ling Tian in the future. After all, the efficacy of the medicine has not been tested yet. What if it doesn't cure the disease? I'll take the business card, and you don't have to worry about me cheating you. I won't compromise my medical ethics. Ling Tian took the business card. He still had a reputation mission to complete, and he had no grudge against the ghost manager. 49 days later, the ghost manager will recover, and it is estimated that his own Fun skill will also be activated. By then you will be able to inherit 1/10,000th of its strength. Isn't this great? I can also get one more ghost vein. Before I knew it, it was already the afternoon of the 7th day. There were 10 people when they came, and only 3 when they left. Except for Ling Tian, the other 2 were missing limbs and had mental problems. It seemed that they were tortured by the weirdness. Congratulations on successfully surviving in the strange hotel for 7 days. Now I will begin to teleport you back to the real world. A voice sounded in the minds of the 3 people. With a flash of white light, the 3 figures disappeared in the hotel. I'm back, everything is so dreamy, strange world, system. Ling Tian muttered to himself and took out his phone to check the time. I discovered that 7 days had also passed in the real world. It seems that the time in the weird world and the real world is interconnected. At this time, the first group of people returned. A large number of posts about the weird world have appeared on the internet. For a time, the 4 words weird world became a hot search. The survivors vividly described everything they experienced in the strange world and also posted photos of their bodies that were maimed by the strange world. If it was just an isolated incident, everyone would just laugh it off and not take it seriously. But this time the posts kept popping up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Posts also come from all over the world. For a time, the whole nation was in panic. All kinds of strange things have been happening recently, and now that this news has been exposed, everyone is panicking. Seeing the traffic, major media outlets also rushed to report on it. Sure enough, no matter what time it is, the media. Ling Tian turned off his phone and stopped paying attention to the online public opinion. There's no reward for surviving successfully. It will be difficult for humans to gain a foothold in this strange world in the future. Ling Tian frowned. According to my experience of reading novels for many years, there should be rewards for each successful survival in a copy to improve the survivor's strength. This is good, there is nothing at all, only a profession with a small chance of awakening when entering the dungeon for the first time. It doesn't say when they'll be summoned. I guess it's a random summon, but the survivors who manage to survive will have a greater chance of entering the dungeon in the future. Ling Tian analyzed. He wanted to enter the strange world again immediately. Because in the real world, he has nothing to worry about. I grew up in an orphanage and don't know who my parents are. When I entered society and wanted to repay the orphanage that raised me, I found that it had gone bankrupt. Times have really changed. After that, I have been working as a white-collar worker, busy every day. I am 25 years old now. I hope the next instance is in a hospital so I can unlock my professional skills. Ling Tian muttered to himself. Somewhere in the world at this moment. I got back alive. Fortunately, I linked to the system, otherwise I would have been in trouble. Zhang Yongheng felt a little scared. Yes, he is another system binder. As one of the first people selected to enter the copy, Zhang Yongheng thought he would not survive. He has this self-awareness. Fortunately, there is always a way out, and a sign-in system has been set up. The system allows you to sign in every day, and the rewards for signing in are random. Survive in a strange world for 7 days. I received 10,000 ghost coins when I signed in on the first day. He bribed Gi with 10,000 ghost money and was able to save his life. The next day, he received another 30,000 ghost money. Until the 6th day, all rewards are ghost money. Only on the 7th day did he get a good thing, a white-clothed evil ghost servant. He also asked the system, and the system said that as the number of sign-ins increases, the rewards will get better and better. I never thought I'd be able to be the protagonist someday. Zhang Yongheng was very excited. He also reads online novels. The world suddenly changes, the strangeness comes, the binding system. Isn't this the standard configuration for a protagonist? From now on, I will be the savior of this world. Zhang Yongheng had a beautiful vision. Although he is weak now and has not yet awakened his profession when entering the dungeon. But with the system in place, none of this is a problem. You will definitely get it after signing in as a professional. There is nothing the system can't do. Sight returns. Before I knew it, 7 days had passed in the real world. During these 7 days, people were constantly chosen to enter the strange world to survive. Posts about the weird world on the internet are becoming more and more intense, and the hot searches are still going on. State agencies also took action early to suppress the panic. But eventually, the truth cannot be hidden. After someone counted the number of people who participated in the copy and the number of people who returned, they made a comparison. It was found that the survival rate was less than 1 in 10, and even if they survived by chance, they would be missing limbs. As soon as this news came out, it was like adding fuel to the fire, and the world was in turmoil. In this regard, senior officials from all over the world are very helpless and there is no solution at the moment. Is there no one in our army who was selected to join the weird copy? Yes, but the people who survived are just like what is said on the internet. The dungeon will match you with different levels of difficulty according to your strength. And this thing is too lucky. Soldiers are just ordinary people. When faced with weirdness, they can only rely on the rules to survive. However, some lucky ones awakened the ghost profession. According to the statistics of the number of people in our army who participated in the strange world, most of those who awakened the ghost profession survived. Then we should set up a special department to recruit people with awakened ghost professions from all over the country. Now that the country is in danger, we can only work together to overcome the difficulties. Yes. Publish it immediately. Soon, an official announcement swept the internet. Everyone was shocked to see the recruitment information, and they also learned that there is such a thing as a ghost profession. Why haven't I heard anyone say this before? It's normal that those who didn't participate in the dungeon haven't heard of it. Those who have awakened the ghost profession naturally do not want to be exposed, and most of those who have not awakened have died in the copy. Even if I survive, I'll have mental problems and won't have the energy to talk about this. Facing official recruitment. Some people who awakened to their ghost professions responded to the call of the country. Some people pretended not to notice this sudden change in the situation, coupled with their own hopes of becoming extraordinary people, who wouldn't have some desire in their hearts. One sentence shows that when you have strength, your heart will swell. Chapter 161. Ling Tian naturally also saw the official news. Is it a call from the country? Although I am patriotic, joining an organization will bring many constraints. It is better to be a lone wolf. Anyway, I will not go against the country. If you meet someone from the national team, help them if you can. The mutation has just begun, so it is most urgent to seize the time to improve our strength. Ling Tian shook his head. At this moment, the strange sound that had been silent for 7 days sounded again. You have been chosen to survive in a strange world. This instance is the Sacred Heart Hospital. Survivors need to survive in this instance for a month before they can return. If the return is successful, a certain number of career points will be awarded, and the degree of the reward will be determined by the performance in the dungeon. Ling Tian was stunned when he heard this. Not to mention the reward, he was familiar with this copy. If my title deed really belongs to Sacred Heart Hospital, then this instance will be interesting. He laughed. What you need is what you get. I was just worrying about where to activate my professional skills, and now this is delivered right to my door. Secondly, he looked at what the rewarded career points were. I see. For every 100,000 career points, 1 ghost career can be awakened, and a maximum of 3 ghost careers can be obtained in this way. If someone awakens a ghost career in the first instance, they will have 4 careers, which is a big advantage over others. But this also gives a tiny bit of hope to those who haven't awakened the ghost profession. Ling Tian sneered. It seems to be giving hope, but it is undoubtedly a knife that pierces deeply into the hearts of ordinary people. 100,000 career points. How many times do you have to participate in dungeons to save up enough money? Can an ordinary person without a ghost profession last that long? You will now be transferred into the dungeon. Please be prepared. The strange sound sounded again. With a flash of white light, Ling Tian's figure disappeared from the real world again. Sacred Heart Hospital. Ling Tian glanced around. This time, there are 10 people in the dungeon just like the last time, half of them are men and half are women. Soon a strange one came. I am the Deputy Director of Sacred Heart Hospital. I will now arrange your next duties for you. A middle-aged man with a pale face and a white robe said, his voice a little hoarse and eerie. You, and you, your job is nurse. The Deputy Director randomly selected candidates. The positions were quickly arranged, 3 nurses, 2 cleaners, and 5 assistants. I'll remind you that if you have an identity, other weirdos won't attack you. But if you break some rules and your identity is taken away, there will only be one outcome, that is, you'll be used as a mannequin. The Deputy Director spoke. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, as if the difficulty of this copy was not very high. They had an identity from the beginning, which meant that as long as they didn't do anything weird, they wouldn't die. Now I will take you to your posts. The Deputy Director said nothing more and led everyone to their respective posts one by one. Ling Tian was assigned the role of assistant. The job is to serve a special ghost doctor. A new assistant. A ghost doctor looked Ling Tian up and down. The latter nodded and showed the identity card on his left chest. In that case, then write down everything in this herbal medicine book. If I ask you to get the wrong medicine, and you get the wrong one. The ghost doctor narrowed his eyes slightly and threw an extremely thick book of medicinal materials to Ling Tian. I won't tell you how it ended. Anyway, I've replaced at least 100 assistants. Ling Tian now understood that this seemingly simple copy was full of traps. This book is thicker than the Xinhua dictionary. Who can remember it without a photographic memory? Don't worry, I'll write it all down. Ling Tian said that this was not a problem. Because of his profession as ghost saint doctor, he knows and understands all medicinal herbs, so he doesn't need to remember them at all. That's good, I hope you can really do it. The ghost doctor obviously didn't believe it. I have changed so many assistants, but all of them died because they couldn't remember and gave the wrong medicine. Come with me, it's time to go to work and see patients. The ghost doctor took Ling Tian to a cubicle. At this time, a long line had already formed outside the door. Just help me out here, write down all the medicines I prescribe, and then go to the pharmacy to get them. The ghost doctor sat down, opened the door and began to welcome guests. Soon a strange creature came in. Doctor, I seem to be sick, can you help me take a look? I know, otherwise why would you come to the hospital? The ghost doctor's mouth twitched. Put your hand out. The strange hand stretched out its broken palm. Forget it, just open your mouth and see. The ghost doctor was helpless and had to try another method. He opened his mouth strangely and obediently, and a fishy smell came to his nose. What did you eat? Your body is obviously rejecting it. I was so hungry that I chopped off my hand and ate it. Then you are a really cruel ghost, you even eat yourself. No, I'm not a cruel ghost, I'm a hungry ghost. Okay, wait for me to prescribe some medicine, go back and take it, and you will be cured. The ghost doctor said perfunctorily. Then he started to name various medicinal herbs. Have you written it all down? The ghost doctor turned and looked at Ling Tian behind him. No problem. Then take the prescription to the pharmacy and get the medicine. Don't get the wrong one. The ghost doctor gave an instruction. Soon Ling Tian left for the pharmacy and came back in less than 3 minutes. So soon. The ghost doctor was stunned. You didn't grab it randomly, did you? I told you in advance that if you grab the wrong medicine, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't worry, I'll prescribe it according to the prescription. Ling Tian assured him that there was no way he could have prescribed the wrong medicine. If he had, he would have to quit his job as a saintly doctor and go home to farm. The ghost doctor took the herbs and found that it was correct. He couldn't help but look up at Ling Tian. Yes, you are a good candidate. I hope you can live to see the day you leave. The ghost doctor was very satisfied. Although he could continue to change assistants after Ling Tian died, that would be too troublesome. It would be very satisfied if it had a capable assistant, and the work would be much easier. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Well, that's all for today. I'm very satisfied with your performance. Keep up the good work. As long as you don't make any mistakes, you have a good chance of leaving alive. The ghost doctor stretched and encouraged Ling Tian. During the whole day, he saw dozens of strange patients and prescribed so many medicines, but Ling Tian did not make any mistakes and his efficiency was quite high. If Ling Tian was not just an ordinary person, it would have wanted to take Ling Tian in as its real assistant. Then I'll borrow your good words. Ling Tian said intriguingly. He left and headed towards the dean's office. After some wandering, I finally found the dean's office. Knock, knock. Enter. Ling Tian pushed the door open and walked in. Who are you? The dean frowned as he looked at Ling Tian who came in. A human actually came to see him. Then he glanced at the ID card on his left chest. Tell me, why are you, a physician's assistant, coming to me? You should know that if you leave your post without permission, the consequences will be unbearable. The dean scolded softly. Chapter 162. Dean, do you recognize this? Ling Tian calmly took out the title deed and handed it over. The latter didn't care much at first, but when he saw the words clearly, his face changed. How did you get the title deed to our hospital? The dean was very confused. It's inherited from my ancestors. The dean had a look of disbelief on his face. Ling Tian continued, "Weren't you weirdos also human beings before you became weirdos?" I said, "Is there anything wrong with inheritance? Could it be that my ancestors had some weirdness, and then it was passed down to my generation, but I haven't died yet, so I haven't become weird?" The dean didn't know what to say, but facts spoke louder than words. There is no point in asking about the origin of the title deed. This is a strange world, and the title deed is much more powerful than the evidence in the real world. As long as your name is on the title deed, it will be recognized by this world. So it's useless to snatch it away by other weird means. "So you are here today?" the dean asked. "I want to know if this hospital is mine now that I have the title deed." "Yes and no." The dean nodded and shook his head. "What's the meaning? Even if you have the title deed, it only means that the land of the hospital is yours, but the hospital itself is not yours." The dean spoke cunningly. Ling Tian was stunned. What a guy, he was playing word games through a distance. "Oh, okay. If that's what you say, then I have no choice but to relocate your hospital, and you have to move it within a month," Ling Tian said with a sullen face. The dean's smile froze. "Ahem. Actually, we can talk about this some more. It is impossible to move away, as other places are all other strange places of belonging. He doesn't have any land to relocate the hospital to. In the strange world, getting a piece of land is not as easy as in the real world where you can just use money to solve the problem. There are many things involved here. Okay, let's not talk about relocation for now. Your hospital has been built on my land for these years. Shouldn't you pay the rent?" Ling Tian was aggressive. The dean was a little helpless. It seemed that he couldn't control the ordinary person in front of him. This guy was different from others. He was not afraid of weirdness at all. "Then you tell me what to do." The dean backed down. Ling Tian smiled slightly, "I won't talk nonsense with you. Half of the ownership of the hospital belongs to me, and I won't charge you rent in the future. I also agree to keep the hospital on my land. Do you agree or not?" The dean frowned, carefully considering the pros and cons. Finally I agreed. "Okay, but you can't interfere with the operation of the hospital." The dean made a request. After all, he had built this hospital with his own hands, and he didn't want to give up power to Ling Tian. "Don't worry, you'll beg me to join you in the future." Ling Tian was intrigued, and then put forward a request of his own. "Since you have a request, I have to have one too." The dean was speechless. "As long as it's not too excessive, it's fine. I want a vice president position. After all, I own half of this hospital, so I can't do without some status. I can give you the position, but I still say that you cannot interfere in the operation of the hospital, so your position as vice president is just a title without power." The dean added. "Okay, I just want to get a position and practice my medical skills." "Use medical skills?" The dean was stunned. "I forgot to tell you, I'm a ghost doctor, and my skills are inherited from my ancestors." Ling Tian smiled. This is a bit difficult for me. Although you said you are a ghost doctor, what if you can't cure strange diseases and ruin the reputation of my hospital?" The dean obviously did not trust Ling Tian's medical skills. "That's easy. Give me a 7-day trial period and send a ghost doctor to watch over me. If there are any problems, we can stop them in time. How do you think?" Ling Tian suggested. "All right. Now that things have come to this, it is difficult for the dean to refuse." The dean then began to draw up an identity card for the vice dean and notified everyone in the hospital of the news. "Which ghost doctor do you want to help you?" The dean handed the ID card to Ling Tian and asked. "The weird one I helped out with today was pretty good." Ling Tian's mouth curled up slightly. "Okay, then I'll give you the outpatient room for now. Once you pass the 7-day trial period, I'll transfer you to a larger room." The dean nodded and agreed. That's great. Arrange a good place for me to live. With the convenience of identity, naturally I don't want to squeeze in the same room with other people. Ling Tian then left the office with the key to a private room. I will start brushing up my ghost profession's reputation from tomorrow. It's only 100 weirdnesses, and it won't be long before I can unlock the fawn skill. I had a delicious meal and had a good sleep. The next day, Ling Tian put on a white coat, put on the vice president's ID card on his left chest, walked out of the room and went to the outpatient clinic where he had been yesterday. The difference from before is that this time Ling Tian is the attending physician, and the ghost doctor becomes an assistant. No brother, is there a ghost behind you? The ghost doctor said with a look of resentment. The good guy woke up and was informed by the dean that his outpatient clinic was gone and he had to help other ghost doctors. I didn't think it was a big deal at first, until I found out that the person who was going to help me was actually my assistant from yesterday. It couldn't hold back at all after seeing such a humorous scene. Hey, did you see the ID card? You have to be the vice president. Work hard and perform well. I will say a few good words to the president and ask him to promote you. Ling Tian pointed to his ID card. All right. What's your name? As for my name, I was called Wang Wu when I was alive. Oh, then I will call you Xiao Wang from now on. Ling Tian nodded. Xiao Wang, start welcoming guests and call those weirdos in. Ling Tian ordered. The latter can only do as they are told. Then a strange person walked in. Ling Tian glanced at it, and then said, Xiao Wang, remember the name of the medicinal material, and then go get the medicine. Ah! Wang Wu was a little confused. No, brother, you haven't even taken my pulse yet, why are you prescribing medicine? What? I have superb medical skills. I can tell what disease the patient has at a glance. If you don't believe me, wait until you have memorized the names of the herbs and then diagnose and treat the patient yourself. Ling Tian didn't care. Wang Wu thought what he said made sense, so he began to write down the names of the herbs that Ling Tian mentioned. Then he personally examined this strange man. It was discovered that the medicinal herbs needed to treat the disease were indeed those reported by Ling Tian. For a moment, he couldn't help but look up at Ling Tian. This is not something that can be guessed by luck, as there are countless strange medicinal herbs. It is impossible to select a medicine from them and make it suitable for the disease by just guessing. Now that it's confirmed, let's go get the medicine. We have to treat all 100 weird cases today. Ling Tian set a goal for himself. Chapter 163. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu immediately went to the pharmacy to get the medicine. Ling Tian also began his journey to increase his reputation. His powerful medical skills allowed him to treat strange illnesses very quickly. After all, his place is just a small clinic, and the illnesses that come here to see a doctor are mostly minor. This was exactly what he wanted, as he didn't want to treat a disease that was too troublesome right now. Minor illnesses only take a day or two to heal, so the most urgent thing is to activate your skills. After you have the fawn skill, you can then go and brush the powerful and strange troublesome symptoms. Time passes by little by little. There is an endless stream of people coming here for treatment every day. In the past few days, Ling Tian has treated more than 300 strange cases. There are now 130 strange things that have been completely cured. Fawn's skills were finally unlocked on this day, accompanied by the activation of Fawn's skills. In an instant, the monsters that he had cured began to feed back their strength to Ling Tian. This is so cool. Ling Tian was instantly filled with feedback and felt very comfortable. I'm finally strong enough to protect myself from now on. He opened the system panel to check his own strength. Host, Ling Tian. Strength, Lonely Ghost. Occupation, Ghost Saint Doctor. System functions, plunder, amplification of all things, 100 times, summoning from another world, copying. System points, 10,000. System evaluation, Too weak to be evaluated. Are you a lonely ghost? Ling Tian understood, and it was actually normal if you think about it. Most of the monsters he treated were evil ghosts in white. The strength of 100 or so evil ghosts was only 1/10,000th of that, so it was considered good to have a lonely ghost. No rush. Anyway, there are still more than 20 days left until the next month, which is enough time for me to level up. Ling Tian stopped thinking about it and continued to treat the disease. The 7-day internship period passed in a blink of an eye. The dean was watching everything Ling Tian did. It also didn't expect that Ling Tian's medical skills were actually better than those of other ghost doctors in their hospital. So Ling Tian was immediately transferred to the main clinic. I didn't expect your medical skills to be so strong. Now I believe that your ancestors had a powerful ghost doctor. The dean said with a smile. There will be many surprises for you in the future. Ling Tian spoke. Then I look forward to your performance. The dean nodded, and it actually felt a strange aura from Ling Tian. This surprised it very much. It was just an ordinary person a few days ago, how come it suddenly became so powerful? Although the strength is very weak, this is a leap forward. Just like ordinary people and people who have just started to practice Taoism. The former can only live an ordinary life, while the latter can rise to the top. After the establishment of the large outpatient clinic, the strength of the strange creatures that Ling Tian treated also improved significantly. Most of the weird things are at the level of red-clothed evil ghosts, and there are also some ghost generals coming. It's just that the powers of these weird things have increased, and the problems they cause are a little more troublesome than the previous ones. Of course it's not that Ling Tian can't cure it, the so-called trouble is that the recovery period is prolonged. Before, it only took 2 or 3 days to completely cure a strange disease, but now it takes more than a week. As expected, I still have to wait until the skill of the magic hand is activated before I can really improve my strength. Ling Tian sighed. The skill of the magic hand combined with fawn is like adding wings to a tiger. Use your magic hand to touch anything strange, and as long as it's not a serious illness, you will basically be cured instantly. This way, you don't have to wait for a period of strength feedback, you can get it on the spot. However, to activate the skill of the master hand, you have to cure 10,000 weirdnesses. Therefore, Ling Tian can only continue to accumulate the number of treatments. And as time goes by, people who entered the copy also began to suffer casualties. The horror of Sacred Heart Hospital also began to manifest itself one by one. Just one small mistake can lead to being stripped of your identity. The price is to be used as a human model for ghost doctors to perform anatomical experiments. Ling Tian was indifferent to this matter. If he saw it, he would help out of kindness. What happened in places he couldn't see was none of his business. There are so many tragic things in this world. Does he have to take care of them one by one? Compared to the miserable lives of others, Ling Tian is doing very well with his status as vice president. What? Rules? My rules are the rules. Before I knew it, half a month had passed. There was a special weirdness at Sacred Heart Hospital today. Why? Your hospital can't cure my illness. A young man frowned. The ghost doctor who was seeing patients was under a lot of pressure. Don't be angry, it's just that your disease is too rare, and because you are too strong, I can't do anything. The ghost doctor said helplessly. The man in front of him was a ferocious monster. There is no record of the disease I have, so what can I do? Can't you think of a solution? Su Shan asked, saying that it had already referred the case to several hospitals but had not received a solution. The hospital in front of me has a good reputation in the local area, so I came here to see a doctor with the idea of giving it a try. Now it seems that we will be disappointed again. How about I ask the dean for advice? I think he has a solution. What do you think? The ghost doctor asked. Okay, it won't matter if you wait a little longer. Susan nodded. Soon the dean learned that a terrifying incident had occurred in the hospital and rushed over immediately. The dean looked at Susan with a gloomy face. The weirdness in front of him was stronger than it. Although it is also a ferocious monster, there are differences in strength among the same realm. The monster in front of him had clearly reached the edge of a breakthrough. "Sir, I have heard about this from my subordinates. Your disease is rare, and it is this disease that has kept you stuck at the vicious level." The dean analyzed. "That's right. I've been to many hospitals and couldn't find a solution. If your hospital can find a solution, I will reward you handsomely in the future," Susan admitted. The dean was undecided. With his medical skills, he thought there was no way to cure it, but he suddenly thought of someone. "Well, although I don't have the ability to cure you, there is a candidate who can give it a try. If he is cured, everyone will be happy. If he is not cured, you can't blame our hospital, right?" The dean spoke. "Can?" Susan nodded. "That's great. Go and invite the vice president over." The dean gave instructions to the ghost doctor beside him. "Yes, I'll go right away." The ghost doctor nodded quickly and ran away like the wind. The two ferocious monsters were beside him, and the pressure was so great that he couldn't breathe. The scene changed. "Dean, I heard that a very powerful and seriously ill patient has arrived. Where is he? Let me see him." Ling Tian's eyes lit up. It was a rare opportunity, it would heal the powerful one. "It's me. Could it be that this young man is the person the dean was talking about?" Su Shan was very surprised. It turned out to be a human being. Although he had some strength, it was not good enough at all. Could such a person really cure himself? Ling Tian looked towards Su Shan following the sound and discovered that this strange aura was much stronger than that of Madame Hong. At least he is a murderer. Chapter 164. Living as one, the soul resides in the umbrella. Ling Tian said in surprise. He saw the nature of the umbrella at a glance. "Good eyesight, sir." Su San's eyes lit up, and he suddenly felt that he had been judging people by their appearance. The weak humans in front of us may actually have the ability to heal themselves. Upon hearing this, the dean also looked at the black umbrella in Su Shan's hand. "I didn't look closely before and thought it was just an ordinary umbrella. Now that I look closely, I find that there is indeed another strange aura inside it." Ling Tian looked solemn and motioned for the latter to sit down. This guy's illness is indeed rare, no wonder other ghost doctors have no solution. Rather than being rare, it is more unique. It would probably be quite explosive in the entire weird world. Therefore, he needs to carefully understand this new type of symptoms. "Come, let me treat you. Then I'll leave it to you, sir." Susan nodded. He began to cooperate with Ling Tian in a series of diagnosis and treatment. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Tian frowned and said, "I can cure your disease, but the steps are complicated and the treatment period will take a long time." Su Shan was delighted when he heard this. "That's not a problem. I have plenty of time and can wait." Ling Tian shook his head. "No, you don't understand what I mean. It's not that you don't have enough time, but that I don't have enough time." Su Shan was stunned for a moment, then said, "Even if you die soon, I can turn you into a weird one, and your strength will be at least that of a ghost general." Ling Tian was speechless. "You are the one who passed away, and I am living well. Why did I become weird?" The dean's mouth twitched as well, and he explained, "I guess you have heard about the recent changes in the strange world." Su Shan thought for a while and said, "Indeed, I have heard that the strange world is merging with another world, and recently people from that world have been entering the strange world one after another. Could it be that, sir, you are one of them?" Ling Tian nodded. "That's right, this time's copy time is about to end, and when I enter the strange world again, I don't know where I am. As for your treatment, it cannot be interrupted. Once it is interrupted, all the effects will be lost." Su Shan pondered, Sir, how sure are you that you can cure me? If I say 100%, you won't believe me, so let's say 70%. Ling Tian said. Well, since you have such confidence, I will place my hopes on you. This is my companion Horcrux, the soul-ringing bell. As long as you appear in the strange world with it, I will be able to sense it. The next time you enter the strange world, I will sense it and go to where you are immediately. Su Shan handed Ling Tian a bell that was full of yin energy. Ling Tian was very surprised, Are you really willing to do this? He could sense the power of this thing. Sir, you are joking. If you can cure my illness, what's wrong with giving it to you as a gift? Susan smiled. Although the soul-ringing bell can improve his combat power a little and provide him with an additional tool, it is only the icing on the cake. If his illness is cured, his realm will immediately undergo a mutation and be promoted to great evil, which is a stronger improvement than a soul-shaking bell. Moreover, using a soul-shaking bell to make friends with a ghost doctor with superb medical skills is a good deal. Okay, in that case, I'll take your job. Although I can't completely cure you now, I can help you recuperate first. Next time I come in, I can shorten the treatment period. Ling Tian said with satisfaction. Now he discovered that the profession of ghost saint doctor was really popular. It was easy to get acquainted with another vicious and weird person. When his treatments become more weird, the whole world will be his ghost veins. Wouldn't he be able to walk around the weird world with ease? So the following days, in addition to his daily treatment of other strange things, Ling Tian also began to specifically treat Su Shan. Time flies, and the copy of Ling Tian entering the Sacred Heart Hospital is coming to an end. Ghost Doctor, you are proficient in all difficult and complicated diseases, and you can cure any disease. Even terminal illnesses can be cured with ease. You are the weird Huatuo in the world. Professional skills, stupid hands, not enabled, rejuvenation, not enabled, blessing, enabled. Reputation, beginning to show off. Patients cured, 4763. In 1 month, Ling Tian treated an average of about 150 strange. With these strange feedbacks of strength, his strength also reached the peak level of the white-clothed ghost. The speed of improvement is really too fast. A month ago he was just an ordinary person. I heard from the dean that today is the day you leave, sir. Su-san, who had just finished recuperation, spoke. Under Ling Tian's care during these days, it felt that its body was gradually getting better, and it couldn't help but become more convinced that Ling Tian could cure its illness. Yes, I will be leaving in a few hours. Ling Tian packed up his things and nodded. Well, when you come to the strange world again, I will rush to find you immediately. Susan said. Well, come as soon as possible, because I'm not sure how long the next instance will last. Ling Tian added. Good. Susan nodded. A few more hours passed. With a flash of white light, Ling Tian disappeared in the Sacred Heart Hospital. Real world. Congratulations on your successful return. Based on your performance in the dungeon, you will be awarded 10,000 career points. A strange voice sounded in Ling Tian's mind. Only 10,000. Ling Tian felt that it was a little too little. Even though he was in control of the Sacred Heart Hospital, he only had 10,000 career points. If it were other survivors, how much money would they get if they survived? It takes 100,000 career points to redeem the Ghost Career Awakening. Forget it, it's better than nothing. Ling Tian no longer cares about these things. Anyway, this trip to the dungeon brought him a lot of gains. Not only did he activate the Fawn skill, but his strength also reached the peak of the White Ghost. He also met another strange being who was about to break through to become a very evil being. This instance was so easy because of the title deed. Otherwise it would have been impossible to pass it so smoothly. The next dungeon will be full of variables, according to the nature of the dungeon. The difficulty of the dungeon will be arranged according to the strength of the survivors. I am now a white-robed ghost, and the difficulty of the next dungeon will definitely not be comparable to that of other survivors. Ling Tian pondered. But it doesn't matter. I still have a fierce level monster to support me. Ling Tian took out the soul-shaking bell from the system space and smiled. No matter how difficult the copy is, with a ferocious monster protecting you, you should be able to pass it smoothly, right? Otherwise, this is not called survival, but a dying struggle. As expected, knowing how weird it is makes me feel safer. I don't know how Madame Red is doing. Ling Tian suddenly thought of Madame Red in the first copy. The day he left the copy, Madame Red also recovered from her injuries and left the hotel. Unless you use the mirror she gave you to summon her, meeting her again in this strange world would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 165. Forget it, there's no point in thinking so much. We will meet if we are destined to. Ling Tian shook his head and started surfing the internet to see what had happened recently. The time in the weird world and the real world are interconnected. He stayed in the copy for a month, and the real world must have undergone tremendous changes. As expected, as soon as I went online, I saw overwhelming slogans. Join the Ghost Control Department and build a better society together, bringing harmony to you and me. You are an official member of the Ghost Control Department, and you will enjoy a variety of benefits every month. The work is easy. What are you waiting for? Ling Tian was speechless. In fact, it was not only their country that recruited experts from the civilian population, but people from other countries did the same. Every country has begun to mobilize its army to attack the strange world. As for the progress, unknown. But Ling Tian felt that the progress of the early strategy could not be so fast. Now everyone has a problem protecting themselves, let alone strategies. Then Ling Tian looked through the posts where other people had revealed the information. These posts are some superficial messages from other copies. It seems that the strange world is very large. There are countless copies, and any building can be used as a copy for us to survive. Ling Tian, who was browsing the information, suddenly saw another message. Purchasing career points, please contact us if you are interested. There are more than one piece of information like this. It seems that those wealthy people have taken action. That's right, the world is undergoing mutations, and in the future only those with strong personal strength can survive in this strange world. Now the money in the real world is just the last resort. However, there are still many people asking about the price under the post. I only get 10,000 career points for clearing a dungeon, while others only get 100 or 200 at most. It is extremely difficult to accumulate 100,000 career points. So are you trying to exchange career points for money to enjoy your last moments? Ling Tian seemed to understand. He looked through a lot of transaction information again. Now one career point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan in the real world. It's really a sky-high price, but everyone is willing to do it. It's useless for ordinary people to keep 100 or 200 career points. The rich are not short of those billions, but this gives them an opportunity to overtake others. That's right, as long as the acquisition base is large enough. 100,000 career points can also be collected easily. It only costs 10 billion to get a horrible job. And 1 billion is just a drop in the bucket for those wealthy people. An ordinary person can obtain 100 to 200 career points by successfully surviving a dungeon, and can exchange them for 1 to 2 million in the real world, so that he can live a happy and carefree life for the rest of his life. Sure enough, where there is demand, there is a market. This is an eternal truth. Ling Tian no longer paid attention to these. After resting for a few days, the strange sound sounded again. You have been selected to join a dungeon for survival. This dungeon is called White Sand Madhouse. There is one person participating. Mission: escape from White Sands Asylum within 2 months. Rewards will be given based on the survivor's performance. Ling Tian was stunned. As expected, he came after all. With his current strength, he is undoubtedly ahead of everyone else in the world, so it is understandable that he is the only one in this copy. It seems that this White Sands Asylum is very dangerous. A bunch of psychopaths, they are normal if they are dangerous, or they are weird if they are mentally ill. Ling Tian's mouth twitched. You are being teleported into the dungeon. Please prepare yourself. Call out. A white light flashed, and Ling Tian's figure disappeared again. White Sands Asylum. Ling Tian came to his senses and looked around. Found myself in a room. There was only a bed, a table, and chairs, and a small bathroom in the room. The door of the room is an iron door. Ling Tian walked forward and pushed it, and found that this iron door was specially made and contained powerful power. If it is not opened from the outside, it would be impossible for him to force it open with his strength alone. Good fellow, I'm in jail as soon as I enter the dungeon. Isn't this treatment like going to jail? Based on the current situation, my identity this time is a patient in Beisha Mental Asylum. As a mental patient, he was naturally locked in a room. Escape from the White Sands Lunatic Asylum? It seems we need to find out the strength of this strange dungeon. And since it's a mental hospital, it's impossible that I'm the only one locked up here. There must be other weirdos locked up there too. Ling Tian smiled and began to formulate an escape plan in his mind. It's a strange world now. This is the reaction of the soul bell. It seems that the gentleman has entered the strange world. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Su San stood up and rushed towards Beisha Lunatic Asylum. It's not far. It's just one street away from Sacred Heart Hospital. Susan muttered. He can reach this distance in less than a minute. Soon, Su San arrived at Beisha Lunatic Asylum. Sir is actually in here. Susan frowned. I'm a little undecided. He had also heard of the name of this mental asylum. Many powerful monsters are imprisoned inside. There is a huge power organization behind it, and one of the monsters guarding here is extremely vicious. This organization constantly captures those monsters with spiritual problems in the strange world. The euphemism is to cure these strange diseases. But no one knows what is done behind the scenes. Anyway, I have never seen anyone being able to get out after being caught. What should I do? Su San wanted to force his way in, but it was useless with his strength alone. Give it a try. As long as I can get inside, sir, I can be cured of my illness and promoted to a great villain. It shouldn't be a problem to take him away. Finally, Su San gritted his teeth and began to wander around Beisha Lunatic Asylum. Since forcing my way in isn't an option, I can only pretend to be a patient and be caught by them to get in. I don't know how much time has passed. The big villain guarding Beisha Lunatic Asylum discovered Su Shan's strange behavior. Interesting, a weird creature that is about to become a great villain, a very good experimental subject. The fierce beast attacked immediately without saying a word. A chain tightly tied the umbrella. The latter did not struggle, allowing the force to pull him into the insane asylum. I don't know what your purpose is, but once you enter our insane asylum, don't even think about leaving. A voice sounded behind Susan. Su Shan was shocked, it seemed that he had been seen through. Soon it sensed a powerful force eroding its soul. Vicious and extremely vicious are two different levels. It's useless to resist. Susan's eyes gradually lost their luster. From now on your number will be 001. The big villain assigned a number to Su Shan and locked him up in the lowest level of the mental hospital. In the room, with the last bit of consciousness left, Su Shan activated his black umbrella. Brother Bian, I'm counting on you. Fan Wuju's black figure turned into white foam, and his consciousness entered the black umbrella. And another creature inside the black umbrella mysteriously took over his body. Living as one, the soul resides in the umbrella. Only one of them can survive. Chapter 166. Brother Wuju, rest assured, I will find you, sir. Xiabian talked to himself, but Black Umbrella did not respond. The scene changed. At this time, Ling Tian didn't know that Suishan had been captured. Crack! Accompanied by a noise outside the door. Ling Tian's door was finally opened. A strong man looked at Ling Tian with strange eyes. During the exercise period, you have 1 hour of free time. During this period, you cannot leave your floor. It said this and walked away. Ling Tian said nothing, walked out of the room and came outside. The weirdness in other rooms also emerged one by one. It's all the strength of the white-robed evil spirit. Ling Tian looked at the other strange auras. From this, we can infer that each floor of Beisha Lunatic Asylum holds prisoners of different strength levels. The surroundings are sealed, so we can rule out the possibility that this is a high-rise building. There is a door at the end of the corridor ahead. There is a number -1 on the door. It seems that the deeper you go, the stronger the strange power will be. Ling Tian speculated. As for how many layers there are underneath, it is unknown. Then he began to encounter other strange things on his floor. These strange faces had dull expressions and there was nothing wrong with their bodies. The consciousness is imprisoned deep in the soul. This is a spiritual disease. There is also a force that is slowly and subtly transforming these strange souls. Ling Tian frowned in thought. This copy is a bit difficult to pass. Although the ghost doctor profession can cure any disease, the prerequisite is that all skills are activated. With the means he has now, he can't solve the problem of his soul at all. It's over, barbecue, this is a dead end. Ling Tian felt that there was a high probability that his trip would fail. This dungeon is trying to kill me. It's a bit too difficult. An hour passed quickly. This level of supervision imprisoned all the weird people and Ling Tian back in the room. Ling Tian in the room fell into deep thought, thinking about how to break the impasse. He took out the soul-shaking bell. The soul-ringing bell has a strong sense of induction. It seems that Susan has already reached the vicinity of Beisha Lunatic Asylum. It depends on whether it can find me. Now we can only put our hope on Susan, and if that doesn't work, we can think of other options. Anyway, my life is not in danger now. The scene comes to the -5 floor. Time goes forward to 1 hour ago. There were no restrictions in the room where Suishan was imprisoned, and Suishan easily pushed open the door. Xiabian wandered in the corridor in an unconscious state. The soul-shaking bell is on the upper level. It seems that the gentleman is imprisoned there. Xiabian looked around. I discovered that there were 2 other strange creatures on this floor besides this one. The strange auras of these 2 were much weaker than his. Their consciousness was also imprisoned, and they sat blankly in the room. They are all vicious and weird. What exactly does this force want to do? Xiabian couldn't figure it out. He continued walking towards the door further down the corridor. Just before he touched the door handle, he stopped. There is a ban, although it is very low level, but if it is an unconscious weirdness, it will not be noticed at all. It seems that the monster in charge is very confident in his ability, and there is no supervision at all. Xiabian said no more, opened the black umbrella in his hand, and walked through the door leisurely. Walk all the way up the stairs. The number of floors begins to change. -4. -3. -2. -1. The soul-shaking bell senses this level. Xiabian passed through the door of the -1 floor corridor and entered. The supervisor who was squatting on this floor was stunned when he saw Xiabian suddenly appear. You! Soul-sucking! Xiabian waved his hand. All of a sudden, all the supervisor's eyes lost their luster. I also know a thing or two about the means of controlling strange things. Xiabian chuckled. Ling Tian's room was quickly found. At this time, only 10 minutes had passed since Ling Tian was locked up after being let out for exercise. The ban on the door naturally cannot stop the umbrella. Holding an umbrella, he easily entered the room. Sir, I finally found you. Xiaobian spoke quietly. Ling Tian was startled and turned around quickly. FK, how did you get in? I naturally have some tricks. Xiaobian spoke. He then recounted how he entered Beisha Lunatic Asylum and found Ling Tian. I didn't expect you to risk so much to come to me. Ling Tian was very touched. It's a very ferocious monster. What if that monster discovers the secret of Suisan's two souls in one? The ending is predictable. I will definitely do what I promised. Xiaobian said solemnly. Thank you for your kindness. Now that you are here, let's hurry up and get your treatment. This time I was in this instance for 2 months, and it only took 1 month to completely cure your illness. Ling Tian nodded. Then it's up to you, Mr. Lao. Xiaobian nodded. So next, Ling Tian started treating him. The necessary medicinal herbs had already been collected by Suishan in the previous copy. Suisan's arrival also gave Ling Tian more confidence. As long as it is cured, Susan can be promoted to a great evil. By then, it would be no problem for the other party to take me away from Beisha Mental Asylum. Self-protection is no longer a problem, so it's time to consider how to progress in the dungeon. Judging from Suisan's narration, this insane asylum holds all levels of weirdness below the great evil. And the big beast behind him was too confident in his abilities. This is how Suisan was able to sneak in so easily. A conscious villain, the supervision here can't stop him at all. Ling Tian can use the umbrella to travel to floors of different levels. If I had the skill of the magic hand, I could solve the problem of the strange souls here. Not only will I run away alone, I will also release all the weirdness. I don't know how much time has passed. Ling Tian finished today's treatment. My body is indeed much better, and my realm has also become more relaxed. Xiaobian described his physical sensations. When do you plan to leave here, sir? Xiaobian asked. If Ling Tian wants to leave, it can also take Ling Tian away from here now. You mean, I have the ability to leave here now? Ling Tian was very surprised. Yes, it's just some special means. As long as I pass the umbrella, even if the big beast notices it, it can't stop us from leaving this insane asylum. This is also the reason why I dare to come in. Xiaobian nodded. The Ghost King has his own den of ghosts, and the evil ones all have a special method. And his method is to pass the umbrella. But don't think it's ordinary. This ability will not be restricted by any field and cannot be used. Forget it. I don't want to leave so early yet. Ling Tian shook his head. He hasn't even started conquering this dungeon yet, so naturally he doesn't want to leave. It would be great if Suisan could take him away without anyone noticing and bring him back in. This way he can go out and gain reputation for a month to unlock his skills, and then come back in to do things. But since Susan has this ability, then does Madame Red have this ability? Ling Tian thought of something. Chapter 167. Take a gamble. Ling Tian's heart hardened. Take out the button mirror that you have treasured for a long time. Susan was surprised, it sensed a murderous aura from it. Sir, you really have many tricks. It sighed. In our line of work, what we have the most is favors. Ling Tian said. Yes, sir. Once you cure my illness, sir, I will grant you whatever you ask for. Xiaobian smiled. Then I won't refuse, otherwise I'll seem hypocritical. Human relationships are all about give and take, and the same is true for weirdness. I have accumulated so many ghost veins in the hope that I can have a foothold in the strange world in the future, so that when the world is in chaos, I can establish a place to protect myself. Ling Tian expressed his thoughts and then opened the button mirror. Accompanied by the opening of the button mirror, the mirror surface twisted. A charming face appeared in his sight. Little guy, it took you so long to remember me. Madame Red chuckled. Well, it feels like a long time since we last met. Madam, are you doing well? Ling Tian greeted. Of course I'm fine. Since the little guy is using a snap-on lens, is there something wrong? Madame Red replied. Yes, I do have a dilemma now. It depends on whether Madame has the ability to help me solve it. Ling Tian nodded. Then he described his current situation. Madam, do you have the ability to travel back and forth freely without being detected by the beast? Well, of course you can, but I don't want to provoke a big beast. Madame Red hesitated. I understand Madame's worries. My camp will also have a very fierce monster by then. Ling Tian spoke. Oh. Madame Red was surprised. In its impression, Ling Tian is just an ordinary person who knows some medical skills. How did he know the fierce villain? The key point is why this fierce villain would help Ling Tian. It seems I have to re-evaluate your abilities. In this case, I will take a gamble. Madame Red's eyes flickered. Anyway, when the big beast comes to take revenge on her, she can rely on her special abilities to keep running away and avoid being caught. But if you bet on the right thing, you will gain a lot in the future. Madame Red activated her ability and the mirror began to fluctuate. Soon a figure came out from the mirror and came to Ling Tian. This ability is very special. Susan praised. Upon hearing this, Madame Hong looked at the umbrella beside her. I also realized that this was the fierce and strange creature that Ling Tian was talking about. Little guy, what do you want to do next? Madame Red asked. Ling Tian said, Madam, could you please introduce your abilities first, so that I can make some plans? That's okay. Madame Hong hesitated for a moment and glanced at Susan, but finally decided to introduce him. Anyway, she would be exposed if she performed it in front of him. My special ability is that I can freely travel through the mirrors I have marked. No matter how far away, you can travel freely without being discovered by other weird things. So strong. Ling Tian was shocked, this ability was too buggy. Humph, of course. So even if I offend the big beast here, I can escape unscathed. Madame Red turned up her nose. Can you bring someone with you? Of course you can. Madame Red nodded. That's great. I need to go to a random hospital to get treatment now. Ling Tian said. Why is that? Mrs. Hong was a little confused, and Su Shan didn't understand either. Well, because my training method is to constantly treat weirdness. In the next stage, I will be able to display special medical abilities. This ability is similar to the special abilities of your fierce level weirdness. The only difference is that my special ability is to cure diseases, while yours is to save lives. When I awaken this special ability, it will be easy to cure the weirdness of this insane asylum. You also know that humans in our real world are summoned into the strange world to complete a mission. This time my mission is to escape from this insane asylum, but I don't want to leave so easily. After all, the reward for completing the mission depends on how well you perform in the dungeon, so I plan to release all the weirdness of this madhouse. Ling Tian explained. There is nothing to hide. Anyone with a little common sense can figure out this weirdness. I see. Madame Hong seemed to be thinking about something, and as she felt the breath of Ling Tian, the evil ghost in white, her lips curled up slightly. Mr. gives me more and more surprises. Madame Hong changed the way she addressed Ling Tian. This is a potential stock, she must seize it. How can you survive in this strange world without some real skills? Ling Tian smiled and thought, if I don't show some value, how can you help me like this? The world is bustling with people seeking profit, and the world is bustling with people seeking profit. This principle applies in any world. Since you want to choose a hospital, why not go to Sacred Heart Hospital? After all, you are also the vice president of that hospital. Susan spoke up. Although I also want to go to Sacred Heart Hospital, I don't know how far it is from here. Ling Tian said helplessly that he naturally wanted to go to a place with support, but he couldn't get there just because he wanted to. The weird world is so big, who knows where I am now? Actually, sir, we are only one street away from Sacred Heart Hospital. Su-san mentioned it. It's just across the street. Ling Tian's eyes widened. That's right. Susan nodded. At this time, Madame Red also spoke up. Sir, in fact, the place where we met last time was not far from here, only one street away. And I happen to have marked a mirror there, so we can go there first and then rush to Sacred Heart Hospital. Okay, then let's go to that hotel first. Ling Tian nodded. So Mrs. Red came to the mirror in the bathroom. As the ability was activated, the mirror began to fluctuate. Come stand beside me. The two of them immediately stood on the left and right sides. A flash of light. The figures of the three people were sucked into the mirror. In a special space. Ling Tian was stunned as he looked at the countless mirrors floating in the air. Madame Red also explained aloud, each mirror corresponds to a place. If there is no mark, it is easy to go to a strange place. This is why I said that you can only freely shuttle between marked mirrors. I don't know what will happen if I wear it in the wrong place. It's really magical. This strange ability is really special. Soon Madame Red led them to a mirror. Let's go, we'll reach the hotel after we pass through it. The three of them passed through the mirror and came to the outside world. In room 444. A man looked at the three people who suddenly appeared with a confused look on his face. You are looking for death. Su-san frowned and looked at this strange man. The latter felt a chill on his back, feeling the powerful aura of Susan, and quickly changed his expression. Who are you looking for, sir? Maybe I can help, haha, haha. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Just pretend that this thing never happened. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely keep this matter to myself. The latter nodded quickly. Let's go. We shouldn't stay here for long. Ling Tian waved his hand and led the two out of the room. Congratulations on your successful escape from the White Sands Asylum. Do you choose to return? A strange voice sounded in Ling Tian's mind. Chapter 168. No. Ling Tian immediately refused to return. If you fail to return, you still have 59 days to stay in the dungeon. The final reward will be based on the degree of the survivor's strategy in the dungeon before returning. The strange sound disappeared. The three of them walked down the corridor. Soon Ling Tian met a familiar ghost. Your task is to serve the guests in the room well and try to meet their needs. The ghost manager is explaining the rules to the newcomers. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Judging from his performance, he was obviously a newcomer. Manager Ghost, long time no see. Ling Tian came over and said hello. Who? The ghost manager frowned. He was so ignorant of the rules. Couldn't he see that he was teaching the newbie a lesson? When he turned around, he saw Ling Tian and the two fierce men beside him. Ahem, it's you, sir. Why are you here in our hotel? Are you going to stay here? The ghost manager gave a professional smile. No, I was just passing by. You guys continue, I have something urgent to attend to so I won't bother you anymore. Ling Tian waved his hand. Have a good trip, sir. Come visit us often when you have time. The ghost manager smiled. Others looked at this two-faced manager in disbelief. The key point is that they can clearly see that Ling Tian is also a stranger. Okay, if you still want treatment, go to Sacred Heart Hospital. I have a position there. Here is my business card. Ling Tian handed the ghost manager his business card meaningfully. Such a familiar scene made the ghost manager's mouth twitch. Then he looked at the information on the business card and his eyes widened. I thought Ling Tian's position was at most a ghost doctor, but I didn't expect him to be the vice president. Sir, you really don't show off your abilities. The ghost manager sighed and took the business card carefully. Ling Tian waved his hand, said goodbye to the ghost manager and rushed towards the Sacred Heart Hospital. As for why he gave the ghost manager his business card, it was of course because he wanted to get to know the weird people behind this 5-star hotel. One more ghost vein means one more way out. It may not be useful now, but it may not be necessary in the future. Everything needs to be planned in advance. After Ling Tian left, everyone started talking about it. What are you arguing about? Get back to work! The ghost manager roared ferociously. No one dared to say anything and ran away immediately. Cross a street. Ling Tian and others finally arrived at the Sacred Heart Hospital. Why are you here? The dean looked at Ling Tian in front of him and was a little confused. The dungeon I'm in this time is not far from here. It's the White Sands Lunatic Asylum across the street. Ling Tian explained. He then narrated a series of processes and the purpose of his coming here. Well, if you do that, you'll anger that big beast. After listening to Ling Tian's plan, the dean frowned. You are worried that the beast will find out about my relationship with Sacred Heart Hospital and come to cause trouble for the hospital. Ling Tian revealed the dean's thoughts. That's right. After all, we are so close. If you do this, I won't be able to stop them from retaliating against our hospital. The dean looked resentful. After all, you own half of this hospital, and you actually treat me like this. Ling Tian avoided her gaze, who knew he was so close. This was beyond his expectations. Hee. Dean, don't worry. Actually, you don't have to worry about the other party retaliating against our hospital. He doesn't know about your relationship with me, and I'm not from the weird world. He also knows this and won't suspect you. Plus, this time we came out without anyone noticing, so when the plan starts to be implemented, as soon as I return to the real world, I will hold the big beast with my umbrella, and Madame Red will also run away in advance, so the other party will not be able to find any clues at all. Ling Tian analyzed as steady as an old dog. This. Oh, at worst, by then Susan will have become a great evil, and we won't have to be afraid of them. Ling Tian interrupted. Well, now that I've come to this, I can't say anything. Just keep it in mind. The dean said helplessly that now everyone was tied to the same rope because of Ling Tian's behavior. He had to admire his ability to stir up trouble. After that, Ling Tian started his journey of increasing his reputation again. He commuted between White Sands Asylum and Sacred Heart Hospital every day. And the fierce beast was totally unaware of it. Su Shan's condition gradually improved under Ling Tian's treatment. The state of mind that was holding him back began to relax. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The skill of the magic hand is activated. Ling Tian stretched. After a month of hard work, I have finally mastered my important professional skills. The treatment for Susan has reached the final stage. Come on, there's no need to use herbs for this last time. Just try my abilities. Ling Tian spoke. Well, thank you, Mr. Lao. Su Shan nodded. It also wanted to see what Ling Tian's awakened abilities were like, and whether they were as magical as he said. Ling Tian walked forward and touched its body. Great move. Accompanied by the activation of abilities. Sleeping under the umbrella makes me feel warm all over, and a warm current fills my body. I haven't felt such a novel feeling in a long time. This. Suddenly, Susan's eyes widened. It actually felt that its foundation was being continuously replenished. Ling Tian smiled, you can feel it, my ability can not only cure diseases, but also replenish the foundation and so on. Of course I can control this. Normally I just treat weirdos and replenish their foundations. Only you weirdos who follow me can experience this. Thank you for your kindness, sir. I will definitely repay you in the future. Su-san was moved. At this time, under the treatment of the miraculous hand skill, the root cause of his illness has been completely cured. Suddenly, the barrier blocking its realm was shattered. The aura of the umbrella began to surge. Ling Tian felt a little breathless. Is this the greatest evil? It's so scary. Su Shan also noticed Ling Tian's discomfort and hurriedly controlled his breath. I'm sorry, sir, the breakthrough happened so naturally that I didn't expect it. No problem. Ling Tian waved his hand. It would be great if there was a breakthrough, after all, feedback would be coming soon. This is 1/10,000th of the strength of a great villain. In an instant, Ling Tian's aura also surged. The Dean, Madame Hong, and Su San were a little confused. No, I made a breakthrough, so your aura also surged. After a while, the feedback ended. Ling Tian's realm directly reached the middle stage of Ghost King. Feeling the huge power in his body, Ling Tian grinned, sorry, I have had some insights recently, so it is normal for the realm to break through. The ghosts didn't know what to say. Your understanding is really great. You directly surpassed the level of Ghost General and reached the middle stage of Ghost King. Sir, you are truly a strange man. Susan sighed. Mrs. Hong was anxious at this time. Sir, you can't be partial to one and ignore the other, they also want it. It has been watching nearby, and it doesn't want to miss the opportunity to replenish its foundation. Everyone lacks foundation to some extent, which is caused by constant promotion and fighting. Ahem, I also want to. The Dean also licked his face and said. Chapter 169. No problem. I won't hold anything back from you. Come over here. It will only take a moment. Ling Tian smiled. Madame Red stepped forward immediately. Ling Tian activated his magic hand skill after touching her cold hand. Mrs. Red instantly felt a warm current running through her body. Wherever he passed, some damaged ghost veins were repaired and maintained, and the foundation was constantly recovering. Even the hidden roots left behind by the forced breakthrough some time ago were cured and improved, making his realm more stable. Sir, this ability is too strong. If it gets out, I don't know how many weird people will flock to it, so sir, it's best not to expose this ability casually. Madame Hong opened her eyes and looked at Ling Tian. She was not talking about Mia Xiao's ability to heal diseases, but the point of replenishing the foundation. I'll naturally pay attention to this. You're thoughtful. Ling Tian nodded. He naturally understood the principle that an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Not all weird things are easy to talk about. Then Ling Tian supplemented the Dean's foundation again. After the treatment, Ling Tian's strength increased a lot and he reached the late stage of Ghost King. As for why the leap was so fast. In fact, the biggest reason was that Ling Tian treated two great monsters. You have to know that Su Shan is one body with two souls. Although only one can survive in this world. But they are also two strange ones. The feedback of 1/10,000th of the strength of the two great beasts made Ling Tian's realm surge from the middle stage of the red-clothed evil ghost to the middle stage of the Ghost King. As for the red-clothed evil ghost's mid-term strength, it was naturally accumulated from treating other strange feedbacks within this month. Ding! Host, gain a foothold in this strange world as soon as possible. Yayu, who had been silent for a long time, reminded. Ling Tian was stunned when he received the system prompt. I quickly asked in my heart, System, what happened? Ding! That's right. The strange world has accelerated its integration with the real world. According to this change, within 6 months, the strange world will be completely integrated with the real world. So fast! Ling Tian was shocked. I originally thought that no matter how fast it goes, it will take a few years for humans to catch their breath and improve their strength. In the end, it took less than a year from start to finish. Ding! This is normal. After all, the strange world is not only merging with the real world, but also bordering other worlds. Yayu revealed a piece of news. There are other worlds. Ling Tian was even more shocked. Therefore, the host should make plans early. Moreover, every time a strange world merges with another world, the heaven and earth will issue authority. The host must seize this rare opportunity. Once you miss it, you will lose the chance to compete with others in the future. Yu continued, after being here for so long, it's time to urge the host to work harder. What is the role of authority? Ling Tian asked. The host can be understood as the authority of heaven and earth, or as the official organization. Host, aren't you curious why there is no underworld in the strange world? Yu is intriguing. The underworld. Ling Tian's eyes flickered. This thing was a myth that was well known to the people of Zhuzhou. Since the system mentioned it, it must really exist. And if the underworld really exists, then there is no underworld in the strange world now, and now it is slowly releasing power while the worlds are constantly merging. Its purpose can be understood by a simple guess. This world wants to rebuild the underworld. System, I know what to do. Ling Tian understood. Ding. As long as the host understands. Ding. Mission released, unify all copies of Chinatown. Reward, 1 million system points, 1 chance to awaken the ghost profession. Chinatown Dungeon, Beisha Lunatic Asylum, Sacred Heart Hospital, 5-star Hotel, Guangming High School, Shiguang Kindergarten, Convenience Store number 44. Yu began to make plans for Ling Tian. Ling Tian was speechless after reading the mission. Sacred Heart Hospital was already under his command, and he also had his own connections in the 5-star hotel. As for Beisha Lunatic Asylum, it's a bit difficult. I'll have to wait until there are a few more powerful villains in my camp before dealing with it. As for the other 3 copies, he has not yet touched them. However, based on the experience of these few copy transmissions, there is a high probability that I will enter one of these 3 copies. Brother Bian, please replace Brother Wuju. Now I can release the control over Brother Wuju's soul. Ling Tian said to Xiaobian. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Lao. Xiaobian stood up, opened his black umbrella, and his white body began to turn pitch black. Soon, a figure with lifeless eyes appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Ling Tian stepped forward and activated his magic hand skill. You didn't expect that having your soul controlled is also considered a disease. As long as it is a disease, it is my responsibility. As skills continue to activate, Fan Wuju's eyes gradually began to brighten. I don't know how much time has passed. Fan Wuju regained consciousness. Gentlemen, I'm glad you're back. Ling Tian nodded. It seems that Brother Bian has rescued the gentleman. Fan Wuju breathed a sigh of relief. Yes and no. Ling Tian began to narrate a series of processes and then talked about his plan. I see. Since you want to do this, my 2 brothers will accompany you to the end. Fan Wuju nodded heavily. Don't worry so much. We are not going to fight to the death this time. Ling Tian waved his hand. Let's go, it's time to go back to the dungeon. So Ling Tian asked Madame Hong to take him and Sua Shan back to Beisha Lunatic Asylum. Madam, please wait at the Sacred Heart Hospital. When I start to implement my plan, you will come to pick me up. Ling Tian turned around and said to Madame Hong. Okay, I'll wait here, sir. Madame Red nodded. After a moment, she left the place. Ling Tian also began to treat the weirdness in the mental hospital. There aren't many weird people held in this insane asylum. There are only about 50 evil ghosts in white, only about 30 in red, a dozen ghost generals, only 7 ghost kings, and 2 fierce ghosts left. Let's go straight to the bottom floor and cure those 2 monsters first. Ling Tian said to Sua Shan. Okay, the supervision of these floors has been controlled by Brother Bian, so sir, you don't have to worry about them discovering us. Fan Wuju nodded. The 2 walked down the stairs. Soon we arrived at the -5th floor. There are no restrictions on the doors of the rooms on this floor, so they can be opened easily. Fan Wuju pushed open the door. What caught my eye was a woman in red clothes sitting blankly in front of the makeup mirror. Faced with the intrusion of the two people, it did not react at all. "Sir, please wait here while I go over and take a look," Fan Wuju said vigilantly. Although it is an unconscious weirdness, it is still a fierce one after all. If he suddenly breaks out, Ling Tian won't be able to stop it. "Okay." Ling Tian nodded in agreement. It's always better to be cautious. Fan Wuju walked slowly forward and came behind the strange creature, but it still did not react. "Try covering the mirror and see." Ling Tian spoke out. Upon hearing this, Fan Wuju did as he was told and lifted the bed sheet to cover the makeup mirror. Chapter 170. Ah! Red Butterfly roared suddenly. The wind was blowing coldly. The miserable screams were deafening, and they also carried with them layers of mental shock. Fortunately, Ling Tian has the strength of a ghost king. If he were an ordinary person, he would have bled from all 7 orifices long ago. Looking at the red butterfly that has entered a rampage state, Fan Wuju slowly took out the black umbrella. Soul calming. In an instant, the red butterfly calmed down. "It's okay, sir. I've suppressed it for now and it can't move for a while." Fan Wuju spoke. "Okay, let me treat her." Ling Tian walked forward confidently, touched Hungdi's forehead, and activated his skill. Great move! A burst of energy rushed towards Hungdi's mind. As time went by, Ling Tian frowned. The imprisoned consciousness has begun to wear away. If it is imprisoned for a few more years, I am afraid that the real consciousness will be worn away, leaving only an empty shell at the mercy of others. Not only that, this body is also being transformed by a force of energy. What is it trying to transform into? Ling Tian's face was solemn. Because the red butterfly suffered too much damage. This treatment is much more difficult than the one involving Fan Wuju. Ling Tian continued to use his magic skills to repair Hungdi's damaged consciousness. After a long time, cold sweat broke out on Ling Tian's forehead. Continuously using skills would consume physical and mental energy. "Hey, finally solved." Ling Tian withdrew his hand and sighed. Hungdi's eyes gradually regained their spirit. "I am." Hungdi looked around in confusion. Did he lose his memory? That shouldn't be the case. Ling Tian was a little uncertain. After all, Hungdi's soul and consciousness had been damaged too much before. Even if it was repaired, the memory defects were understandable. At this moment, Hungdi finally came to her senses, and memories flooded into her mind like a tide. "I remember." Hungdi frowned, as if she was thinking of something unpleasant. "Thank you both for your help. I apologize for the offense I caused you before." "It's okay. After all, what you did just now was unintentional." Ling Tian waved his hand. "Can you tell me how you were caught and sent to this insane asylum?" "Well, in my case, I was suddenly attacked by a big beast. Due to the huge difference in strength, I had no choice but to be forced in. What happened next was that the other party imprisoned my consciousness and soul, and my body was gradually transformed into another life form. I don't know what it is specifically." Hungdi looked at herself and spoke. "Any characteristics?" Ling Tian pondered. "It seems not yet. My body is still undergoing transformation. It will take some time to be completely transformed." Hungdi was a little worried. This unknown change made it a little scared. "Let me help you take a closer look." She was busy solving the soul problem before, and although she noticed this, she didn't check it carefully. Ling Tian motioned for her to stretch out her hand. Hungdi nodded and obediently extended her right hand. Ling Tian began to take his pulse and check his internal condition. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Although the transformation is unknown, I can feel that my body is changing in a good direction. We will have to wait and see how it works. Ling Tian spoke. This energy is very special and is obviously different from the power of the strange world. It seems to be a product of another world. If the system had not just told him that the strange world was still merging with other worlds, he would not have thought about it in this direction. It now seems that this white sand insane asylum is a pawn that was planted in the strange world in advance by forces from other worlds. In that case, there is no need to worry about the person behind the scenes taking revenge so quickly. Ling Tian smiled inwardly. Now the real world has not been fully integrated yet, and they still have restrictions on entering the strange world. Not to mention other worlds that are just beginning to merge. This chess piece must have been placed here by other worlds with great difficulty. Now that I have removed it, the other side will not be able to do anything to him. As for what happens next, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, he improved his strength very quickly. In just 1 or 2 months, he was promoted from an ordinary person to a ghost king. Give him another year or 2, and he should be able to reach the level of ghost emperor, not to mention great evil. Since there's nothing wrong, you don't have to worry too much. Ling Tian consoled. Thank you, sir. Hengdi said gratefully. Ling Tian suddenly thought of something and said, Madam, you don't want to be trapped in this insane asylum for the rest of your life, do you? What do you want to do? Hengdi glanced at the big evil umbrella next to her, then glanced at Ling Tian who had a bad look in his eyes, and she staggered back a few steps. The corner of Su Shan's mouth twitched, and Ling Tian was also confused. It took Ling Tianke a moment to realize that there was something wrong with his words. Bah, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that if you want to leave this insane asylum, you must obey my orders. Bah, follow my instructions. Fan Wuju blushed and explained, Sir, what you mean is that he has a plan to implement. You can't act rashly. You have to follow us. Yes. This is what I meant. Ling Tian nodded heavily. Hey. I see, it seems I misunderstood you, sir. Hengdi was visibly relieved. Ahem, you weirdos all like to fantasize about things. Besides, I'm a human, and we're different species. Ling Tian complained. Hengdi blushed. Could she be blamed for this? It was you who hinted at it so obviously. In their hometown, you are not a good citizen if you say this. After resolving this little episode, Ling Tian told him his plan and then went to another strange room. This strange situation is similar to the red butterfly. It took a long time to cure it. The feedback from the 2 fierce attacks did not help Ling Tian to improve further. This is normal, as those above the Ghost King are the most vicious. Last time, I was able to make a breakthrough with the feedback from Madame Red and the Dean, but it was mainly because of the feedback from Su-san that I was just 1 step away from success. I will follow your instructions, sir. Even if you want to destroy this insane asylum, I will accompany you. This monster obviously has a great resentment towards this mental asylum. Because his situation was somewhat special, as the first criminal to be caught, he was obviously subjected to some inhuman torture. Commonly known as experimental body. It would be strange if it didn't have any resentment. There's no need to be so radical. There's only one great villain in my camp. Even if you join the battle, you won't be able to help much, so we should just retreat. Ling Tian said. Well, since you said so, I will do as you say. It secretly thought it was a pity that it had missed this opportunity and it didn't know when it would be able to take revenge. There is no time to lose. Once I have treated the other weirdnesses, I can implement the escape plan. Ling Tian said nothing more and quickened his pace of treating the strangeness. Time goes by day. All the strange things were completely restored under Ling Tian's treatment. After treating the last weirdness, Ling Tian was ready to charge. Chapter 171. Just follow my steps. Once Wuju has restrained the beast, you can flee in all directions. Remember not to run in just one direction. As for how far you can run, that depends on your luck. Ling Tian said to the crowd strangely. Yes, I will remember it. The weirdos nodded. Wuju, we can start now. Ling Tian gestured. Yes sir. Fan Wuju walked outside with a swagger. When he was about to walk out of the gate of the mental hospital, he was finally noticed by the fierce beast. What's going on? Aren't you under my control and undergoing transformation? It widened its eyes. What surprised it the most was Fan Wuju's strength, which had actually broken through to the level of great fierce. I want to leave, you can't stop me. Fan Wuju rushed outside quickly. Damn it! So what if you escaped my control? If I can catch you once, I can catch you a second time. It dodged and intercepted. Open the ghost cave. In an instant, Fan Wuju felt his mind shaken, the sky and the earth turned upside down, and a cold wind blew in all directions. You are the only one who has evil intentions. Suppress it. Fan Wuju also hurriedly supported the ghost den to resist. For a moment, ghostly and strange phenomena from both sides attacked each other's respective territories. It's no use, my ghost cave is above you. That's not necessarily true. Soul, come back. Cleanse your soul. When the two of them were in a stalemate, Ling Tian also gave the order, everyone, you can charge out now. From now on, it all depends on your ability. As the order was given, they rushed out like crazy. The guy who was still having fun over there noticed the noise and turned around to look. How dare you? I advise you to go back obediently, otherwise I will catch you and torture you with soul fire for 100 years. Faced with its warning, the weirdo sneered and said that only a fool would go back. Going back would mean death, but running away now might give us a chance of survival. Looking at the monsters escaping one by one, it became anxious. He quickly wanted to throw away the umbrella and catch other monsters first. Why are you in such a hurry? We haven't even decided the winner yet. It's time to get back at the score for the sneak attack on me. Fan Wuju said calmly. Humph. I'll let you go this time. You're no longer worth reforming. After saying that, it reached out in a strange direction. A giant claw is about to grab the many monsters that have fled far away. That won't do. I'm going to make this mistake today. Fan Wuju smiled slightly and took immediate action to stop him. Seeing that the strange creature that was about to be caught was released again, it got angry. You want to die? Well, it depends on your methods. For a moment, Fan Wuju felt very happy. Okay, okay. Soul Cage. This fierce beast immediately launched its special methods. As it does, put your hands together for 11 beats. Fan Wuju was instantly enveloped by a cage. Since you've caused me to lose so many test subjects, I'll use you as compensation. It's worth it to transform a big monster. It sneered. Fan Wuju also received the news that Ling Tian had withdrawn. It's just a means of imprisonment. It may be effective against other weird things, but to me, it's nothing but a piece of cake. Fan Wuju didn't want to get entangled anymore. He immediately activated his special ability. Goodbye, then. Call out. The black umbrella in his hand shuttled through the space and disappeared. Fan Wuju's body also turned into a pool of ink and merged into the ground. After a while, there was no trace of him in the cage. Leaving the big beast standing there stupidly. I'm so angry. Don't let me catch you again. I didn't expect it to be so simple. I should get a lot of rewards after returning this time. Ling Tian smiled. Only he thought it was simple. If anyone else had entered this copy, they would have been defeated long ago. There are still 3 weeks left until the end of the copy. Ling Tian naturally didn't want to waste this time. Now that Sir's trouble has been solved, it's time for me to leave. Madame Red said goodbye. Okay, if you have any troubles, you can come to me and solve them. Ling Tian nodded. Then I thank you, sir. You can keep the snap-on mirror I gave you before. If you miss me, you can open it and take a look. Madame Red chuckled. In fact, it meant that Ling Tian could continue to use the button mirror to summon her when he had something to do. There is no problem with the number of times this thing can be used. It is purely Madame Red's special ability. She was previously said to only be summoned once, and that was just because she only wanted to respond once. After experiencing this series of events, Madame Hong was naturally prepared to increase her investment in Ling Tian. If he wanted to stay under the umbrella, Ling Tian would let him stay outside for a while to avoid the limelight. After all, Sacred Heart Hospital is so close to White Sands Asylum, it would be bad if they could sense it. Su Shan naturally had no objection to this. He also had things to deal with, so he went somewhere else. Get ready to start work and continue to improve my reputation. Ling Tian stretched and stayed in the Sacred Heart Hospital to start treating the strangeness. With the skill of Magic Hand, the efficiency of brushing will be much faster. Before, only more than 150 strange cases could be treated a day, and strange medicinal herbs were required. Now the words. The number directly increased from more than 150 to more than 1000. Just touch it and you will be healed instantly. This miraculous method was so strange that people exclaimed that it was the reincarnation of a miracle doctor. There is an endless stream of strange people lining up in Ling Tian's outpatient clinic every day. His reputation also began to spread in a strange way. This also led to the gradual increase in the presence of Sacred Heart Hospital. It attracted more weird people to come here for treatment. The Dean couldn't stop laughing when he saw this scene. Who doesn't want their power to grow? Well, Dean, I told you that you would agree to my participation in the future. If I leave Sacred Heart Hospital, it will be a heavy blow to the hospital. Ling Tian's lips curled up slightly. The vice president is right. It was because I was too old and my eyes were blurry that I couldn't see the vice president's magical powers clearly. With the vice president here, our hospital will be able to continue to expand after a while of development. The dean laughed. What about the management rights of the hospital? Whatever the vice president says. What about the rights of my position? What's mine is yours. Your words are mine. The dean patted his chest and said. That's good, very good. Ling Tian nodded with satisfaction. Time flies, and the last 3 weeks of the copy passed in a flash. Ling Tian's figure disappeared from the Sacred Heart Hospital and returned to the real world. Congratulations on successfully clearing the White Sands Lunatic Asylum. You will be rewarded with 100,000 career points. A strange voice sounded in Ling Tian's mind. Not bad, 100,000 points, much more generous than the last time. I can finally start the next ghost job. Ling Tian was looking forward to it. One ghost profession makes you so strong, if you get another one you will be invincible. A moment later, Ling Tian used 100,000 career points to exchange for a ghost career awakening. Congratulations on awakening your ghost profession, ghost teacher. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ghost teacher profession, triggering a 100-fold increase, and transforming into a ghost saint teacher. Chapter 172. Ghost Saint Master, teaching and educating people, the same is true for the weird. You are proficient in all kinds of knowledge in the weird world, and any weird will be respected because of the title of Saint Master. Professional skills, teaching, passive activation, enlightenment, not activated, students all over the world, not activated. Number of students, 0. Teaching and imparting knowledge, the knowledge you impart is easy to understand. Even the dullest students can learn a little bit of skills under your guidance. You also have a slight understanding of the confusions and strange cultivation. Enlightenment, after activating this skill, you can force some knowledge into the other person's mind, allowing him to instantly gain enlightenment. Even if it is a bottleneck in cultivation, you can help him break through the shackles. Requires 10,000 students to activate. Students all over the world, a teacher teaches and enlightens, and as a saintly teacher, you have students all over the world. When students learn something new, you will master it instantly. Your cultivation strength will also be continuously fed back to you. Requires 1 million students to unlock. After reading the job introduction, Ling Tian exclaimed that he was no less capable than the ghost saint doctor. Too strong. It's just that the last skill's activation condition is a bit high, otherwise my strength would be improved more quickly. Ling Tian secretly thought it was a pity. After activating the skill of having many disciples all over the world, I no longer need to practice. I can just lie down every day and my cultivation level will improve rapidly. Imagine a million weird things continuously helping you practice, your cultivation level would increase by a rocket. Even if the feedback is only 1/10,000th, it would still be overwhelming because there are so many weird things. The number of students is not like treating a disease by setting up a few more schools and then recruiting students. All those who are strange when they enter school are my students. At worst, once I become powerful enough, I will force all the monsters to acknowledge that I am their teacher. In an instant, it can have hundreds of millions of students. Hey hey! Ling Tian wiped his saliva and felt happy just thinking about it. It just so happens that one of the copies of the system tasks is Guangming High School and the other is Shuguang Kindergarten. With this Ghost Sage class, I can use it as a place to level up. Ling Tian suddenly recalled. Rest for a few days and wait for the call from the strange world. Ling Tian took a nap happily. Compared to other people who resist the call of the strange world, Ling Tian wishes to stay in the strange world every day. The real world is full of pain and sorrow, and the human world is not worth lingering on. How can it be as comfortable as living a romantic and happy life in a weird world? Anyone would know what to choose. Time flies and 7 days pass in a flash. Congratulations on being selected to join the dungeon survival. The name of this dungeon is Guangming High School. Time, 3 months. Mission, lead Guangming High School back to its former glory. After the rewards return, the copy strategy will be issued. This copy is special, it is a large copy with 300 participants. In view of your special situation, you are in a separate camp, and your identity is the principal. The strange sound sounded again. Large-scale dungeon, interesting. Ling Tian seemed to be thinking about something. This was the first time he participated in a copy with so many people, and he was not good at dealing with other people. The more people there were, the more trouble there would be. You will now be transferred to the dungeon. Please be prepared. Call out. The scene changed. When Ling Tian came to his senses again, he had already entered the copy. He was in a separate office. There is a sign on the table, the principal. Boom boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Ling Tian sat up straight and got into character, come in. Crack. A figure pushed the door open and walked in. Are you the new principal? This one is weird and intriguing. Why, is there a problem? Ling Tian said calmly. He saw through the strength of this strange beast at a glance. A mere ghost general couldn't cause any waves. As for the problem, of course there is one. Although you are the principal, you are just a decoration in our school. As a mere human being, you can only follow our orders. If we are in a good mood, we may consider sparing your life, but if you make us unhappy, your death will be beyond your imagination. This one gave a weird grin. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. Hat. This is the first time I've been threatened by something weird. This feels a bit novel. Ling Tian stood up. Troublemakers are everywhere. If I meet one, I have to teach him a lesson, otherwise where will my authority as a principal be? He doesn't care what the school was like before. Now that he is here and is the principal, whatever he says is the final say for this school. Anything that enters this school must have the surname Ling. Why, you're planning on disobeying me? Then we'll have something new to do. Anyway, we've been bored for who knows how many years, so today we'll torture you to relieve our boredom. This one laughed strangely. The reason why he was so arrogant was that he was certain that Ling Tian was just a stranger and had no real strength. This was normal. Ling Tian's strength was one realm higher than its. His aura was restrained, so it couldn't see through him. Ling Tian didn't say anything else, but walked straight towards it. The latter was not afraid either. He held his head high and waited quietly for Ling Tian to come. This is your first time fighting a weirdo. Let me give you a good experience. You have to be able to withstand my attack. Ling Tian smiled. A restrained breath gushed out. The latter was stunned. No. You, how? Etc. Don't. After some time, calm returned to the room. Ling Tian was lying contentedly on the recliner, with a strange man with a bruised face and nose serving him. Tell me, who sent you here? Ling Tian glanced at it. This. It hesitated. Bang. Ling Tian stared at it. The strange creature shrank its neck and said quickly, those school bullies asked me to come here. They said that not only will there be many foreign students coming to our school today, but also a principal will drop in. It is said that you are all ordinary people, so let me give you a warning first and let you know that in this school, you, the principal, are just a decoration. The real boss is us, the weirdos, and you humans are our toys. School bullies. What? Are you bullied by them every day? Ling Tian thought of something. Doesn't this familiar scene often happen in the real world? Now that the school bully has come out, does that mean there is still bullying? There's nothing we can do about it. We can't defeat them. This weird one has a sad face. How strong are they? Ling Tian asked. They are all at the level of Ghost King, but they seem to be weaker than you. It is a little uncertain. Really? Then it seems I have the advantage. Ling Tian spoke. Well, you are just one person, and there are 10 of them. No matter how powerful you are, you can't defeat 10 Ghost Kings. This is just a weird reveal. 10 Ghost Kings? No wonder they are so arrogant. Ling Tian seemed to be thinking about something. But it doesn't matter. If I can't beat him, can't I just ask for help? Anyway, this place is so close to Sacred Heart Hospital, so I can ask the Dean to come over to support me. Chapter 173. Do you know Sacred Heart Hospital? Ling Tian asked. Yes, I was beaten by them a long time ago and was hospitalized there. It nodded. That place is my place, so 10 Ghost Kings are nothing. Do you want to join me? Is it true? I remember that the owner of that hospital is a fierce boss, right? You're not one of them, right? It had an expression that said, don't try to fool me. Am I that kind of person? I own half of that hospital and I'm the vice president there. Now I have a task for you, which is to go to that hospital and find the dean and ask him to come over. Don't worry about not being able to see it, just say my name, there is no one in the hospital who doesn't know me. Ling Tian said confidently. This. Why, do you still want to be bullied by them? If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. You better think about it carefully. Ling Tian stared at it and said. Looking at Ling Tian's sincere eyes, it gritted its teeth and agreed. Okay, I'll believe you this time. If you lie to me, neither of us will have a good ending. We will both be tortured to death by them. Li Si said. Don't worry, I won't put myself in danger. Go quickly and come back soon. I'll check the situation inside the school first. Li Si left the principal's office, sneaked out from the back of the school and headed straight for Sacred Heart Hospital. Ling Tian stood up and went outside. There are 299 other people in this instance. Let's go check out their identities first. However, with so many people, they are most likely students. The scene changed. Ling Tian came to the playground. There are many people crowded together here. His expression did not look as frightened as the survivors he had met before. It seems that they are all veterans who have participated in several copies. In addition, this is a large-scale copy, and everyone sticking together can also bring a little psychological comfort. I didn't expect to be selected into a large-scale dungeon. I hope I can get through it safely this time. Don't worry, there are 300 people in this dungeon. We can get through it by relying on each other. That's right, but I don't know who the boss is. See that guy? I've encountered him twice before in other dungeons. With his help, I survived to the end of each dungeon. It is said that this big guy seems to be a ghost professional. We must hold on to his thighs tightly this time. Everyone was talking about it. The big boss they were talking about was a guy named Feng Wujin. Feng Wujin looked around and listened to everyone's discussion with a natural expression. The ghost profession he awakened into is ghost writer. Because of the ghost profession, he was able to pass several dungeons easily and now has nearly 3,000 career points. This ability is quite impressive in the world. Besides, his profession doesn't seem that impressive on the surface, he's just a writer. In reality, writers are a lowly profession that cannot enter the mainstream, and can only make a living with a monthly income of 3,000 yuan. But this is not the case in the weird world. I hope to record more weird things this time to improve my strength. Feng Wujin muttered to himself. His job allows him to record all the strange things he sees, and for every strange thing recorded, he has a chance of gaining 1/10,000th of its strength. With this, his strength has reached the level of the white-clothed ghost. The main reason was that he had great luck several times, and it was recorded that several ghost generals and a ghost king had triggered strength feedback. Ling Tian's figure shuttled among the crowd. Ding! Ghost profession detected, ghost writer. Copy or plunder? Ling Tian paused. Looked at the handsome man next to him. Why are you staring at me? Feng Wujin had a face full of question marks. It's okay. I see you're handsome and have a bright future ahead of you. Ling Tian smiled, then silently said copy in his mind. Ding! Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ghost profession, ghost writer. Ding! Ghost occupation ghost writer triggers a 100-fold increase, transforming into ghost saint writer. Ghost saint writer, you are proficient in any kind of writing. Whatever you think in your mind can be turned into a book. Even if readers ask you to write 1,000,000 copies a day, you can easily complete it. Your works will be strangely appreciated. Professional skills, writing, not enabled, reader feedback, not enabled, author power, not enabled. Number of readers, 0. Right, you can record all the weird things you see in the book. You can get 1/10,000th of the strength from the recorded weird things. If the strength of both parties is not much different, you can contain the recorded weird things. Starting from 100 readers. Reader feedback, for every reader who gains insights from your work, you can gain 1/10,000th of their strength, and each weirdness can only be used once. Starting with 10,000 readers. Author Wei Li, you can change the monsters whose strength is lower than yours and are recorded by you, but each monster can only be changed once. Unlocked when the reader reaches 1 million. After reading the career introduction, Ling Tian was even more satisfied. Thank you very much, and good luck to you. Ling Tian said something to Feng Wujin and left. Baffling. Feng Wujin curled his lips. I don't know how much time had passed, but the weird school bully came to the playground with many weird things. Suddenly the talking crowd quieted down. Feeling the other party's powerful aura, his face showed solemnity. The most common monsters they encountered in the dungeons they had participated in before were at the ghost general level. Now, 10 ghost kings appear right before my eyes. The pressure is full. Welcome to our paradise, Guangming High School. The 10 ghost kings smiled strangely. Isn't this a paradise for them? They are the sky here, and whatever they say is what it is. What do we need to do? Someone bravely asked. The strange hint only told them that they had to survive in Guangming High School for 3 months, and nothing else was mentioned. According to past experience, they all need to be assigned identities first. All you have to do is study hard. The academic pressure in high school is very high. A Ghost King is intriguing. Everyone despised you in their hearts. In this strange world, you asked us to study hard. If studying can save their lives, they would naturally rush to do it. You're right. We should study hard. Guangming High School was once thriving, but now it's in such a mess because of you. It's simply unreasonable. An inappropriate voice praised. Who is interrupting? A Ghost King looked around, looking for the source of the sound. Soon Ling Tian's figure appeared in its field of vision. Who are you? Who are we? How dare you imply us? Don't you know who has the final say in this school? The Ghost King scolded. Ling Tian walked onto the stage calmly. This is a school, so naturally the principal has the final say. He flashed his ID badge. Headmaster. They were stunned and felt something was wrong. What about Li Si that they sent? Didn't they ask him to teach the new principal a lesson? How come this guy is standing here intact?